On May 16, 2017, the demon race occupied the very last inch of human territory. The human world had completely fallen. In the fierce battle amidst the raging smoke and fiery skis, Si Chen stood in the middle of the battlefield, his cold face stained with blood. 7 years ago, several demon kings suddenly descended upon the world, among them Demon King Lan Yue. They led the demon race and, relying on absolute oppressive power, trampled the mortal realm. He looked down on him with contempt and sneered, "Do you really think someone like you deserves to be called humanity's last hope? Your entire race is just trash that cannot even withstand a single blow." A glowing red orb of energy condensed in his claw. "Now, go ahead and squeeze out your final bit of value." That energy bathed the entire space in a crimson glow. Lan Yue said darkly, "Become my food, transform into my power." Si Chen's entire body was lifted into the air by the stream of energy, gradually being absorbed bit by bit. He desperately tried to struggle, but it was all in futile. Flashes of familiar faces surfaced in Si Chen's mind. His younger sister, his comrades, his master, and all his most beloved people. He clenched his teeth as fresh blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. All of their lives had been stolen by those scumbags. In the end, Si Chen chose to detonate his energy to destroy everything. "I'll drag you down with me for their sake." The entire space shone brightly with a dazzling golden light, and lightning arcs radiated all around. That was the SSS rank ultimate skill, Activate Supreme Arc. Lan Yue was restrained by that overwhelming energy and gasped in horror, "What is this? I can't move." Si Chen's body gradually shattered, before vanishing completely. Fragments of memories flickered through his mind. There was his sister. There was the silhouette of his master deeply etched into his memory. And there were his parents, a warm and happy family. Everything gradually faded away. Si Chen whispered with deep regret, "We're going to meet soon. It's just a pity that I wasn't strong enough." Before his figure disappeared completely, he wished, "If only I could be a little stronger. If only I could turn back time to that year, discover the demon lair earlier, and stop the first demon king from appearing." Everything shattered within the blinding energy. Lan Yue roared in bitter resentment, "Your lowly race actually managed to make me." Before he could finish speaking, his figure was reduced to mere scattering fragments. When he opened his eyes, a hazy light shone through. Si Chen caught sight of the ceiling. He opened his eyes and gazed hazily upward. He was lying in a room, his wrists tightly wrapped in bandages. Si Chen sat up and looked at his injured wrist in confusion. "I'm still not dead." He dangled his legs off the bed and curiously observed the room. "Where is this?" Si Chen walked over to the window and looked down. It turned out he was in the school infirmary. Twilight blanketed the school courtyard. Students were happily chatting and laughing. Si Chen stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't the world already destroyed? Where on earth did all these people come from? It took a long time for him to accept reality. "I've turned back time by 10 years, returning to my student days." He stared at his youthful face in the mirror, his eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a screen flickering with static gradually appeared before him, displaying the words, "Gluttony Power Fusion Complete." Only now did he realize that his wish had come true. "I've returned to before everything happened." Si Chen hurriedly checked his phone. The screen displayed 4:15 p.m. May 16, 2157. It took him a long while to digest this information. "I've gone back 10 years. May 16, 2017, he knew very well this was 3 years before the first Demon King's descent. Those harsh and dark memories rushed back into Si Chen's mind. In the year 2020, 3 years later, the first Demon King, Wrath, would descend, opening the gates of hell. The other demon kings would also land in the mortal realm because of him. That was the starting point of total destruction, and because of it I lost everything." Si Chen stared blankly at his own hands and smiled faintly. "But now, I'm back." He believed that as long as he defeated Wrath, who appeared first, and stopped the gates of hell from opening, everything could still be changed. The system was still displaying, Gluttony Power Fusion ongoing. He curiously observed it. What on earth is this Gluttony Power display board? Ever since he opened his eyes, it had been floating right in front of him. When Si Chen reached out to touch it, it vanished, then shifted into a statistical data panel. All attributes reached 100: strength, stamina, elemental power, speed, fortune, mental strength. What is this video game-like thing? Are these my current attribute points? Si Chen was baffled. He had never seen these things before. In the past, he always fought using awakened power, something only 1 in 10,000 people possessed. Furthermore, the school he attended was the National Awakened University, which only accepted students with awakening potential. But unfortunately, in his past life, he failed to awaken successfully throughout all 4 years of college, remaining at the very bottom of the food chain where anyone could bully him. Si Chen rubbed his chin in thought and suddenly realized, this is probably why I woke up in the infirmary. Suddenly, the screen shifted to a new interface, catching his eye. It displayed the information: Class, Lightning Assassin. Strength, 100 Stamina, 100 Elemental Power, 100 Speed, 100 Fortune, 100 Mental Strength, 100 Skill. Activate Flash God. A jolt of electricity ran through his entire body. In the blink of an eye, movement speed increased tenfold. Activate Burrowing Lightning. Channel lightning into a blade, increasing critical strike damage for attacks. Hitting a weak spot inflicts a paralysis effect. Si Chen was heavily shocked. A lightning-type lightning assassin, isn't this the class I had in my past life? His entire body trembled. He vaguely felt an energy coursing through his body. Could this be the power from my past life being inherited back? Could it be that I awakened earlier? Si Chen was eager to test it out immediately. Let me check how my current strength is. A notification popped up, changing class. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from outside. Someone opened the door. Si Chen snapped his head around. Ma Long, his dorm roommate, walked in carrying a pile of snacks. He cried out in surprise, "Oh!" Ma Long happily ran over and asked, "Bro, you're awake? Are you feeling okay?" Si Chen replied, "I'm fine now." Judging from Ma Long's reaction, he glanced at the interface that was still displaying and found his answer. Sure enough, other people could not see this interface. Ma Long checked all over Si Chen's body and exclaimed in surprise, "Your injuries, they're completely gone. You took such a heavy beating just yesterday. Your recovery speed is even faster than an awakened person like my big brother here." He glanced at the person running his mouth nearby and smiled faintly. This was his dorm roommate, Ma Long. Although Ma Long awakened during his college years, he still belonged to the bottom tier of the class. In his past life, when the third Demon King descended, Ma Long was brutally killed. But now he was genuinely standing right in front of him, alive and well. Ma Long was surprised while examining Si Chen. "I even feel like he's gotten stronger. Am I hallucinating?" Si Chen beside him finally dared to relax, a faint smile blooming at the corners of his lips. Only at this moment did he truly feel it. "I've really come back." Ma Long suddenly remembered and slapped his thigh. "Right, tomorrow is the tier evaluation. Since bro is fine now, let's hurry back and get ready." He hurriedly pushed Si Chen toward the door. "Even though bro hasn't awakened yet, it's still related to the graduation assessment. Let's go." The school campus still retained its usual peaceful look. Everyone was busy with their own business, some playing football, others jogging. Si Chen leisurely strolled across the sports field. "It's been a long time since I've seen so many living people." Hearing this, Ma Long got goosebumps and rubbed both arms. "What kind of creepy things are you saying?" He couldn't help asking out of curiosity, "Bro, are we still walking around the sports field?" Meanwhile, Si Chen remained lost in old memories. "I once lost everything." His heart felt heavy as he thought about that dark future. "If I don't do anything, that hopeless future will return soon." From then on, an intense determination rose in Si Chen's heart. "I need to make a plan immediately and level myself up fast." He knew very well that in this era, awakened individuals had only one path to level up: killing demon beasts in demon lairs. But the major demon lairs were all monopolized by large guilds, and outsiders simply had no chance to get a foot in the door. "If these are my current stats, how does my strength compare to other awakened individuals and demon beasts?" To distinguish combat power, the government classified the tiers of awakened individuals and demonic beasts from high to low. S, A, B, C, D, E. Most students in the school stopped at rank E. Only a handful of geniuses or those from guild backgrounds reached rank D. Si Chen thought with confidence, "I'm definitely stronger than him." Suddenly, a basketball flew out of nowhere and smashed straight into Ma Long's face. Ma Long crashed heavily to the ground, his glasses shattering to pieces. At the stairs, a few guys sat lounging and laughed loudly. One of them mocked, "Aren't those Si Chen and Ma Long? They sure recover fast. I told you these two guys take a beating really well." The arrogant guy pointed and asked, "You clearly knew I was playing basketball here, yet you didn't know to bring 2 cases of drinking water." Ma Long trembled with fear and cringed, "Sorry, I'll go buy some right away." Si Chen calmly stepped forward, his voice cold, "You're not the one in the wrong. The ones who should apologize are them." He stared at the guy and asked coldly, "Is it this guy?" Some memories from the past suddenly came rushing back. In his past life, Si Chen had his head shoved into the water by Gong Cheng, repeatedly pressed hard against the wash basin in the restroom. Ma Long cowered in a corner, trembling as he begged, "You guys, stop right now." Gong Cheng still kept one hand forcefully shoving Si Chen's head into the water as he laughed offhandedly. "Why stop? I'm helping him awaken." The force on his wrist grew stronger. "He still hasn't awakened by now, shouldn't we give him some stimulation?" The lackeys following behind cackled maniacally at the pathetic sight. Seeing that Si Chen had stopped moving, they lost interest. Let's go, it's no fun at all." Ma Long hurried over and asked with worry, "Si Chen, are you okay?" Water from his soaked hair streamed down his cheeks, unclear whether it was water or tears. A grievance-filled voice rang out, "Why won't you guys just let us go?" More than anyone, Si Chen understood clearly, pure malice existed not only in demon beasts but also right inside human hearts. Gong Cheng had previously threatened, "What did you just say?" The guy nonchalantly ordered his lackeys, "Go, keep beating him until he wakes up." Gong Cheng looked dumbfounded after hearing Si Chen uttering a huh. Ma Long was battered and bruised, speaking weakly, "Si Chen, what are you saying?" Gong Cheng, an E-rank fighter, stepped forward step by step, green energy radiating from his arm. Two lackeys following behind also stepped up. Si Chen's gaze gradually turned icy as he silently stared down his opponent. He knew very well this guy was Gong Cheng. Relying on his older brother being the president of the strongest student union in the school, he dared to act arrogant and bully the weak. In reality, his own abilities were nothing extraordinary. The surrounding students noticed the commotion and whispered among themselves, "Look, Gong Cheng is about to beat them up again. Look, they just got out of the hospital yet they're getting beaten up again." One is the weakest awakened person and the other hasn't even awakened yet, truly the two most useless guys in school. Gong Cheng stopped in front of Si Chen, looking down from above. His voice cold as ice, "What did you just say? Repeat it. Don't bother us anymore from now on." He raised his fist, "I think you really missed getting beaten up, huh?" Si Chen nonchalantly raised his own fist to block it. Gong Cheng's legs staggered backward as he let out a soft groan of pain. That sight caused everyone's jaws to drop in shock. What just happened? He actually blocked Gong Cheng's punch. He clearly hasn't awakened yet. Damn it, am I seeing things? Gong Cheng felt extremely humiliated as people pointed and whispered, "Damn it, a weakling who hasn't even awakened dares to challenge me." Si Chen faintly condensed lightning in his palm, his lips curving into a smirk, "Just in time to use you as a test subject." The system displayed progress, class change complete. Si Chen, lightning assassin. Additional info popped up, activate Flash God, a jolt of electricity runs through the entire body. In the blink of an eye, movement speed increases tenfold. Activate burrowing lightning, channels lightning into a blade, increasing critical strike damage for attacks. Hitting a weak spot inflicts a paralysis effect. Additionally, stats have been upgraded, strength 200, speed 300, elemental power 100, fortune 100, mental strength 100. Ma Long screamed in panic, when did you awaken?" Crackling lightning radiated around Si Chen's body. Gong Cheng activated undying demon armor, his hands growing larger as he roared excitedly, "I think you fucking forgot." Crackling lightning radiated around Si Chen's body. Gong Cheng activated undying demon armor, his hands growing larger as he roared excitedly, "I think you fucking forgot." He directed his giant fist toward Si Chen, "Taste the killer assassin fist." But the very next moment, his jaw dropped as he saw Si Chen's fist appear right in front of his face. Bam! Gong Cheng's entire body was knocked down to the ground by that punch, flying far backward as fresh blood splattered. The students were shaken in that split second. What just happened? A single punch blew Gong Cheng away. Ma Long doubted his whole life, watching the earth-shattering changes unfold before him. They must be dreaming. Is this really Si Chen? What on earth happened? Gong Cheng fell face down on the ground, cursing, "Motherfucker, you dared to ambush me." He turned to yell at his lackeys, "What the hell are you guys standing around for?" But at this moment, Si Chen approached gloomily like a grim reaper. Gong Cheng, still in pain, immediately rushed forward and growled, "I'll kill you." Si Chen casually raised his hand, grabbing his wrist tightly to hold him in place. Then he crushed that wrist, bending it hard backward. Gong Cheng was left speechless from pain, screaming miserably. Si Chen raised his fist wrapped in lightning and said contemptuously, "You're too trashy." At that moment, lightning illuminated a corner of the courtyard. Gong Cheng took the full brunt of that punch, His whole body was thrown far away like a broken toy. Thud, a heavy landing echoed. No one expected that arrogant guy to be beaten this miserably. His whole body was covered in blood with his clothes torn to shreds, lying motionless and unable to move. The whole school fell into dead silence, staring at him in shock. Ma Long shook and stammered. Si Chen, when did he get this strong? Si Chen glanced at his status bar, silently drawing a few preliminary conclusions. First, just like before, he could switch to the lightning assassin state at any time. Although the system's current level was only level 1, true to expectations, his normal state was already enough to deal with the lowest tier awakened individuals. This proved his current tier was higher than rank E, though the exact rank remained unclear. But there was still one problem. He had clearly defeated him, yet the system value showed no change. He picked up Gong Cheng by the collar, lightning blazing around his body. Behind him, a gentle voice rang out, "Classmate, this is a school." Ling Wu, the student union vice president, reminded him. Although he was in the wrong first, this punishment was already enough. She smiled and advised, "He won't dare to lay a hand on you guys anymore." Si Chen let go. Gong Cheng dropped heavily to the ground, lying completely still. He glanced at Ling Wu, thinking curiously, why is someone from the student union so eager to protect him? But he didn't plan to actually do anything severe to him either. If you don't completely suppress this kind of person, they will keep clinging onto you relentlessly later on. Gong Cheng's two lackeys hid cowardly behind a wall, whispering among themselves, "That guy's expression just now was really scary. Let's not mess with him anymore in the future." Is that guy even Si Chen anymore? Aren't those two guys the weakest and poorest in the entire school? Si Chen didn't want to waste any more time here and said coldly, "Let's go." Ma Long hurried after him. Ling Wu stood behind, murmuring with a hint of amusement, "The weakest, the poorest." Night fell at the South Dormitory building. Ma Long eagerly recounted what happened in the afternoon, but no one believed him. He anxiously tried to prove it. "Why don't you guys believe me? Si Chen has actually awakened, and what's more, he's a super powerful electric assassin." Ma Long even reenacted the scene from earlier, gesturing wildly. "He sent Gong Cheng straight to the dirt. Those people don't even dare to look us in the eye anymore." A roommate ranked lower, a nuclear mage, picked at his ear and asked with annoyance, "Then where did he go?" Ma Long hesitated, scratching his head. "He seemed to say he went for a run." The other guy pointed at Ma Long's head and scolded, "If he's already that strong, why would he still need to go for a run? Does an awakened person still need basic training like this? Does that make any sense?" "Huh?" Another guy ranked higher, also a nuclear mage, interrupted with clacking keyboard keys. "Looks like Ma Long's head really got scrambled from the beating." "That's right, wake up a bit," the lower-ranked roommate reminded. "The reason the four of us are placed in the same dorm is precisely because our tier rankings are among the lowest 4 in the entire grade. That's an unchangeable fact. Besides, I'm literally ranked at the very bottom, number 1 from the bottom in the dorm. Everyone can only awaken a single profession in their lifetime. Those two guys are just supports. I'm the only combat profession in the dorm, a nuclear mage. This is the super-level reality, and it cannot be changed." That guy Si Chen, looking so pathetic, how could he possibly awaken an electric assassin? "As for me, lately I feel much stronger, maybe I can even get into a guild." The higher-ranked roommate didn't care much and lazily said, "Tomorrow is the final tier evaluation test before graduation. Everything will be clear then." At the E-rank trial area, the Demon Cave, a crowd was guarding a spatial gate. A figure stepped out from inside the gate. This person was Gong Ting, the school's student council president. Following closely behind was Ling Wu. He briefed his subordinates and then left. "Today's trial ends here." Suddenly, Gong Ting stopped when he saw a figure in a secluded corner. He asked, "Are you waiting here?" Gong Cheng was still bitter about the morning incident and gritted his teeth. "If you don't handle it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. In front of so many people, he humiliated me. He clearly doesn't respect you at all." Gong Ting remained calm in the face of this rage. "I understand. He promised that I will help you deal with him." At dinner time, Gong Ting leisurely sliced his steak. Ling Wu sat opposite him and asked, "How do you plan to handle this matter?" He replied, "He simply doesn't measure up to others." Gong Ting seemed doubtful. "Is that guy really as strong as he claims?" Ling Wu answered, "You know everyone's exact strength and tier in the school. There are fewer than 10 people in the entire school who have reached D rank, and you've already pulled all of them into your guild. Furthermore, no one else has access to the demon caves like you do. Those mediocre awakened people have no way to level up. She believed no one could ever catch up to his pace. In the pouring rain, Si Chen was running on the training field. He wore a 100 kg weighted backpack on his shoulders, running continuously for 20 kilometers. This was a self-imposed training regimen. Basic training could improve physical fitness. An awakened person's upper limit is directly proportional to their basic physical strength. Only when physical strength is strong enough can one endure and unleash the full power of their profession. But this was still far from enough. In the year 2020, the Wrath Demon King left the demon cave and descended upon the mortal world, instantly slaughtering a massive number of human beings. His only remaining family member, his younger sister Si Yun, died at his hand. Watching Si Yun slowly die in his arms, he begged in despair, "Don't, no." Si Chen felt furious when thinking about him. That Wrath demon was the one who opened the gates of hell, allowing other demon kings to reach the mortal realm. Therefore, his primary initial goal was to kill Wrath. Wrath was the origin of all destruction. His descent was still 3 years away. He must definitely be accelerating his growth. I have to get ahead of him. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Si Chen took it out to look. The screen displayed a call from a name that hurt to look at. Si Yun was calling. Surprised, he hurriedly pressed the earpiece button. "Hello." On the other end, Si Yun's voice asked curiously, "Bro, why did you keep calling me today? I had a competition today and my phone ran out of battery. I just got back to the dorm and I'm plugging it in right now." She continued cheerfully, "Remember what you told me? If we win the prize this time, we can finally cover the rent." Si Chen stood frozen in the rain. In that devastated future he had prayed to the heavens countless times. Could it all start over again? Seeing him silent, Si Yun urged, "Bro, is it raining where you are? Why aren't you saying anything?" He swore that even if he had to pay the price with everything, even if it dragged him down into endless hell. A gentle voice sounded, "Nothing." Si Chen's tears streamed down, mixing with the rain. It's been too long since I heard your voice." Si Yun felt puzzled. "What are you talking about? Didn't we just talk on the phone the day before yesterday? We can meet up as soon as my competition is over. Just wait for my good news. Bye." Si Chen immersed himself in the rain as if trying to cleanse away the gloomy past and welcome a new beginning. Now, everything had truly started over. The responsibility to protect his family kept him persevering through his training. 3 more laps. Si Chen swore he must become stronger as fast as possible to protect all of this. He finally returned to the room late at night. His roommates were fast asleep. 8 hours had passed since he returned to this era. Si Chen walked into the bathroom, gradually getting used to this youthful body. Although his physical conditioning was still relatively weak, this was a perfect start. After changing clothes, he was still lost in thought. Next came solving the most crucial question. Si Chen sat on the bed, anxious about the current situation. Leveling up required entering demon caves, but the demon caves were monopolized by the guilds. Aside from the privileged, the vast majority had no chance to level up. How on earth could he get close to magical beasts? And that gluttony power, what on earth was it? When he closed his eyes, the system status suddenly transmitted. A blazing red screen popped up, initializing core status 70%. The progress bar gradually filled up. Gluttony system initialization complete. Si Chen was currently floating in an undefined space. He snapped his eyes open, feeling like he was in free fall. He flipped in midair and landed safely. Before him was a dark, desolate wasteland, with a towering pillar piercing the sky in the middle of the void. Si Chen couldn't help but wonder, whispering, "Where is this? I'm supposed to be sleeping." Looking at the sight before him, Si Chen realized it was a towering demon tower standing tall amidst the gloomy space. This tower, what on earth is it? From the muddy ground, monsters slowly emerged. They were left with bare white skeletons. They were bone ghouls, E-rank cloud warriors. A system notification suddenly popped up, changing profession. He was startled. Magical beasts. Could this be inside a demon cave? The next update notification, profession change complete. Level 1, Si Chen, electric assassin. Si Chen immediately condensed an electric blade in his hand. Although the situation was still unclear, he had to deal with these nuisances first. Information about the electric assassin was further updated. Flash God, a current of electricity courses through the entire body. In the blink of an eye, movement speed increases by 10 times. Electric blade focuses electricity into a blade, increasing critical strike damage for attacks. Hitting a weak point inflicts paralysis. The bone ghouls rush toward him. Si Chen used the electric blade to strike the weak point of the first one. Instantly, an update notification popped up. Received 3 bone ghoul teeth. He nimbly and cleanly handled the whole mob by himself. With his current strength, dealing with these E-rank monsters was still a breeze. Everything felt terrifyingly realistic, completely unlike a dream. Experience points continuously increased. The system notified, leveled up. Level 2 right arrow level 3, looking at the halo surrounding his body, Si Chen discovered the most important thing: I can gain experience and level up right here. He opened his stats panel overjoyed. All attributes increased by 5 points. He couldn't believe the windfall he was receiving. I actually have a demon cave all to myself to grind. At that moment, Si Chen encountered the Bone Ghoul King, the leader of the monsters. He swung his electric blade fiercely. Then I have to stay here and have a really good trial. As soon as he defeated the leader, a notification rang out, earned 320 experience points. Leveled up, level 3 right arrow level 4. Acquired, 18 bone ghoul fangs, 1 bone ghoul crystal. Si Chen rejoiced silently. The experience from a boss monster is several times more than regular monsters of the same level. Just a moment and I've already jumped 2 levels. Suddenly the system notified, can devour. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Looking at those words, Si Chen wondered, what does that mean? He slowly raised his hand. Could it be, the meaning of gluttony power was absorbing magical beasts? The Bone Ghoul King before him turned into a wisp of mist, and was slowly sucked into his palm. The system displayed, devouring complete. Acquired, Bone Ghoul King, Cloud Warrior, bone-chilling constitution, immunity to cold. In low-temperature environments, all resistance attributes are enhanced. He was shocked. The magical beast absorbed turned into a card. I can actually kill, then devour my opponent, turning them into my own profession. Suddenly, Si Chen realized something terrifying. Wasn't this the exact same process from earlier, when he absorbed the energy of the Lan Yue Demon King? The imagery of me absorbing the monster's energy is no different from the past. He truly understood. That is the power of the Lan Yue Demon King. The gluttony power originally belonged to him, and I've snatched it away. Professions at birth inherently had distinctions of strength and weakness. In other words, each person could only possess a single profession. But now he simultaneously held 2 professions. If I can devour other magical beasts, I can wield countless professions. Si Chen couldn't help wondering, why do I possess this kind of power? He glanced at the tower behind him. And what is that demon tower? Suddenly, a terrifying pressure bore down, causing his legs to buckle to the ground. Si Chen was deeply shocked. This immense pressure is what's going on. From afar, a figure appeared, a low voice echoing, "You finally arrived. I've been waiting for you here for a very long time." That was a Lord-tier monster, and it knew his name, Si Chen. The government classifies the combat power of awakened individuals and magical beasts from low to high. E right arrow, D right arrow, C right arrow, B right arrow, A right arrow, S. He was blown backward by its power. Si Chen gripped his electric blade tightly, thinking, in my past life I almost lost my life trying to reach S rank. Right now my maximum combat power is only D rank. But the opponent is an S rank boss. The level gap is way too huge. He completely overwhelms all my stats. What kind of demon cave is this anyway? Why are there S-rank magical beasts here? And why does it know my name? During the clash with the Lord, Si Chen realized he had fought dozens of rounds with it. In that span of time, it had countless opportunities to kill him directly. But with every attack, it always avoided fatal weak points, knocking him down over and over again instead. His whole body was blasted far away as he struggled to crawl up. The Lord asked coldly, still struggling. Si Chen realized its goal. It wanted to subdue him. The Lord reminded, you'd better reconsider the choices I've offered. Will you stay here and guard this demon tower with me? This is a rare opportunity. He refused flatly. No matter what, I will never stay in this damn place. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the ground, sharp as a blade slashing across his shoulder. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The Lord lost almost all its patience. Do you really think I wouldn't kill you? Only because you're the only one who could get here did I show you this much patience. He clutched his injured arm, secretly searching for a way out. The Lord released overwhelming energy, its power and stamina skyrocketing. It gave him one final chance. I'll ask you for the last time. An entire massive slab of earth was lifted. Standing high above, it arrogantly asked, "Stay here, or shall I grind you into minced meat?" Zichen began to speak, "I choose." His entire body covered in lightning, he lunged straight at his opponent. "To kill you." The Lord hurled huge boulders toward him. Ridiculous. Zichen nimbly landed on each boulder, gradually approaching the Lord. He had his own plan. Through the recent skirmish, he had clearly noticed that before every swing of its blade, there was a wind-up period of 0.4 seconds. He could use this opportunity to observe the force exertion angle from its wrist, trace its trajectory, and dodge the blade. More importantly, after a strike, it would have 0.2 seconds of recovery time after the attack. Only by targeting this opening could he strike when it was completely caught off guard, using the electric blade to pierce through its heart in an instant. He recalled the attributes of the electric blade: focuses electricity into a blade. Attacks gain a critical strike effect. Hitting a weak point can inflict a paralysis effect. Even though D rank couldn't kill an S rank, the paralysis potency when unleashed at full strength would at least control it for a few seconds. Its speed is too fast. Just now there wasn't enough time to create distance. But these few seconds of bought time will be enough for me to escape. Zichen sped up, running toward the pillar of light in the distance. Throughout the battle, he had constantly observed his surroundings. That was the only light source. As his hand was about to touch the light source, it suddenly vanished. Zichen was startled. "The light source is gone." The Lord laughed coldly. "Too bad, that was just an illusion I left behind. The exit you're looking for doesn't exist at all. This place isn't a demon cave to begin with." It continued, "However, you very quickly found the weakness in my attack. Interesting. Even facing desperate pressure, you still calmly analyzed the situation, desperately searching for a glimmer of survival. You truly are someone who can bring hope." The final information echoed. This place is none other than the Rakshasa Purgatory. Zichen looked at his appearance in astonishment. That look, he had once seen it on Demon King Lan Yue. Ignoring it, Zichen immediately slashed with Activate Burrowing Lightning toward Luo Sha. He suddenly remembered it was in his past life, during the final battle against Demon King Lan Yue. He had switched through countless different powerful classes, from a fire-type class with terrifying offensive firepower that burned everything to ashes, to a wood-type class where vines became weapons to entangle and attack opponents, and then to a lightning-type class where lightning discharged all around like a thunderstorm. Zichen thought to himself, "I remember very clearly. One of those was this exact look. Luo Sha's current appearance." He casually looked at him as if looking at a defeated opponent. Zichen realized the horrifying truth. In other words, he was once consumed by Lan Yue's gluttony power, and now that gluttony power has merged into my own body. He made a bold conjecture: could this place be inside my own body? Luo Sha let out an "oh," his voice full of appreciation. "Not only is your combat ability exceptional, but your mind is also supremely brilliant." He smiled. "You deserve to take everything here." Zichen was shocked. Everything here. A key suddenly appeared in Luo Sha's hand. It radiated a hazy light shimmering with an ancient aura. He introduced it. "This is the Time Rift Key, SSS rank. It is the only key to open the Demon Tower's gate." Luo Sha continued. "Lan Yue swallowed countless ferocious demons. The strongest among them are sealed inside the tower behind us. Devour them, grow stronger endlessly, and turn all of them into your power." The key floated in front of him. Zichen reached out and accepted it. The system immediately notified, "Obtained, Time Rift Key." He asked in confusion, "Why are you doing these things? Why do you want to help me?" Luo Sha explained in a low, resentful voice, "Even among the demon race there is justice and evil. Those demon kings slaughtered my entire clan for their own selfish interests. And I have always been waiting for a chance for revenge. Fortunately, I finally met you." He paused briefly, then continued, "That guy was right. You are the only hope. Only you can succeed." Zichen hurriedly asked, "Who on earth is that guy?" Luo Sha gave a reminder before beginning to dissipate. "The answers are all inside this demon tower. Go find them yourself." He left behind his final words, "Take my power and go seek vengeance against them." Zichen hadn't even understood yet. Take your power. Luo Sha's entire figure gradually dissolved into mist. Before completely disappearing, he said, "From now on, you need to become stronger. Open the gate of the demon tower and devour everything inside that tower. The evil demons in there won't show you mercy like I did. They are the most cunning and cruel creatures in the world. But you must endure it all and you must conquer it all. You must stand at the peak of the world. And finally, bite and annihilate all those demon kings completely. Only then will you be worthy. Using his final strength, Luo Sha's body vanished completely. A pink stream of energy flew from the ashes toward Si Chen. He raised his hand to receive it. The system updated. Level up, level 13, level 14. Obtained 2 Luo Sha nether bones. Si Chen clenched his fists, whispering like a vow. I understand, I will carry that part of you with me. Afterward, he obtained a new card. Luo Sha Purgatory 100 bones return to ruin absorbs the physical strength of corpses and surrounding power, converting it into one's own at a corresponding ratio. 3-phase Heavy Calamity alters gravity, attacking opponents in 3 forms, light, heavy, and super heavy. Si Chen clenched his fists tightly, swearing, I'll make them pay in blood for blood. In the present, a new day began. The dawn light shone through the dormitory window. A familiar call rang in his ear. Hurry up, wake up everyone. Si Chen sat up abruptly. The upper bunk's blanket was neatly folded. Near the door, 2 roommates surnamed Xiang were wearing their uniforms and urging each other, seize the time, don't be late, today we have to wear school uniforms. He was dazed. I've returned to the dormitory. Si Chen hurriedly checked the wound on his shoulder. The wound had healed completely. Could everything that just happened have been just a dream? But when looking at the system panel, he had a clear answer. The system proved that everything had truly happened. Moreover, all the spoils of war obtained in the dream had actually materialized. I went through the trouble of reaching level 10 all night. What kind of tier does that correspond to? Xiang Zhu walked up in front of him, leaning down to ask mockingly. Someone was praising you last night and now you've gotten stronger, huh? You're even shaking my position as the best in the dorm. Ma Long stood quietly in one spot, not daring to speak up, only secretly urging. Let's go, the tier evaluation is about to start. Let's see what you're really made of. Xiang Zhu bought a piece of bread, took a bite, and said with contempt, our dorm seems to be all E rank, but don't forget that each tier is subdivided into stages. You guys are just low-stage E rank while I am a mid-stage E rank. The power gap between stages is manifold. Against kids like you I can take on 10, understand? Who knows, having not been evaluated for 2 years, maybe my tier has gone up. Ma Long whispered instructions. Si Chen, later on you have to bring out all your strength. Scare him to death with that D rank. Si Chen smiled and retorted, D rank. Right as they walked to the gathering field, Xiang Zhu gasped in surprise. Oh. On the large stage, the sign clearly displayed, National Awakened University Tier Evaluation Ceremony. He looked curiously at the crowded students in front of him. Everyone got here so early. Suddenly, Gong Cheng's lackeys walked over arrogantly, pushing people as they went. Get out of the way, don't touch me. Xiang Zhu recognized Gong Cheng's minions and hurriedly said, we'd better stay a bit further away. But behind him rang Si Chen's cold voice, making him jump and turning his face pale. What are you looking at? He stood behind Xiang Zhu with an icy expression. The 2 lackeys saw Si Chen like cats with their fur standing on end, simultaneously bowing 90 degrees. Big brother Si Chen, you're here. Xiang Zhu was curious. Why are they being so respectful to Si Chen? Could what Ma Long said be true? Ma Long finally got a chance to put on airs. What did I say earlier? Si Chen didn't bother arguing, walking away without saying a word. He stopped in his tracks when someone blocked his path. Jiang Dai, a student union officer, stood with hands on hips, his voice full of provocation. I heard someone had a conflict with Gong Cheng yesterday. Do you know that he is the biological younger brother of Lord Gong Ting, our respected student union president? The surrounding people whispered fearfully. That's Jiang Dai, a student officer. Xiang Zhu couldn't believe it. Isn't Jiang Dai a lackey? He's a D-rank big shot. Why is he also connected to Si Chen? But why does the atmosphere feel a bit off? Jiang Dai spoke up, his voice full of sarcasm. You know what? My hearing is extremely sharp and I can smell the scent of a true powerhouse. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, but on you, there's only the impoverished smell of someone who lives at the bottom of society all their life. His words hit Jiang Dai like a bucket of cold water, freezing him in place. Are you a dog? He snapped angrily. What did you say? Gong Ting stepped forward, his steady voice reminding Jiang Dai stop. He continued, acting fair and impartial. I've investigated the specific situation clearly. This matter was Gong Cheng's fault first. Doing wrong means paying the price which is deserved. Jiang Dai withdrew his murderous intent, bowing reluctantly. Yes, President. He silently appraised Si Chen opposite him. He maintained his cold composure, observing his opponent unflinchingly. From the stage, a teacher standing beside the large testing machine announced, "Attention students, the tier evaluation exam is about to begin. We will proceed in order of student IDs. Once your name is called, please step onto the stage in an orderly manner." Gong Ting turned to Jiang Dai. "Let's go, get ready for the tier evaluation." Jiang Dai immediately put on a flattering look and trotted along. "Yes, sir," he thought to himself. This guy Si Chen doesn't look threatening at all. On a nearby high-rise building, Ling Wu stood observing the testing area below. Beside her, someone asked curiously, "Why do you have the mood to watch the tier evaluation today? Did you find someone worthwhile?" The other person smiled. "I predict today's evaluation might be very interesting." An hour later, it was finally their group's turn. The announcement rang out, "Next tier evaluation candidate, Xiang Zuo." Below, cheers echoed. "Hang in there, little brother Xiang Zuo." He stepped up and reached into the testing machine. "Let me see my own true combat power." The testing machine operated, taking a moment. The tier evaluation was conducted separately inside a specially designed demon lair. Inside was the demon heart, an energy core capable of absorbing energy. Awakened individuals needed to release all their energy in front of the demon heart. The energy sensed by the demon heart was transmitted outside via cables, finally displaying as data on the big screen. The final result appeared, tier mid-stage E. The teacher asked in surprise, "Recording complete. Haven't the other data points been published yet?" Ma Long was excited. "Here it comes, next is the most important part." Si Chen thought to himself, selling the current tier, it also measures another piece of data, potential. This is the highest tier this class can reach in the future. People with high potential were very likely to receive special attention from the state. The final notification popped up, evaluation complete. Current tier mid-stage E, highest potential C. Xiang Zhu walked away dejectedly. "Looks like my tier hasn't improved at all over the past 2 years. I really thought I'd break into D rank." The teacher called out next. "Next tier evaluation candidate, Ma Long." Ma Long stepped up to comfort his friend. "Relax, little brother Xiang Zhu, we're even worse off," he said happily. "You're not the only one who didn't reach D rank. Aren't we all the same?" Next was Xiang Yu, barrier tier evaluation low stage E potential C. Then Xiang Zhu, barrier tier evaluation mid stage E potential C. Ma Long was confident. "There aren't many D ranks in this school. Who knows, maybe there won't be a single one this year." Suddenly an announcement rang out that shocked all three, evaluation complete. Current tier low stage D, highest potential B. Someone ran out cheering. The entire assembly hall became a buzz. The first D rank of this year has appeared. A moment later, Jiang Dai walked out from the testing area. The announcement continued, evaluation complete. Current tier low stage D, highest potential A. Ma Long covered his face, unable to bear looking. "That's already the 8th D rank person." Two teachers discussed. "So many D rank talents have actually appeared this year. Although they're all low stage, it's great for students lacking practical combat experience." Indeed, usually a graduating class has at most 2 or 3 students reaching D rank. Following this trend, this year's graduation practical exam promises to be very interesting. The announcement blared, "Next tier evaluation candidate, Gong Ting." Gong Ting calmly stepped toward the testing machine. Everyone was expectant. "It's finally his turn." Student Union President plus the young master of the Imperial Guild, a chosen son with numerous titles. Among them, Si Chen was quietly waiting. Whispers arose nearby. "I heard he only reached D rank in the evaluation 2 years ago. The highest tier measured so far in this batch is low stage D, and the highest tier in our school's history is mid-stage E. I wonder how far he can go." The eye inside the testing room blinked open upon seeing the person step inside. Gong Ting's hand slowly reached out to touch the demon heart. He thought to himself, "Only by unleashing all my strength in the graduation practical combat exam will I create the biggest impact. Right now I need to hold back a few points of strength. Even so, I will still be the top scorer in school history." The tier and potential notice boards gradually lit up in brilliant white and gold colors. The teacher was curious, "This color?" The final result appeared. Everyone screamed in horror, "Upper stage D, top tier potential S." Jiang Dai shouted, "Holder of the #1 record in school history. No wonder he's the president. Our school actually produced someone with S rank potential. I'm so jealous. we've witnessed history. The teachers discussed, the result is accurate, upper stage D S-rank potential. Should we report directly to superiors? Of course. A teacher explained, an awakened person with S-rank potential is a rare treasure worldwide. They need special attention and protection from the state, let alone that he is the young master of the Imperial Guild. This news will definitely make the front page of national news. On the upper floor, the person next to Ling Wu praised, today's evaluation truly has talents emerging. You already knew Gong Ting was a potential S-rank candidate, right? No wonder you came to watch the show today. Ling Wu denied it gently. No, I didn't come because of him. She smiled faintly, her gaze directed downward. I'm placing my bets on someone else. Compared to Gong Ting, I have higher expectations for his performance. The announcement rang out clearly. Next tier evaluation candidate Si Chen. The person Ling Wu had been waiting for finally had their turn. Jiang Dai brushed past him, not forgetting to threaten, "Kid, you better try your best to bring honor to our dormitory." He sneered, "When you get your results later, don't let it be low stage E. By then, your dorm will be full of 4 E-rank students from low to middle. Being top in the school is truly laughable." Jiang Dai mocked their whole room. "You weaklings will only make fools of yourselves when you take the graduation practical combat exam." Ma Long was extremely confident and shouted, "You just wait, Si Chen will definitely open your eyes." On the stage, he had stepped into the testing gate. Outside, Xiang Zuo asked anxiously, "Si Chen, can he really pull it off?" He calmly stepped toward the eye suspended on interlaced cables. It blinked open, watching the next person step in. Si Chen's eyes flashed a fierce red. His hand reached forward. More than anyone, he understood clearly, in this era the best path for an awakened person to develop was joining a high-level guild. For most people, the only opportunity to showcase strength before high-level guilds was the graduation practical combat exam. This exam allowed a maximum of 10 members per group, and candidates could freely choose their members. The winning team overall would have all its members selected and directly recruited by the nation's top imperial guild. Therefore, the exam not only helped determine tiers but also had a crucially important effect, deciding everyone's future. Outside, Jiang Dai enthusiastically introduced, "Boss, this person is Yan Lin, a lower D rank." He rambled on, "Now our 10-person team is fully assembled. All 9 lower D rankers are in our group. By then, with Gong Cheng, your younger brother, joining as well, our team will definitely take first place in the practical exam. And the final MVP will definitely be you, President." Si Chen understood that principle. This was the selection of teammates for the graduation practical exam. Under these circumstances, the strongest team would undoubtedly be formed, along with the weakest one. The strong bonded together while the weak were marginalized and eliminated. This was the immutable law of survival. Ma Long had waited so long his eyes were straining. How long has Si Chen been in there? Looking at the screen for his side, there's still nothing. Why isn't there even the slightest movement? Someone sneered that Si Chen's strength is probably too weak to determine his tier. The test is basically over. Let's go back to the dorm. Jiang Dai chimed in, "The rest of those people are definitely all trash. You don't need to wait around, boss. Our team is already full anyway. Let's go find a karaoke bar." Gong Ting reminded everyone to gather the team members. Suddenly, the display screen in front gradually lit up. Si Chen's tier appeared, upper D rank. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Ma Long shouted excitedly, "Upper D rank, look at that, didn't I say so before, was I wrong?" Jiang Dai was deeply shocked, upper D rank. A prompt notification echoed, tier evaluation complete. Result, upper D rank. The program detects that the demonic core is in an unstable state and the test results may be skewed. Candidates are required to retest. Si Chen calculated, "Just now I used my normal body without switching professions. It seems a level 10's basic strength is equivalent to an upper D rank." The system display updated, changing profession change complete. He was currently flipping through the Bone Ghoul King's card. Si Chen was eager. "Next, let's test using my lowest current profession." Outside, the display showing his tier was shifting. It lit up middle C rank. This shocked everyone even more. "What's going on?" Si Chen's tier went up again. Jiang Dai felt like he must have opened his eyes the wrong way today. C rank? That's utterly absurd. There has to be something wrong with the system. Even the teacher couldn't make sense of it. "I've never seen anything like this before. Where did the system glitch?" The notification reminded once more. The program detects that the demonic core is in an unstable state and the test results may be skewed. Candidates are required to retest. Si Chen continued testing with confidence. At this rate, both of my remaining professions should easily surpass C rank. The system continuously updated, changing profession change complete. Finally, he flipped the card of the Rakshasa Purgatory. Next, let's test my maximum strength. The card displaying the Rakshasa's information lit up. The testing eye suddenly bulged as if severely overloaded. It instantly transformed into a swirling vortex of mist. A violent tempest accompanied by churning lightning materialized across the sky. The group of students looked up at the apocalyptic pitch-black sky in panic. What kind of situation is this? Hangyu put his hands together in prayer. A miraculous heavenly phenomenon. Today will definitely go down in our dorm's history as an earth-shattering legendary figure appears. His tier and potential board continued to shift. The final notification, potential S-rank. The teacher's jaw dropped, another S-rank potential. Gong Ting also stared with intense, unblinking focus. Due to the overload, the system issued a warning. The letter S on the screen slowly faded, accompanied by a mechanical announcement. Warning, system error. 3 consecutive S's flashed across the screen. Potential points cannot be calculated. Exceeds the system's maximum load capacity. The teacher's complexion turned as purple as a pig's liver. The screen shattered and burst into pieces. He hurriedly rushed inside. This is bad. The demonic core is overloaded. Everyone get in and check. The students had no idea what was happening. 2 teachers rushed in one after another. The teacher asked, "Student, are you all right?" Walking over to Si Chen, the teacher stood frozen as he looked at the sight below. The eye had withered and turned completely gray. The teacher was shocked. The demonic core, is it dead? He sat down to inspect. Could it be because it was used for too long today? Si Chen looked at the displaying screen, thinking to himself, I accidentally used too much force and killed the demonic core, but still, it gave me a pleasant surprise. A newly updated notification popped up, devouring successful, exquisite demonic core A rank, capable of detecting the strength tiers of threats within a 100-meter radius. If a threat is detected within range, a danger warning will be issued. Si Chen himself was surprised. Gluttony power can actually devour the power of a demonic core. He calmly stepped out of the testing gate. Si Chen's eyes flashed with a green light. The exquisite demonic core was activating. He swept his gaze across the people in the courtyard. Their tears appeared above their heads. Si Chen rejoiced silently. Now I can see everyone's tears. This thing is quite handy. He saw that Gong Ting was at middle C rank, so Gong Ting had also concealed his true strength. Middle C rank, nothing special. At this moment the teacher stepped out and cleared his throat. What a pity. The demonic core seemed to have suffered excessive depletion and suddenly died. Today's test can only be temporarily paused here. Si Chen's test data from just now might be flawed. We will report this to higher-ups. As for the remaining students who haven't been tested, you may return tomorrow. We will prepare a new device. The crowd rushed over to Si Chen, flattering him. I don't care, the data is definitely accurate. Our Si Chen is definitely a genius, a great figure. What do you want to eat today, or should we just head back to the dorm? Jiang Dai pulled himself together, stepped forward derisively. I knew it. How could a loser like you reach C rank? And S-rank potential on top of that? The testing equipment definitely had a glitch. He accused, now that you've broken the demonic core, you just want to leave? Isn't that completely irresponsible? You've ruined it so the rest of the student council members can only test tomorrow. Can you even compensate for all that wasted time? Faint electricity flickered across Si Chen's palm. Murderous intent arose within him. This guy never knows when to quit. Should I cripple him? Gong Ting behind him darkened his expression and warned, Jiang Dai, step back. Don't treat our teammate so unreasonably. Hearing this, Jiang Dai froze as if hit by a paralysis spell, instantly shutting his mouth. Gong Ting smiled and extended an inviting hand. Si Chen, join my team. Let's participate in the graduation practical exam together. The highest score in history will definitely be ours. Si Chen looked coldly at the hand stretched out toward him. The onlookers in the distance were shocked. Gong Ting, he's personally inviting Si Chen to join his team. Jiang Dai thought in absolute panic. If this guy really joins, the team will have to kick someone out. How am I supposed to explain this to the guys? Joining Gong Ting's team means guaranteed first place in the graduation exam. Countless brothers couldn't squeeze in even with bribes and connections. What does he have? Before he could figure out a countermeasure, Gong Ting had already spoken himself, his tone calm yet full of confidence. Join my team. We will participate in the graduation practical exam together. The highest score in history will definitely belong to us. Jiang Dai's hands trembled as he prepared to place them on Si Chen's shoulder to show goodwill. He squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than crying. If that's the case, then welcome to the team. Smack! Si Chen violently swatted that hand away, his voice ice cold. Not interested. Jiang Dai was stunned, never expecting such a harsh rejection. Gong Ting slightly frowned at this unexpected action. Jiang Dai instantly flew into a rage, pointing and roaring, Does this brat know what he's talking about? Our team's combat power is #1 in the entire school. Si Chen interrupted, his tone completely unwavering. None of my business. You're too noisy, don't bother me ever again. He turned around and said coldly to Ma Long and Hang Yu, let's go back. Jiang Dai behind him flushed red with anger, grinding his teeth fiercely. The surrounding people whispered among themselves. Si Chen actually dared to reject Gong Ting. Does he have the guts? That's the student council president. Or does he want to take first place all by himself? Well, his test result was middle C rank anyway, so there's definitely going to be a good show to watch from now on. Ma Long and Hang Yu whispered to each other. Did you see the expressions on those two? They seriously looked like they wanted to kill someone. They were acting so arrogant in front of us just earlier. Si Chen is too brave. Gong Ting smiled faintly, speaking in a calm tone. It's fine. It seems our brother Si Chen has his own ideas. From the high-rise building, Yuan Long sighed with regret. What a pity. Those two couldn't form a team. I was hoping we could set a new record this year. Ling Wu replied indifferently. Things are getting much more interesting now. Gong Ting was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Rejecting him like this is a direct declaration of war. Our president, he's not someone easy to deal with. Down in the courtyard, Jiang Dai was still angrily cursing. The test must have had a glitch for him to stand out. Does he really think he's a C rank? Gong Ting stared coldly at Si Chen's retreating back, lowering his voice. What if the test wasn't flawed? Even if there's only a 1 in 100 million chance, I absolutely cannot let anyone else take my #1 spot. He grabbed Jiang Dai by the collar, his voice dropping low. No matter what, he's just a student with no practical combat experience. We are the elites who have secretly followed me through countless actual combats in the demon caves. Jiang Dai nodded frantically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. How about I go teach him a lesson for you? Gong Ting frowned. In your eyes, am I that petty? Jiang Dai panicked and denied, no, I didn't mean that. Gong Ting let go of his collar and turned to leave. I'm not in the mood for karaoke today. You and the members can sort it out yourselves. Then he deliberately added, whatever you do has nothing to do with me. Jiang Dai grinned, instantly catching the hidden meaning. I understand, it won't have anything to do with you at all. A moment later, Jiang Dai received a message from his subordinate. Brother Jiang, Si Chen isn't on campus. The subordinate subserviently replied, yes, I just overheard. He said he wanted to head home for a bit and left the school before even eating. Jiang Dai rejoiced, heaven is truly helping me. Being outside the school makes it much more convenient for me to deal with him heavily. Si Chen was leisurely walking home. At this moment, memories of his past life flooded back. A top-tier guild encountered a surprise attack while raiding a demon cave within the territory of the Holy River country. Inside the demon cave, they bumped into an extremely powerful fiend that had never appeared before. Wrath, the entire guild was completely wiped out. Wrath walked out of the demon cave and descended upon the mortal realm. That was all the information he knew from his past life. In this lifetime, to quickly and accurately pinpoint the demon cave where Wrath resided, he had devised a plan. And to execute the plan, Si Chen stopped in front of the Mithril Magical Beast Trading Center. He knew very well that he needed a large sum of money. Mithril was destined to become the largest magical beast trading center in the country in the future. Weapons and equipment were the decisive factors determining an awakened person's strength. The trading center was the essential transit point for buying and selling equipment, and also the fastest way for him to make money right now. Si Chen placed a few bone ghoul fangs onto the counter. The staff member picked them up to inspect, asking in surprise, student, where did you get these things? Si Chen replied briefly, dropped by a magical beast. He was curious, how come I've never seen them before? The female staff member whispered, if I remember correctly, these are material drops from E-rank Cloud Warrior Bone Ghouls. Bone Ghoul Fangs? According to records, Bone Ghoul Fangs can be crafted into E-rank Cloud Staff or ground into powder. he interrupted. All right, stop giving a lecture. What can you even make out of E-rank materials? Our trading center caters to VIP clients. The participants are high-status awakened individuals with high social standing. Everything I sell belongs to high-end categories, D-rank and above. It's completely normal that I wouldn't recognize these trivial E-rank items. He thought to himself, high-end clients have been too scarce lately. At this rate, when will I ever get promoted to manager? What bad luck, always running into annoying people who bring no benefits. Might as well push them all onto the rookie. He left his post and called out, "Hey you Zio Lee, handle the rest of the procedure for him. Do a good job, I think highly of you." The female staff member handed the money to Si Chen. "Here is your money, please accept it. Is there anything else you need assistance with?" Si Chen looked at the money. 10,000 for now, it was enough to cover the rent. He pulled a gigantic greatsword out of his spatial storage space and placed it on the counter. "Then next, help me appraise this weapon." The female staff member exclaimed in astonishment, "A greatsword? So cool." She glanced at it and marveled, "Although I've never seen it before, I feel like it must be at least B rank. No, wait, it might even reach A rank." The male staff member who had just returned walked over, took a glance and sneered, "A rank? What are you daydreaming about? A rank weapons on the market all cost millions. Have you been working here for so many years and never even touched one?" Someone interrupted from afar, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. "You're right, this is naturally not some B-rank or A-rank equipment." The male staff member immediately fawned. The boss's eyes are as sharp as ever. The person who spoke looked at the greatsword and said softly, "This thing clearly comes from hell. S-rank equipment." The two staff members were dumbfounded. S-rank. The boss Qingjai hurriedly grabbed Si Chen's hand, his attitude enthusiastically surpassing all norms. "Welcome, valued customer. What an honor for your arrival. Please follow me to the VIP room." He led him along while speaking. "Just tell me if you have any requests." Si Chen rejoiced inwardly. It finally appeared. Qingjai. This man was Qingjai, the owner of the Mithril Guild. Shortly after, once both of them were seated at the tea table, Qingjai asked, "May I ask, valued customer, do you have any plans for this equipment?" Replying, Si Chen uttered only a single phrase, 1 million. This answer couldn't help but surprise Qingjai. Only 1 million. You must know that the market price of A-rank equipment has already reached millions, and this kind of S-rank weapon is worth at least tens of millions. This is a priceless item on the market, fought over by tens of thousands of people. On his end, despite hearing the advice, the protagonist remained firm in his decision. "I want to use this S-rank equipment as collateral to take out a loan of 1 million. I will redeem it a month from now." The more he listened, the more astonished Qingjai became. He muttered to himself, "Using an S-rank item as collateral, is this an idea a college student could possibly come up with? It seems he doesn't want to sell this equipment but wants to use it himself in the future. Someone with a mental maturity far beyond his age yet capable of digging up a supreme treasure like this. Is this a wealthy heir running away from home, or an ultra-genius concealing his strength? In short, this person is definitely not simple." Unaware of the thoughts running through the man's head, the protagonist continued laying down his conditions. "Just 1 month. When the time comes, I will immediately repay the money. Furthermore, a month later I will pay an additional 10% interest. How about that?" At this point, Qingjai didn't rush to agree. Instead, he ordered the young woman standing nearby, "Zio Li, step outside first." After she walked out, Qingjai changed his expression and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the institution you study at is most likely the National Awakened Academy. Furthermore, studying at the National Awakened Academy means there's an annual graduation practical exam. This year's exam will take place a month from now. Moreover, the first place prize happens to be exactly 1 million, matching the amount you're borrowing to the exact digit. I dare guess you're already certain of taking first place in the exam." Si Chen remained silent, quietly observing the other person. On his side, Qingjai also stood up and continued voicing his deduction. "Clearly, you could get the prize money after a month, but you're in such a rush to collateralize a valuable item to borrow money right now. This means you genuinely need this money immediately. Furthermore, you must have been driven to a dead end to resort to such a desperate measure, right? If that's the case, I can immediately lend you 1.5 million in cash, and for 1 month the interest rate will be 0. Consider it my way of making a friend with you." He spoke refreshingly. The man's generosity left Si Chen's face momentarily blank, unsure of what to say in response. Qingjai winked playfully and assured, Don't worry, I will strictly keep everything today confidential. However, if you have any new trading needs in the future, please consider using our trading center first. I'll offer you the best possible discount. What do you think? Turning his thoughts to Si Chen, he couldn't help but admire Qing Zhai's eye for talent. He thought, from just a shred of news he deduced my background and needs, how smart. After realizing my predicament, instead of trying to exploit my misery, he offered even better conditions to secure long-term cooperation. No wonder he turns the Mithril Trading Center into a global exchange in the future. If he wanted to destroy Wrath, he couldn't rely solely on his own strength. So first he needed to find reliable figures to cooperate with. With a cheerful expression, he shook hands with him. Shortly after, once a contract had been signed, 1.5 million was immediately credited to Si Chen's account. Meanwhile, Qing Zhai smiled and said, "The contract is finalized and the funds have been transferred to your bank account." Speaking of which, as if recalling something, the man also reminded, "Moreover, since you've mortgaged such a fine weapon, what will you use during the graduation exam? Do you need me to lend you some equipment? We might not have S-rank gear on hand right now, but we have plenty of high-end B-rank or even A-rank equipment." In response, Si Chen gently declined, "No need. I happen to have another weapon just like the previous one right here." With that, he pulled out an identical blade. The fact that Si Chen possessed two S-rank weapons simultaneously made the three people standing nearby break out in cold sweats. "Holy crap, what is this?" someone cried out. Fortunately, Qing Zhai quickly regained his composure and saw the protagonist off. A true hero is truly born a youth. Then he turned to look at his two cheering subordinates. Good thing little Li kept this distinguished guest promote him immediately to head the front shop. Ahead, Si Chen was walking when he suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, "Oh, that's right. I want to buy some things." It was unknown what items he had bought. As time passed, after leaving the trading floor, Si Chen had arrived at the long-distance train station in Changshan County. Looking at the scene before him, he fell into quiet thought. Back in his past life, financial issues had plagued him for a very long time. At that time, he had just graduated and hadn't awakened yet, so no one was willing to take him in. He had to take on all sorts of odd jobs just to earn enough money to cover rent and living expenses. For him, it was all about living as frugally as possible. Even when he received the admission notice from the International Central Academy of Arts, he quietly tore it into pieces out of fear of becoming a burden to his family. Consequently, his younger sister even gave up her dream of attending high school and faced reality instead. Si Chen looked left and right as if searching for something. It wasn't early anymore. Shouldn't Xiao Yun have been waiting here for a while already? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind him. "Big brother. I've said it so many times, if you want to pick someone up, you have to go to the exit, not the entrance. Are you spacing out again because you're too busy?" Si Yun complained while dragging along her suitcase. That familiar figure made Si Chen's gaze freeze. But Si Yun didn't seem to notice this oddity and continued nagging. "Big brother, why aren't you helping me carry my luggage?" "Hey big brother, why are you so dazed?" she called out once more, when she saw Si Chen didn't react. Suddenly, the male protagonist pulled his younger sister tightly into his embrace, leaving the young girl somewhat flustered. For reasons unknown, only Si Chen knew the truth. 7 years, I've finally gotten to see her again. "Xiao Yun," he murmured to himself. These affectionate actions of his instead angered his younger sister, who poked her two fingertips straight into his ribs. "Hey big brother, are you trying to squeeze your sister to death? Why have you been acting so weird these past 2 days? Could it be that some girl rejected your confession?" She spoke while casually tossing her bag of belongings to Si Chen. In return, Si Chen replied in a flustered manner, No, I didn't." "Then why aren't you hurrying up and moving? Let's go home, let's go home." Si Yun shouted loudly. Just like that, the two siblings happily headed back together. Behind them, Si Chen watched his younger sister's figure with deeply affectionate eyes. He swore to himself, "In this life, Big Brother will absolutely not let you suffer any more grievances." In another development, that guy Jiangdai was also secretly plotting against the siblings Si Chen and Si Yun. He instructed his lackeys, "This is the path that brat Si Chen always takes on his way home. We'll set an ambush and wait for him to show up, then attack him immediately. I'm going to make him taste what it's like to face the consequences of provoking me." Nearby, a lackey saw this and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "President Jiangdai, a lot of student union brothers have arrived. If we strike too hard, won't that give him something to complain about?" However, Jiangdai practically roared, HMPH, I originally only intended to discipline him a bit, but that brat's attitude is just too infuriating. Do those bottom-tier E-rankers think they're C-rank, daring to touch my things? As for him, I'm going to make sure he can't participate in the graduation exam 2 weeks from now. I am one of the most peerless top-tier wind-type assassins in the entire school. I'll take care of that show-off brat. As he spoke, he pulled out a mysterious dagger and headed back toward the location of the siblings Si Chen and Lan Yue. While walking, the young girl Si Yun still couldn't help worrying about her older brother. Big brother, you've been acting so strange these past 2 days. Is it because of the pressure from the upcoming graduation exam? Anyway, a couch potato like you shouldn't be bogged down by emotions. Big brother, no matter what, you have to cheer up. Didn't you once tell me, life is long, opportunities will come soon? How did that song go again? Believe in yourself that you are. She happily sang along, and her carefree demeanor brought a wave of joy to Si Chen's heart. He couldn't help thinking, Xiao Yun's intuition is so sharp. She sensed the difference the moment we met. At this moment, the child still doesn't know that I've awakened, so she still thinks we're living as frugally as before. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, I'm really fine, Xiao Yun. Contrary to his thoughts, his younger sister Si Yun was filled with suspicion. Is he still putting up a tough front for a man's dignity? Men start building walls around themselves when they reach a certain age. Yep, what the books say is really true. Looks like Big Brother has reached that age. Right at this moment, behind their backs, Jiang Dai's group had quietly followed them. After identifying the target, one lackey said, President, there's also a younger sister next to that brat. Hearing that, joy flashed in Jiang Dai's eyes. Isn't that just perfect? This alley has no cameras. Brothers, we're in luck today. He spoke happily, unaware that at that exact moment, Si Chen had already sensed the presence of the entire group. This aura. Those people were from the student union, yet they dared to track him down all the way here. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled out a pair of earphones, shoved them into his younger sister's ears, and instructed, Xiao Yun, there's a song I've really liked listening to lately. I keep listening to it on repeat, have a listen. Seeing this, Si Yun didn't suspect a thing. Oh, since when did you like listening to music? She thought to herself, good thing music can convey a person's emotions. Then let me understand you a bit, big brother. Turning back to Si Chen, while Si Yun was enjoying the music, he also prepared to deal with Jiang Dai's group. In his vision, the power rankings of Jiang Dai's crew instantly popped up right above their heads. While Si Yun was still listening to music, the armed mob swarmed forward to attack simultaneously. The male protagonist's blood started boiling as well. He reminded himself, in his past life in the year 2160, he lost his last remaining family member. Until the year 2167, when he was reborn and returned, finally getting to see his sister again. This is after 7 years of being reunited with family. Yet you bastards dare to come here and cause trouble. Instantly, he lunged straight at the leader, sending his body flying backward like a torn sack of grain. That wasn't all. Instantly, Si Chen focused his power into his fist, targeting some long-haired guy who was thrown into absolute panic. Before this guy could even react, the male protagonist's figure moved at lightning speed, instantly taking him down along with 2 others behind him. He delivered a knee strike straight into the guy in red, sending him flying backward. Another guy in black saw this and hurriedly rushed forward with clenched fists. However, his punch was easily caught by Si Chen. Next, he quickly executed an elbow strike that shattered the black-clad guy's arm bones to pieces. The pain left him shedding tears uncontrollably. My arm, he stammered out. Before he could finish his words, he took a direct punch to the face. His body flew backward like a cannonball. By this point, even Jiang Dai couldn't maintain his composure anymore. Panic surged in his heart. Oh crap, what the hell is up with this brat? Why is he so strong? Number 54 asked as he saw Si Chen rushing rapidly toward him. Si Chen continued utilizing his advantages in strength and speed, rapidly throwing punches to take down all the lackeys. Finally, radiating intense momentum, he arrived right in front of him. Ahead, the student union president was utterly terrified, shouting out to psych himself up, I am a top-tier wind-type assassin. You think I can't beat you? Along with his words, the guy stabbed the dagger in his hand forward hard. However, Si Chen's punch was much faster. With a single punch, he crooked Jiang Dai's face and sent him flying backward like a dead dog. Not stopping there, Si Chen used his speed to close in on him while the guy was still airborne, unleashing a mountain-crushing punch straight to his chin, mixing his teeth and lips together. Once again, his battered body rolled like a spinning top far away, until it crashed into something and finally came to a stop. By this point, Jiang Dai's vision had also grown blurry. The male protagonist walked up in front of him, speaking in a dangerous tone. "I clearly told you not to piss me off. Can't you understand human speech?" Over here, Jiang Dai was so scared he felt like pissing his pants. Regret overwhelmed him. "My bones are all broken and my legs have lost sensation." The evaluation result was real. Si Chen, he is definitely not D rank, thinking that he spoke weakly. Sorry. Without letting him say another word, the male protagonist instantly dragged him close, pressed a knife against his face and warned, "Shut your mouth, daring to utter another word and I'll wipe you out right now." Si Chen's decisive action terrified Jiang Dai even more. His gaze didn't lie, he genuinely dared to kill him. He's clearly just a student, why does he have such heavy killing intent? What on earth is his background? Jiang Dai thought in panic. Before Si Chen glared at him to issue one final warning. "Next, every word I say you must remember very carefully. Whatever you guys want to do or whatever stinking business you have, fine, but don't bother me anymore. If you guys dare to threaten my younger sister's safety again, no, even if you just appear within my younger sister's field of vision, it's 1 for 1. I won't hesitate to make them vanish permanently, understand?" Faced with his threat, Jiang Dai could only cry and nod in agreement. Seeing this, the male protagonist felt satisfied, casually tossed the knife aside and turned to walk away. Meanwhile, his younger sister Si Yun remained completely unaware of what had just happened, simply enjoying the music. Unconsciously, tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. "It feels so lonely. Why does listening to this song make me want to cry?" Just after a few days, he's acting as if he's been through so much. Is he really that lonely? Aren't I still always here with him? Thinking of this, Si Yun pulled out her earphones and turned around to shout, "Big brother, this prank is way too mean." Behind her, the male protagonist was already standing right there with a smile, pulling out a small pencil case and saying, "Xiao Yun, I bought you this gift." Staring at the shimmering golden magical pen, Si Yun's eyes widened in shock. "This is a magic holographic pen? This is the latest model released by Dorag Corporation. This thing costs tens of thousands. Where did you get it? Should we return it? Think about how expensive this is. I don't even like it that much." She spoke in a flustered tone but couldn't hide the adoration on her face either. As for Si Chen, he silently promised himself, "In my past life I couldn't protect you well, and I also failed to protect your dreams. In this life I will protect everything of yours." Behind the two of them, the punks who had just gotten beaten up were trying their best to cover their mouths to avoid making any painful cries, terrified of attracting Si Chen's attention. Time flew by quickly. Cutting scene to Si Chen's home, where his younger sister Si Yun was taking the opportunity to test out her new pen. A purple fish was drawn by her in midair. "This is so useful, it can create 3D images right out of thin air." Nearby, Si Chen ate noodles while happily replying, "As long as Xiao Yun likes it." Turns out Xiao Yun's egg noodles are still the best. Returning to Si Yun, although she was somewhat thrilled, she also felt a bit regretful. "But we still have to pay the rent. You spending money like this." Before letting his younger sister say any more, Si Chen interrupted, "I've already paid this year's rent in full." This news left Si Yun stunned. The male protagonist himself knew he had slipped up, so he hurriedly explained, "Ah well, my best friend and I started a small business so we earned a little bit." His lie naturally couldn't easily convince Si Yun. Big brother basically doesn't know how to lie. So suspicious. Wonderful, now he even has secrets from me. But still, this joyful expression hadn't been seen on Big Brother's face in a long time. Thinking of this, she gently placed her hand on Si Chen's shoulder and asked softly, "Could it be?" "Big brother, no matter what happens, don't force yourself." Si Chen turned around and silently nodded in agreement. In another development, inside a room, Gong Ting's voice rang out, "Your injuries this time are very severe. 6/10 of the bones in your body are shattered. Even the best healers can't make him fully recover within a month." Who would have thought he actually went looking for Si Chen and ended up in this state? Nearby, Ling Wu was happily sipping tea and replied, "Looks like he's going to miss the graduation exam." Hearing her say that, Gong Ting didn't seem to care much. "Doesn't matter. My team is just losing a useless deadweight whose skills are inferior to others. At that same moment, a man also stepped into the room. His name was Gong Xuan, the director of the Career Development Office at National Awakened University. He spoke up. It's that brat C. Chen again. I've verified the internal tier evaluation results. He is indeed C rank. He is the only person in the entire school with a higher tier than you. Hearing that, even Gong Ting couldn't help showing a hint of surprise as he glanced over. Seeing this, Gong Xuan continued explaining. This time your dad invited the league's vice president to watch your graduation performance live, so we can't let anyone steal your spotlight. If there's truly no other choice, then I can only have my niece take the empty spot in the Gong Palace team. Responding to those words, Gong Ting uttered something that left Gong Xuan surprised. You're overthinking it. Do they seriously think I used my full strength during the evaluation? Relax, wait until the practical combat evaluation day. I'll show everyone who the truly strongest person is. Cutting scene to see Chen's location. While taking a bath, he reviewed his schedule. 100 km weighted training completed today, immediate financial issues solved, everything is going smoothly. After graduation, the official plan can begin. The next mission is to smoothly win the 1 million champion prize from the graduation exam and pay off Qing Zhai's debt. The contract with Qing Zhai must be honored. In short, I still have many things I'll need his help with later. There's still 1 month left until the exam. I need to gain a few more levels. With that, Si Chen closed his eyes once again. The system screen popped up with a notification, system starting up, violent system booting. The familiar red scenery appeared before Si Chen. He slowly walked toward the tall tower, thinking continuously. The previous evaluation results showed that my weakest class, the Crying Locust King, could reach C rank. As for the Nether Usura Slaughter class, its tier didn't display successfully. Even though Nether Usura Slaughter is S rank, I couldn't unleash its full power beforehand, so how much power I can release remains unknown. Therefore, the corresponding tiers for the other two classes are currently unclear. Thinking of this, he pulled out a key. It was the Time Rift Key SSS rank, the key to open the Demon Tower's gate. The moment this key appeared, the gate before him slowly opened. I have to test it out today. I wonder what kind of sight is inside the Demon Tower. With that, he quickly stepped inside. Then, upon appearing on the other side, the sight before him made Si Chen seem somewhat surprised as he muttered, "This place is." After stepping out from inside the gate, Si Chen appeared in a place called the Fallen Star Barren Plain. The moment he set foot on this land, his whole body suddenly weighed down as if something heavy was pressing upon him. He coughed continuously and said, "The gravity here is way too terrifying. The entrance just disappeared. I probably have to kill this floor's boss for it to reopen. In this kind of environment, I can only unleash at most 30% of my strength. I've got to figure out a way to adapt to this place quickly." That was what Si Chen calculated. However, right in front of him, the figure of a purple lion appeared. It was a mirage lion. Seeing his opponent appear, Si Chen immediately switched his profession to an electric assassin. He gripped a bolt of lightning in his hand, stared straight at his opponent and muttered, "Are you the enemy this guy has to face?" On the opposite side, the mirage lion didn't say much and immediately lunged forward to attack. Fortunately, Si Chen reacted nimbly, ducking and sliding forward to easily dodge the attack. Right after that, he used the skill-frenzied blade, turning around to counterattack at lightning speed. Si Chen constantly reminded himself inwardly, "This body is too heavy, I have to end this quickly." With his overwhelming speed, Si Chen thrust the lightning bolt straight into the mirage lion's neck. However, because he failed to hit a weak point, the paralysis effect failed. Si Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Did I miss the weak point? The high gravity has a massive impact on my speed and accuracy. The assassin profession has almost lost its advantage. Yet this monster is so casual and relaxed. Is this the level of monsters inside the purgatory of the Demon Tower? Thinking of this, Si Chen put his hand forward to block its bite. While quickly switching his profession to Rakshasa Purgatory, wisps of purple flames began to rise from Si Chen's body. Then I'll switch to Rakshasa Purgatory. The core advantages of each profession are different. Unarmed close combat must rely on the warrior with its extremely high strength and stamina bonuses, maximizing the gravity stack so that the falling impact and liftoff force reach their peak. Boosted by this profession, Si Chen immediately struggled free. He slammed the mirage lion's body hard against the ground, causing the earth to fracture into pieces. Without stopping there, he channeled force into his fist. Within this floor's already high-gravity environment, the power of a single punch was boosted by 60 times. Down below, the Mirage Lion seemed to feel fear as well. Right after, Si Chen's heaven-shaking fist came crashing straight down. He shouted loudly, "You can't stop me, this is the Star Battle Skill Tri-Phase Heavy Calamity Overweight Mode." With the power of that punch, the ground was shredded beyond recognition. Time quickly passed. By the time the dust settled, a deep crater lay on the ground, and the Mirage Lion's head had been smashed to pieces. The system announced, "You have obtained Mirage Lion Bones. You received 12,000 experience points. Level increased from 10 to 11. Over here, the protagonist was still lying down, panting heavily from exhaustion. He thought continuously to himself, every star on the card represents a stat multiplier. The more stars, the higher the intensity after a profession change. The Rakshasa Purgatory has more stars, so the overall stat boost is also higher. The combat power after changing should slightly edge out the Electric Assassin. But just now, dealing with a single B-rank monster forced me to use my full strength. It seems my current two professions still haven't broken past B-rank." Reaching this point, Si Chen suddenly felt a chill as he realized something. Come to think of it, why didn't the system prompt that devouring was available after defeating the monster this time? Furthermore, the door to the next floor didn't appear either. Could it be? A dangerous thought began to form in his mind. Sure enough, just as expected, a spatial rift suddenly opened behind the protagonist. From inside, countless glowing pairs of eyes could be clearly seen staring at Si Chen. Si Chen hurriedly turned around, feeling a slight panic. Could it be that the boss still hasn't appeared? The thing I just risked my life to handle was just a mob. At the same time, countless Mirage Lions began surging out of the spatial rift at extreme speed. Before Si Chen could even react, one of them clamped its jaws tightly onto his arm. The rest also seized the opportunity to rush forward, biting and tearing relentlessly. At this moment, Si Chen finally understood the true meaning of those words. The Rakshasa Purgatory says, "Once the door opens, what fills you will be endless suffering, but you must endure it all. You must conquer everything." Not knowing how much time had passed, our protagonist suddenly bolted upright from the bed, sweating profusely from the tension. The agony he experienced just moments before still felt as if it hadn't vanished. Muscles tearing apart, bones separating, the pain in the dream felt terrifyingly realistic. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. This lonely and arduous path to hell has only just begun. Time quickly passed. Today is Friday, May 20, 2157 at the main auditorium of the National Awakened University. All students had gathered here. Naturally, Gong Xuan, as the director of the operations office, could not be absent either. Among the students, a brown-haired guy spoke up. "Hey, did you guys hear? Word is that top brass from the Guild Alliance will be coming to watch the graduation practical assessment live." The person next to him understood upon hearing this. No wonder the graduation assessment rules were all changed this year. Previous years didn't have minimum requirements for group size and tier, but this year each team must have at least 5 members, and among them at least one must reach upper E rank. Another person asked, is that to increase entertainment value?" "Who knows?" someone replied. Turning to Gong Xuan, as if time was up, he began to speak. "This year's cohort of students has been sent to your wristbands. Please check your wristbands and quickly complete team formation." Everyone hurriedly checked their wristbands upon hearing this. A holographic screen displaying everyone's names and tiers popped up. However, Ma Long's friend quickly noticed something strange and said anxiously, That's not right. Si Chen, why are you only a lower E rank?" Leaving them aside, even other students noticed the issue and whispered among themselves, that guy Si Chen, during the test he clearly showed C rank, so why did he become a lower E rank?" Whispering murmurs began to spread. Turns out the testing machine really was broken earlier. Sigh, if I hadn't missed out on joining President Gong Ting's team, I would have teamed up with Si Chen. Who would have thought he's just a lower E rank? Now look at this, surely no one would want to team up with him anymore. With such an important graduation assessment, who'd want to carry low-tier dead weight? That guy Si Chen didn't accept Gong Ting's invitation back then. He must be regretting it to death right now. Over here, Gong Ting's group remained silent, staring intently at their uncle. Meanwhile, Gong Xuan wore a smug smile, muttering inwardly to himself, "My good-for-nothing nephew, when will you ever understand how to truly leverage power and human nature? Let uncle teach you, your opponent won't even have the qualification to participate." Ignoring the buzzing crowd, the teacher's reminder echoed. Students, please seize the time and quickly form your teams. Sure enough, right after those words, 8 students rushed over to Gong Ting to act like flatterers. President Gong Ting, please let me join your team. Choose me, choose me. President, I'm a third-year student. I absolutely won't hold the team back. Team leader, my healing class Zhang Yi can definitely provide massive support to the team. Lord President, let me be your dog. The continuous pleading sounds became so annoying that one of Gong Ting's subordinates roared in anger. Shut up! Get back! We can only take one more person at most. Time quickly passed. Half an hour later, most people had successfully formed teams and were pumping themselves up. Only Si Chen's group was still struggling, failing to find enough members. Over here, Ma Long dejectedly asked, "We've gone through several rounds and nobody agrees to join our team." A classmate beside him grabbed his head and groaned, "We only need 4 more people. Could it be that we won't even get to take the graduation exam?" Turning to Ma Long, his friend quickly realized something fishy was going on. This is really weird. Why did Si Chen's performance only show up as the lowest tier? Registering for the exam requires 5 people and at the very least one must be an upper E rank. It feels like this is deliberately targeting our dorm. Shifting to the protagonist's perspective, he was quietly analyzing the situation. The graduation practical assessment is everyone's only chance to showcase themselves. If a team can achieve a high score, they have a chance at better job placement. During the final evaluation, the number of magical beasts inside the demon cave depends on group size, but more people doesn't necessarily mean higher scores are easier to get. That's why everyone is scrambling to join Gong Ting's powerful team, and no one is willing to join a low-tier team. The 3 lowest-ranked students in the entire school are all lower E ranks and happen to be in our dorm. If this keeps up. Right at this moment, an inviting voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, lower-ranked roommate. Our team is still short of 1 person. Come join our team. You surely don't want to join that trash team with 3 low-tier E-rankers from the same dorm, do you? Otherwise, you won't even have the qualification to participate in the graduation evaluation." That remark made Si Chen's gaze turn much sharper. He thought to himself, "If this continues, the 3 of us low-tier E-rankers will most likely be abandoned by everyone. In the end, we'll even lose our qualification to participate." Over here, the lower-ranked roommate suddenly gave an astonishing reply. "I'm really sorry. Our dorm already agreed to form a team together. I won't abandon my dormmates." That reply made the person who issued the invitation annoyed and angry. "Screw it, suit yourself. I was just looking for you to make up numbers and yet you're turning us down. You don't know what's good for you." The lower-ranked roommate retorted, "Stop looking down on people." Shifting to Ma Long's perspective, he checked the class member list once more and frantically told the others. "It looks like almost everyone has finished forming teams. Upper E ranks are hardly left now. The 2 of us are clearly still short of 1 person, but no one is willing to come." While he was panicking, Si Chen looked toward the person who caused all of this. None is other than Employment Office Director Gong Xuan. This guy shared a surname with Gong Ting. Looks like he's part of the Gong family. Changing the rules of such an important graduation assessment on a whim. He even deliberately altered my actual tier to prevent others from teaming up with me. Does he think he can suppress Gong Ting like this? People with real power really want everything. But I'm definitely taking this graduation exam. Since you guys are so openly targeting me, then I don't need to be polite anymore. Proving oneself through strength isn't limited to just this test. The remaining people were startled upon seeing Si Chen's entire body covered in lightning. Ma Long hurriedly tried to calm things down. "Hey bro, what are you trying to do? What is Si Chen planning? Could he be planning too?" Some people already had guesses in mind. Naturally, Si Chen had his own purpose. The Awakened University always had a special tradition to help students mature in their professions and combat skills. Students could issue a one-on-one challenge anywhere. A move full of challenge yet allowing one's strength to be displayed most directly in front of everyone. Faced with a sudden challenge, many people would refuse. But Gong Ting certainly wouldn't. As long as he defeated him, people wanting high scores would definitely line up to form a team. With this thought, just as Si Chen was about to walk toward Gong Ting, another voice suddenly rang out from outside the entrance. "Si Chen, your team is still missing members, right? I also want to participate in this year's school graduation exam. Back when I was in middle high, I already reached D rank. If I join your team, I probably won't hold you back, right?" The person who just arrived was none other than Ling Wu. Her appearance left Ma Long and Hang Yu endlessly shocked. Oh god, since when is Si Chen hanging out with Ling Wu? That's awesome. Sitting up front, that bootlicker Gong Cheng barked frantically upon seeing this. Hey you, what did she say? Gong Xuan was also so shocked that he spat out all the water in his mouth. All around, whispers erupted. Deputy President Ling Wu wants to team up with these noobs like Si Chen. Isn't she an exchange student from outside? Why does she want to join our school's graduation assessment? Her background has always been mysterious. Word is she's a genius maiden from the Holy River country. Returning to Gong Xuan's perspective after a brief shock, his expression shifted to anger as he muttered, "Why is this girl starting to help outsiders?" Thinking this, he interrogated, "Student Ling Wu, you are an exchange student. You have no right to participate in our school's graduation assessment. Furthermore, you haven't taken any assessment exams since transferring to this school. I have never seen any report card proving your genius tier. Your participation in this assessment is completely against the regulations." As soon as those words fell, the figure of a tall man suddenly appeared inside the hall. "Director Gong Xuan is right." Ma Long shrieked in terror upon seeing him appear beside him. "Principal, when did you appear?" Gong Xuan hurriedly stood up, panicking inwardly. Why is the principal here too? Over here, the principal seemed oblivious to his panic and calmly said, "Ling Wu, you're only at our school for a temporary exchange. Why are you coming here to stir up trouble?" Here, the person most shocked was none other than the protagonist. "I remember the principal's profession was warrior, right? How does he have teleportation abilities like this?" Oblivious to his thoughts, the principal smiled and said, "Ling Wu, if you join the battle, it won't be fair. Graduation assessments only have meaning if they reflect true capability, don't they?" Ling Wu smiled back and replied, "Oh well, what a pity then." While the two of them were smiling and talking, Si Chen silently checked both of their information. The result genuinely made him break out in cold sweats because big question marks appeared above their heads. "I can't probe the tiers of these two." Over here, Gong Xuan began to fluster, chiming in, "The principal is right. Our school has such a great reputation because we always act according to regulations." Without letting him ramble further, the principal interrupted. "The mission of the National Awakened University is to cultivate top-tier awakened individuals and provide them with the best stage to showcase their talents, ensuring a bountiful and stable supply of awakened talent for the world. The practical graduation assessment is a tradition maintained for decades. It is also one of the most crucial turning points in a student's life. If a student loses this opportunity just because of a peculiar factor like this, how can the school shoulder that responsibility?" When saying this, his gaze turned intensely cold. That single look made Gong Xuan feel like he was about to piss his pants. Is this old man hinting at me? Could he have figured out I secretly messed with things? He usually never cared about these trivial matters. Today the old man and Ling Wu teamed up to put on this act. Is this because of that brat? Forget it, no need to fight to the death with that old man. Gong Ting, uncle can only help you to this point. The high-tier students have all formed teams on their own, only that Si Chen is dragging 3 trash cans along with him. This time you'll win easily, right? Thinking of this, the old fox hurriedly bowed and apologized. "Oh my, principal, you are completely right. It was our recruitment office that wasn't thorough, failing to consider how the current team formation method might lead to some people being left behind." Then he immediately changed the assessment rules. "I announce, teams with fewer than 5 members or no members reaching the upper E rank level or higher are also allowed to register." The doors to the practical graduation assessment remain wide open for everyone. Just like that, with the participation requirements altered, Si Chen's group happily rushed to complete their team formation. "Yeah, we have people for the assessment. Si Chen, you'll be the team leader this time." Behind them, the principal cheerfully told Ling Wu, "Your interest in Si Chen is much stronger than I imagined, Ling Wu." On one side is the strongest team in school history led by Gong Ting. On the other side is Si Chen and 3 roommates who have the lowest scores in the school. It makes me curious, what demon cave will they choose and how many points will they end up with? On stage, an old proctor also reminded, "Candidates, after team formation is complete, team leaders may proceed to select a demon cave." As soon as he finished speaking, his tablet suddenly received a notification. "Oh, a team has already chosen a demon cave, so fast." Not just him, others received the information and gasped in shock. Si Chen, is Si Chen's team choosing a demon cave already? Holy crap, the demon cave they picked is. The remaining members in Si Chen's team were frightened out of their wits by the protagonist's choice. Si Chen, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and take it back. Si Chen, my ancestor, do you even know what you just chose? Si Chen remained silent, ignoring their reactions. According to the school's curriculum, the graduation practical assessment is the first time students team up to actually enter a demon cave. Students earn points by defeating lords and mobs. Point scoring is divided into 3 criteria: clearance completion rate, 10 points max. Eliminating all monsters in the demon cave grants 10 points, minus 1 point for every surviving monster. Defeating the lord, 20 points max. Successfully killing the boss grants 20 points, failure yields 0 points. Completion time, 20 points max. Completing the clearance within 1 hour grants 20 points. After 1 hour, 1 point is deducted every 5 minutes. Different demon cave ranks have different clearance difficulties and corresponding bonus points. Therefore, choosing an F-rank demon cave yields a maximum possible score of only 75 points. However, there is another tier, the E-rank demon cave, which theoretically can reach 100 points. Not only that, there is an enticing reward. All members of the team with the highest score receive offers from Imperial guilds. And the most outstanding individual, the team's MVP, directly receives a management position in an Imperial guild along with a 1 million cash reward. Looking at the screen, the brown-haired student emotionally recounted. The highest score in the school's historical assessment is 90 points, set by our school's genius from the previous year. He's currently a top leader of the Imperial Guild, having established it after graduation. The friend beside him strongly agreed, chiming in, "The difficulty of an E-rank demon cave is indeed massive, requiring as many as 3 awakened D-rankers to clear it." Afterwards, looking toward the group in the middle of the room, he speculated, Gong Ting's team might actually have a shot at challenging the school's historical record. Right at this moment, the system suddenly issued a notification, "Submitted." The bespectacled young man immediately blurted out in astonishment, "A team has already chosen their demon lair, that's really fast." But right after he cried out in disbelief, "Oh holy crap, it's Si Chen's team." The bespectacled young man's voice stammered incoherently. He actually chose a D-rank demon lair. On the screen, Si Chen's picture abruptly appeared clear. D-rank demon lair selected, waiting for team members to confirm. Instantly, the bespectacled young man turned around and shouted, Never has any graduating student ever cleared a D-rank demon lair. Did this kid press the wrong button or something, damn it?" At another spot in the classroom, Ma Long shouted in a panic, "Si Chen, have you lost your mind? Do you even know what you're choosing?" In the corner, Xiang Zhu slumped to the ground, clutching his head in a tremble. A madman, why did I end up in a madman's team like yours?" Staring at the selection box, he complained with tears streaming down his face. "Is it still not too late to quit the team?" Across from him, Ma Long anxiously questioned Si Chen. "Did you think this through, bro? This is a D-rank demon lair and D-rank means." With a completely calm expression, he replied, "I've thought it through very carefully." Right then, the system issued another notification, "Submitted." On the main screen appeared Gong Ting's face. D-rank demon lair selected. Team members have confirmed. All team members have confirmed. Gong Ting's team officially applied successfully. In an instant, other students shrieked in terror. "Oh my god, D-rank again, someone else chose a D-rank demon lair, holy crap." Their voices echoed across the classroom. There's actually a good show to watch this year. Elsewhere, the blonde young woman glanced in one direction and sneered contemptuously. "A bunch of nobodies trying to put on airs, they didn't even evaluate their own abilities." Following her gaze revealed the 3 members of Si Chen's group standing in the distance. Over here, the bald guy heard those remarks and immediately joined in the mockery. They know they'll end up at the bottom anyway, so they figured they might as well grab some attention. That's a D-rank demon lair his team members won't agree to join. While there's still a chance to back out, you better hurry and switch teams. The team just got formed and boom, it disbands right away. Pathetic, truly pathetic. Over there, Ma Long closely observed Si Chen's expression. Seeing how incredibly calm he looked, he fell into deep thought. Is Si Chen really that confident? Where did that overwhelming aura radiating from deep within him come from, and when did it start showing? Throughout all our college years, this kid was clearly always protected by me. A trace of sadness flashed across Ma Long's eye. Following that, without a moment of hesitation, he joined Si Chen's team. Since the 4 years have already passed together, then I'll stick with you to the very end. Shortly after, Xiang Yu quickly agreed. It's at the bottom of the list anyway, so D rank or F rank makes no difference. Things have come to this, we might as well enter a D-rank demon lair and broaden our horizons. Seeing this, Xiang Zhu cried out in disbelief, "Hey, you guys." With a terrified expression, he yelled, "For real, clearly I'm the dorm boss, why do I always end up at the bottom?" Finally, Xiang Zhu mustered up his courage and joined. "I'll join too, fuck it, graduation has to happen one way or another. If we're going crazy, let's go all out." Instantly, the system quickly confirmed. All team members have confirmed. Si Chen's team has officially completed their application. Glancing at his three friends, Si Chen felt a tinge of emotion and murmured, "You guys." Then, lowering his gaze, he stated frankly, "Sorry, I chose the D-rank demon lair because I want to secure the MVP." But Si Chen didn't realize those words had reached Gong Ting's ears. He continued speaking, "Now I've dragged all of you into danger with me." Si Chen turned back to look at his friends, extending a sincere invitation. "Then let's claim the highest score together." Right at that moment, Gong Ting suddenly stepped up and declared, "The MVP is mine." Hearing that voice, Si Chen turned his head to look behind him. He only saw Gong Ting's cold expression as he asserted, "Si Chen, there can only be one strongest person in the entire school." Watching this scene, Ling Wu amusedly commented, "This is the first time I'm seeing this look on Gong Ting's face. Looks like this kind of expression." She muttered thoughtfully, "The clash between these two has finally arrived." Beside her, the principal softly reflected, "Youth is truly wonderful. Facing the unknown, they fear nothing at all." Thinking of something, a hint of worry crossed Ling Wu's face as she said, "But Si Chen choosing a D-rank demon lair is way too overconfident. Even if he's C-rank, soloing a D-rank demon lair while dragging a whole team along is absolute madness." Her tone turned serious as she revealed, "Although the bonus multiplier for a D-rank demon lair is 3, theoretically the maximum is 150 points." Ling Wu calmly evaluated, "However, the difficulty is several times higher than an E-rank demon lair. Given their team's current strength, this choice is clearly far from optimal." Hearing this, the principal just smiled gently. "Indeed, the practical combat exam starts in just half a month." His tone leisurely judged, "Wanting to achieve a qualitative leap in such a short span of time is impossible." Finally, the principal calmly expressed, "Let's hope Si Chen's group can put on a decent performance by then." On the sports field, Si Chen's team was hard at work training. There were still 17 days left until the evaluation exam. After finishing their run, Ma Long could barely stand. "I'm telling you, Si Chen, everyone else is practicing elemental power and simulated monster combat in the functional rooms. Why on earth are you making us do this all day?" His voice trembled as he confusedly inquired, "Dodgeball, shuttle runs, sprints? Our graduation exam isn't a triathlon. What use are these things?" Hearing that, Si Chen calmly explained, "At this stage, practicing elemental power and sparring simulations has no real meaning. In the end, those are all just theoretical exercises." Looking down at his three friends, he analyzed with utmost seriousness. "When you step into an unknown demon lair and face massive demon beasts you've never encountered before, the sudden flood of fear and the unknown will overwhelm you. What determines everyone's fate then isn't the theories stored in your brain." Si Chen's tone solemnly pointed out, "Nor is it some haphazardly slapped-together combination of skills at the last minute, but rather your instincts." His words clearly reached the three of them. "Training your physical strength, explosive power, and reaction speed right now is all meant to elevate your bodily instincts." Si Chen turned around, coaching them in a calm tone. "The school's simulation training can push support to the limit, but the only truly useful form of training is actual combat inside a demon lair." His cold gaze exposed a harsh truth, yet normal people can't enter real combat demon lairs. Having advantages and special privileges has always belonged to the extraordinary. Meanwhile, inside the functional training room, Gong Ting wiped out a monster with a single move. The people Si Chen referred to were none other than his group. They would spare no cost to widen the gap between themselves and others, ensuring they remain perched high above forever. His steady voice judged, "From birth, they possess what ordinary people spend a lifetime striving for in vain." Hearing it all, Xiang Zhu anxiously pursued, "Then what about us, the ones who have nothing, what should we do?" Si Chen solemnly declared, by storming the top Imperial Guild and breaking past your current social tier. Looking at his three friends, he seriously pointed out, the graduation exam is the only shortcut available to everyone. Si Chen's tone overflowed with determination, and it's also the best opportunity to help me take a shortcut. With a resolute expression, he made a promise. The things I promised you all, I will do everything in my power to accomplish. We will definitely win. Time slowly passed, leaving 15 days until the evaluation exam. Inside the Starfall Barren Plain Demon Tower, Si Chen was fighting monsters barehanded. Failing to dodge in time, he was bitten on the shoulder by a beast. Right after, it lashed out with its claws, viciously scratching Si Chen's body. A few more days passed, leaving 10 days. On the sports field, he ran while encouraging his friends. 5 more laps, keep going. The three of them pushed hard to keep up while groaning in exhaustion. We can't take it anymore. At the Demon Tower, Si Chen once again entered the Starfall Barren Plain to slaughter monsters. Elsewhere, Gong Ting was also fighting fiercely. Time flew by, leaving 5 days. At this point, Si Chen practiced push-ups on the courtyard grounds. With 3 days left until the exam, Gong Ting entered the Demon Tower once more to train. With 2 days remaining, Si Chen was fully capable of wiping out all the beasts by himself, raising his level. On the very last day, covered in blood, he gritted out each word. The real battle begins now. On June 17, 2157, the Graduation Practical Combat Evaluation Day. Outside the testing room, a lively robot introduced itself. Hello candidates, I am your accompanying drone for this evaluation. Across from them, someone had already arrived and was calmly strapping on their gloves. Seeing Si Chen's group getting ready, the robot carefully reminded, please check if you are wearing your wristbands and gear properly. Right after, it seriously announced, please pay attention, the graduation evaluation officially begins. Outside the National Awakened University Administration building, 2 luxury cars were parked. Seeing the guests arrive, the principal immediately stepped forward to shake hands amicably. Long time no see, President Gong. The man warmly replied, Principal, you've been waiting long. He was Gong Lin, founder of the Imperial Guild Alliance and Gong Ting's father. Upstairs, students watching Gong Lin buzzed with excitement. Is that one of the founders of the Imperial Guild? So cool. Seeing the two respectfully waiting in front of the white car, the crowd was filled with curiosity. Oh, who's in the car behind? They actually managed to make the principal and the founder of the Imperial Guild personally escort them out. Below, a red-haired man slowly stepped out. Instantly, the students gasped in shock. It's actually. This person was none other than Kynal Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Alliance. Recognizing his identity, a light brown-haired young man shouted in disbelief. The Alliance Vice President, the Guild Alliance Vice President, he actually came to our school. His expression looked agitated as he expressed, damn, you'd be lucky to meet such big shots even once in a lifetime. No wonder the entire administration area is so spotless today. The Guild Alliance is the most powerful organization in the world right now, if you can catch their eye. Down below, the principal walked alongside him while carefully instructing. The live broadcast of the graduation practical exam is about to start, please move indoors. Meanwhile, upstairs, the students excitedly chattered. No way, even just making contact with the Guild Alliance is enough to make someone soar in life instantly. A moment later indoors, Gong Xuan stood before the screen and introduced. In this year's graduation practical exam, 184 students are participating, divided into 28 teams. He meticulously detailed the team counts. Among them, 23 teams chose F-rank Demon Lairs, 2 teams chose E-rank Demon Lairs, and 2 teams chose D-rank Demon Lairs. Hearing that, the bespectacled girl asked in surprise, oh, there are still teams choosing D-rank Demon Lairs? She was Sigrid, Secretary General of the Guild Alliance. Sigrid's tone carried a thoughtful commentary. Even for professional guild corps, D-rank Demon Lairs are still considered hazardous levels. Have you fully briefed your students on the dangers of these lairs? Gong Xuan replied with absolute certainty. Naturally, we've made that clear beforehand. Lacking practical combat experience, most students choose the lowest tier E-rank. Dealing with ordinary small mobs in F-rank demon lairs is still barely manageable. Inside an F-rank demon lair, a young man unleashed a punch that obliterated a spiky-toothed cart. Seeing their situation, Gong Xuan calmly judged. However, dealing with boss monsters is relatively difficult. A boss's strength far exceeds ordinary mobs of the same rank, students have to unleash their full power to defeat an F-rank boss inside the lair. Right after, he shifted to another group and explained, but the situation inside E-rank demon lairs is completely different. The strength of each small mob in an E-rank demon lair is no different from an F-rank boss. In this place, candidates have to face hundreds of small mobs. Witnessing that, a dark-haired youth panicked and muttered, "Why are E-rank demon lairs so hard? It completely exceeds expectations." That scene fully validated Gong Xuan's words. Therefore, for the vast majority of students, conquering an E-rank demon lair was basically an impossible mission. Looking at the dark-haired youth's group, Sigrid seriously asked, "If students run into danger, are there protection measures in place?" Gong Xuan's expression remained calm as he answered, "Secretary General, rest assured, students are our most precious resource." His tone turned solemn as he guaranteed, "Every single demon lair is monitored by armed personnel from the Imperial Guild Corps. Should they spot an extremely dangerous situation, they will intervene immediately." Additionally, Gong Xuan added, "Furthermore, the contestants' own wristbands feature a signal transmitting function." On the screen, the dark-haired youth raised his hand and yelled, I forfeit the exam." The moment those words dropped, the system instantly confirmed, "Forfeited." Seeing that, Gong Xuan calmly explained, "As soon as a candidate issues a forfeit command during the evaluation, they are instantly teleported out of the demon lair." Hearing all that, Sigrid thoughtfully appraised, "Even so, 2 student teams still chose the tougher D-rank demon lairs. Looks like your school really has plenty of talents. I'm very much looking forward to their performance." Instantly, a scheming smile crept onto Gong Xuan's face as he thought to himself, "Indeed, I'd also like to see how many minutes they can actually last." Gazing at the footage of Si Chen's group, he arrogantly judged, "Those kids will be running away crying soon enough." Inside the D-rank demon lair, the 4 of them finally clashed with monsters. The moment they met, Ma Long shrieked in panic, "What the hell kind of monster is this?" On the trees hung creatures resembling monkeys but equipped with bat-like wings on their arms. Their appearance sent chills down his spine. "They look way too creepy." Ahead, Si Chen glanced over them and calmly lectured, "Bat monkeys, wind-type demon beasts specializing in group assault, diving from the air at extreme speeds. You need to stay alert against their swooping attacks at all times." On the tree branches, the bat monkeys began to stir. The next second, they simultaneously swooped down to attack the 4 of them. Instantly, Si Chen barked a warning, "Here they come." When the attack struck, Xiang Yu nimbly arched his back to dodge. Beside him, Ma Long dropped to the ground in time. Even Xiang Zhu agilely leaped up to evade the assault. Completing the maneuver, Xiang Zhu called out in disbelief, "Damn it, we actually just dodged an attack from D-rank demon beasts." Ma Long also whispered in sheer shock, "I'm not dead." Right then, a monster lost its life and crashed heavily onto the ground. That sound drew Xiang Zhu's gaze, leaving his jaw hanging wide open as he blurted out, "Si Chen." Si Chen had already finished dealing with several monsters beforehand. This sight made Xiang Zhu panic and yell, "He solo killed 3 D-rank demon beasts in the blink of an eye." Si Chen's eyes flashed with a faint golden glow. He turned his head back, his steady voice ringing out, "You guys don't have enough strength to handle them yet, just focus on self-preservation here." Instantly, he used flash movement, transforming his figure into a hazy beam of light as he added a concise sentence, "Leave the rest to me." Simultaneously, Xiang Zhu, Ma Long, and Xiang Yu rolled away to evade attacks. Xiang Zhu yelled, "Careful." He tumbled onto the dirt, slamming his back hard against a tree trunk in sharp pain. A crystal-clear thought flashed through his mind. "So that's how it is. He was training our reflexes and explosive power all along, not expecting us to help out at all, but simply so we could protect ourselves when needed." He muttered bitterly to himself, "Damn it, I was clearly the dorm boss all this time, yet now I have to rely on this kid to carry me to graduation." Across the battlefield, Si Chen unleashed consecutive lightning-fast punches, each blow carrying a deafening boom as he swept away the charging bat monkeys. They shrieked crazily, continuing to swarm forward like a tidal wave. Si Chen didn't flinch at all, continuing to unleash vertical and horizontal slashes, tearing each monster apart and sending them flying far away. Xiang Zhu stood frozen, his eyes glued to Si Chen's back, thinking to himself, "Before, when Ma Long said Si Chen was super strong, I didn't believe it. Now seeing it with my own eyes, I finally realize." This guy is so strong he doesn't look like a graduating college student at all. He clearly looks like a battle-hardened veteran from the front line. Watching Si Chen defeat wave after wave of enemies, he sighed inwardly. This guy has naturally become overwhelmingly reliable. Have I really been left far behind? Suddenly, a demonic bat monkey lunged straight at them from behind. Hangyu roared, "Watch out, another one is coming from behind." Right at that moment, Xiangzhu suddenly appeared, reaching out to grab the monster's leg, and pulling with all his might to bring it to a halt. Kneeling on one knee, he panted heavily yet spoke with unwavering determination. "Hey, move to the right, Ma Long. There's no way we can just be dead weight and rely entirely on Si Chen alone." Ma Long and Hangyu were taken aback. Xiangzhu stared straight into their eyes and continued, "This isn't just his graduation exam. This is our graduation exam too." Hangyu nodded fiercely and immediately unleashed his technique. "You're right." He shouted loudly, "Floral chant, vine bind, taste my power." Lush green vines shot out like serpents, tightly wrapping around the demonic bat monkey. But it struggled violently, ripping the vines apart in just a few seconds. Hangyu panicked, it broke free in the blink of an eye. At that exact moment, a chilling white frost enveloped the monster. Ma Long stretched his hand forward, his voice cold. "I slowed it down. Hangyu, let's go together." Hangyu also raised his hand, unleashing his skill. Cloud chant, frost envelopment, let's see where you can run now. The two skills combined perfectly. The frost slowed the monster down and the vines instantly bound it tight again. The two shouted in unison, "Xiangzhuo, take the chance." Xiangzhuo instantly rushed forward, fire blazing around his body. "Got it." He hurled a wizard fruit grenade, exploding flame bullet, roaring, "Eat this." The fireball exploded right on the demonic bat monkey's face, scorching one side of it pitch black. Despite the pain, it roared madly. Xiangzhu tossed a few more grenades while cursing, "So damn tough." The vines were torn apart again. Hangyu gritted his teeth, "We're losing control of it." Ma Long also panted, "We've reached our limit." Xiangzhu leaped high into the air, concentrating all his strength into a gigantic exploding flame bullet, and yelled, "Screw it. This is my all-out attack." Wizard skill converged, exploding flame bullet plummeted like a shooting star, crashing straight into the demonic bat monkey. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed as flames swallowed its entire body. The system announced coldly, "Congratulations on successfully eliminating the demonic bat monkey." The three of them collapsed backward onto the ground, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Xiangzhuo smiled crookedly, "We did it, we actually took down a D-rank magical beast." Si Chen leaned against a tree trunk, observing silently. Xiangzhuo forced himself back up, looking toward him. "Hey, Si Chen, did you see that?" Amidst the lingering ashes lay a single item, demonic bat monkey finger bone ×1. Xiangzhu smiled confidently, "Total piece of cake." Si Chen smiled faintly, a rare gentle tone in his voice, "Good job, congratulations." Behind him lay the corpses of dozens of defeated demonic bat monkeys. The system continued to announce, "All mob monsters in this demon cave have been eliminated." Over at the monitoring screen, Gong Xuan's eyes bulged wide, his voice trembling. "How is this possible?" he muttered, refusing to believe his eyes. A bunch of useless students with zero practical combat experience actually managed to leapfrog ranks and kill a D-rank magical beast. Gong Lin and the principal seated beside him sank into a profound silence. Kainal, who was lounging comfortably in his chair, suddenly spoke up, a flash of amusement in his eyes. "This young man is performing pretty well, huh?" He stared intently at the image of Si Chen on the screen and added softly, "Besides, he looks a lot like an old acquaintance of mine." Cavendish tilted his head and said, "His name is Si Chen, right? I remember." Gong Lin was startled for a moment upon hearing that. Gong Xuan's entire body suddenly trembled unusually. He cleverly pointed forward to change the subject. "Everyone, look over there. Another team that chose a D-rank demon cave has fought their way to the middle of the dungeon." The screen now displayed a fierce battle. Chris adjusted his glasses thoughtfully and analyzed, "Such seamless teamwork, it basically looks like a professional guild squad." Cavendish rested his cheek on his hand and gave an approving, "Oh, interesting, this year's graduating students aren't bad at all." Gong Xuan lowered his head with a sly smile. The battle had only just begun, the real game was still yet to come. At that moment, the highly dangerous B-rank mushroom spore demon caves with poisonous vine grottos were wreaking havoc everywhere. Yinling played her zither alone, generating ghostly chi to dispel the poisonous mists with her ultimate skill, decaying dirge, causing their strength, stamina, and speed to plummet. Immediately after, Yanhee reached out his hand to provide support. The boy's spiritual energy blasted the mushrooms up into the air as he shouted, "Captain." Gong Ting seized the opportunity and unleashed a sharp weapon. He slashed several times, shattering the spore mushrooms into dust and smoke. Once done, Gong Ting sheathed his sword, glanced at his teammates, and watched the enemies gradually vanish, thinking to himself, "The magical beasts the school uses for testing turn out to be identical to the ones we encountered in our past training sessions. Dealing with them really is as easy as turning over one's hand." Sure enough, the graduation evaluation had been arranged by the Gong family beforehand. As long as you pick the right mountain to lean on, the path of life becomes infinitely smooth. Since that's the case, we'll definitely be the champions. Seeing Gong Ting turn around, Gong Cheng urged, "Let's go hunt the boss." Scene shifts to see Chen's group struggling through a blizzard. He stared straight ahead with a serious expression. After a while, Si Chen stood before the high-danger D-rank demon cave and spoke up. "Sinsin Mountain, the peak. We actually climbed to the peak of a D-rank demon cave." The ice demon ape was currently lounging and eating without a care in the world. Ma Long stammered in fear, "So that's the final lord? It looks so ferocious." Xiang Zhu chimed in, equally intimidated. "Just a single slap from it would kill me 10 times over." Suddenly, it opened its glowing red eyes wide. This caused Ma Long and Hang Yu to scream out, "It's looking over here." The ice demon ape wasted no time and charged straight toward them, sending the whole group scrambling in panic. Only Si Chen leaped up, kicking squarely onto its head. Without hesitation, he punted the ice demon ape flying far away. The moment Si Chen landed, it swept past him in circles surrounded by a golden light. The ice demon ape let out a few agonizing shrieks under that terrifying source of power. It was slashed into countless tiny pieces by myriad rays of light. Si Chen pierced straight through the ice demon ape's body with his weapon in an instant. Xiang Zhu and Ma Long watched the scene unfold in utter shock, trembling uncontrollably. It was resolved that easily. A few minutes later, Si Chen looked pensively at the ice demon ape. The system announced, "Experience plus 200 obtained ice ape crystal times 1. He narrowed his eyes, feeling something was amiss. Strange, killing a D-rank dungeon lord only gives this little experience, and the dropped items are so sparse too. Suddenly, a shout echoed, catching Si Chen's attention. So many demonic crystals. Xiang Zhu stood beside a tree filled with demonic crystals, waving his arms and calling out, "You guys, come over here and take a look." That big brute hid a ton of demonic crystals inside the tree hollow. Judging by their size, they're at least intermediate-grade crystals. If we take these outside to sell, we'll be set for life. But Si Chen's eyes widened as he yelled to stop them. Wait. Yet it was already too late. Someone had touched a demonic crystal. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed in a mystical beam of light. Si Chen froze in place at the sight of that light. Boom, an ice explosion occurred right then and there. The entire group was instantly locked in blocks of ice, and the screen went completely dark. A system warning popped up. Si Chen's team has lost signal. Seeing this, Gong Xiuan stroked his beard and chuckled softly. Just as expected, they fell right into the trap. High-tier magical beasts have intelligence. Trash will always be trash, only holding others back for life. Now their graduation evaluation is finally over. Cavendish quickly spoke up. Given the situation, the students' lives were under threat. He hurriedly bowed and suggested, "That's right, rescuing people is urgent. It looks like we can only send the guild squad in and let them stop here." But Yuan Long refuted, "Give them a little more time. The wristbands track their vital signs in real time. So far, the survival metrics indicate they're normal, and there's no report of them giving up in their consciousness. The right to choose should belong to the candidates." Cutting to the other side, Ma Long let out a massive sneeze. Behind him stood his frozen teammates. He clutched his own body. "It's freezing. Good thing I'm also a cloud attribute profession, so I have a certain resistance to freezing, otherwise I'd be trapped too." Suddenly, several noises rang out, startling Ma Long. A second later, a monster with a bizarre shape appeared in midair. He thought in sheer terror, "That's the true lord of this demon cave." Amidst the overwhelming presence emitted by this monster, Ma Long's mind raced quickly. Seemingly remembering something, he was suddenly startled. It seemed he had seen this ice-type mage mentioned in his magic notebook. It simultaneously possessed both offensive and crowd control skills, excelled at manipulating ice and snow, and was insidious, cunning, ruthless, and fond of toying with its prey to death. That was the Icebone Ancient King, a rare C-rank Lord-class demon beast. That ice bomb just now was definitely a trap set by him. Thinking of this, Ma Long no longer had any thoughts of staying to confront this monster. Relying on himself alone, it was absolutely impossible to handle. He needed to hurry and rescue everyone. With that thought, Ma Long immediately turned and ran toward the protagonist in order to rescue their strongest combat asset. However, he hadn't run more than a few steps before an ice shard pierced straight through his right leg. The young man immediately tumbled onto the ground. From high above, the boss saw this and began to laugh with amusement. At the same time, Ma Long's wristband continuously issued warnings. Warning, penetrating wound detected in the left calf. Do you wish to forfeit this evaluation? Without a shred of hesitation, Ma Long resolutely refused. I refuse. I need to hurry and bail Si Chen out. As long as he recovers, we still have hope. With this thought in mind, he immediately used the skill Origin of Illusion, applying purified energy to a single target to gradually clear negative status effects. But how could the Lord Monster sit idly by and watch Ma Long rescue his teammate? Another ice shard pierced right through Ma Long's arm, causing his entire body to collapse onto the ground. Simultaneously, the purification skill failed. Seeing that sight, the Lord Monster chuckled with amusement again. Then it used the Ice Bone Spike skill, starting to slowly accumulate extremely sharp ice fragments around itself. Ma Long's wristband wailed urgently. Danger, heart rate too high, penetrating wound detected in the right arm. Do you wish to forfeit the exam? Facing this question, Ma Long clenched his teeth tightly. Scenes of his past failures began flashing through his mind. Forfeit, that's because every time I faced difficulty and fear, I would run away. That's why I was forever left behind, looked down upon, mocked, ridiculed, treated unfairly. We risked our lives just to get this far. And it took so much effort to get a chance to defy the heavens and change our destiny. I refuse to give up like this. With that determination, Ma Long used the Origin of Illusion skill once more. A gentle glow began to radiate from his palm, but it seemed to consume a fair amount of energy, causing the young man's complexion to turn progressively pale. At the same time, the boss waved its hand and unleashed its skill downward. Ma Long seemed unaware of it and continued maintaining his skill. But right behind him, sharp ice shards had rushed right in front of him. At this point, he could only let out a loud scream, pouring all his strength into freeing Si Chen. Fortunately, his efforts weren't wasted. At the most dangerous moment, Si Chen's eyes snapped wide open. Before those ice shards could crash down and shred the ground, Si Chen had broken free, scooped up Ma Long, and sprinted away to the side. This even left the monster high above slightly startled. Si Chen placed Ma Long to rest against a nearby rock outcrop. Seeing that his best friend had woken up, Ma Long managed a strained remark. Ha ha, so it still comes down to you to fix this. Si Chen reassured him with a worried look. No, you've already helped a lot. Are your injuries serious? Ma Long shook his head and quickly rattled off the information he had gathered. Nothing serious, the bleeding stopped already. That monster is a C-rank ice-type lord, the Ice Skeleton King. Its power is immensely overwhelming. You must absolutely not let yourself get frozen. The words barely left his mouth when both of them seemed to sense something and immediately whipped their heads around to look behind them. Not looking was one thing, but looking was terrifying. Up in the sky, the monster was using the Great Ice Burst Bomb skill, creating a colossal block of ice that blotted out an entire area. It looked down below, laughing heartily as if expecting to watch ants get crushed under its skill. Seeing that, Ma Long almost peed his pants from fright. It can actually fire an ice burst bomb this huge. How on earth is anyone supposed to block that? The outcome went without saying. When the skill descended, it triggered a cataclysmic explosion. The entire field of vision was swallowed by blinding white light and explosive gales. From high above, the Lord Monster was still laughing like it was having a field day. Yet just a few seconds later, its expression abruptly shifted. Down below, Si Chen and Ma Long were not frozen at all. This was thanks to our protagonist switching his class to Cold Bone Physique. Its effect grants immunity to cold while boosting all resistances in low-temperature environments. By this point, the tables turned as the Lord Monster broke out in a cold sweat. Not just the monster, but even his teammate was equally shocked. Si Chen, what kind of power is this on you? Weren't you supposed to be a lightning-type assassin? Could it be that you possess two classes, a 1 in 10,000 rare existence? He yelled in sheer terror. Facing this question, Si Chen had no intention of explaining much, replying with a hint of annoyance. Sorry, my miscalculation earlier put the three of you in danger, but it won't be like that anymore. Our protagonist switched his class once again to Nether Usura Slaughter, declaring, now I'm going to finish that monster off right away. Speaking of Ma Long, seeing his buddy Si Chen swap classes seamlessly like that, he went from surprised to outright terrified. Generally speaking, an awakened individual could only awaken a single class. But in extremely rare cases with a 1 in 10,000 probability, an awakened person would possess two classes. These were extremely rare existences known as pseudo-dual class users. Across the entire world, the number of pseudo-dual class users didn't even exceed 10. Once such a talent was discovered, they would instantly become the target of contention and recruitment by all guilds. Yet right now, did Si Chen actually grasp 1, 2, or even 3 classes? Furthermore, the presence emanating from each class felt terrifying. Just as Ma Long sensed, when Si Chen switched to his Nether Usura Slaughter class, all his stats began skyrocketing at a dizzying rate. Shrugging off Ma Long's thoughts, the moment Si Chen accumulated enough power, he pushed off with his legs and shot forward like a rocket, instantly closing in on the Lord Monster. From above, he raised his blade high, preparing to bring it straight down upon it. Ma Long down below watched in a daze. A thought crossed his mind. That helpless feeling the monster previously inflicted under Si Chen's blade had vanished without a trace. Let alone him, the Lord Monster was also scared out of its wits. But before it could do anything, Si Chen unleashed the 8-phase calamity-resisting blade, Overload Mode, delivering a massively heavy slash. The slash came down and the monster was instantly cleaved in two. In the end, its body was battered into bone fragments as well, while Si Chen lightly landed on the ground. The system promptly chimed with a notification, XP plus 5000, you have leveled up to level 17, you have obtained Ice Bone Spike X1. Shifting back to Ma Long's perspective, he rushed over to inspect the remaining skull of the Lord Monster and chuckled foolishly. Still gotta hand it to you, bro. A C-rank demon lord wiped out in a single slash. To that remark, Si Chen only offered a casual reminder, those two are still frozen, you still have the energy to bail them out, right? The protagonist's reminder instantly petrified Ma Long. Realizing he had completely forgotten about his other two teammates, he scrambled over to rescue them. Oh man, almost forgot about Xiang Zhu and Xiang Yu, hang in there brothers. Returning to Si Chen's perspective, a notification prompt popped up before his eyes, available for devouring. Facing this prompt, Si Chen felt no surprise. He gently extended his hand forward, activating his devour ability. The skull was instantly sucked into the palm of his hand, and finally vanished completely, without leaving a single trace. Once completed, the system issued a confirmation notification. Devouring complete Ice Skeleton King. Skill Ice Bone Spike condenses ambient moisture into sharp blades to attack enemies. Skill Ice Burst Bomb unleashes an explosion by gathering ice attribute energy to the maximum, freezing everything within a 20 m radius around the user. Can be upgraded to Greater Ice Burst Bomb, freezing everything within a 100 m2 radius around the user after the explosion. Can be camouflaged before the explosion occurs. Staring at the system interface, Si Chen glanced around briefly and thought, I've acquired a new class, Ice Mage. This is my first time using the class devouring ability out in the open. The camera drone from earlier was completely frozen solid, so it probably didn't leak in front of the audience. Plus there's still plenty of time, so I can definitely secure a perfect score. Suddenly, another notification screen popped up. Class proficiency increased. You have obtained 1 star available for attribute point allocation. The sudden notification took the protagonist somewhat by surprise. Oh, got a star. Meanwhile, over at Gong Ting's side, deep inside the high-hazard D-rank demon lair, gloomy poisonous vine quagmire, their entire group was locked in battle with a D-rank monster called a giant eater flower. Its colossal body and sheer strength meant the whole crew could barely inflict any damage on it. One guy in the group gritted his teeth and said, is this the power of a D-rank boss? Hey guys, hit it with everything you've got, I'm running out of control. Elsewhere, another guy kept firing lightning arrows while lamenting. Its defense is seriously insane, breaking through is completely impossible. True to his words, those lightning arrows struck the flower monster without causing even a scratch. With a single sweep of its roots, it effortlessly shattered their formation while snapping all its binding chains. "I can't hold it anymore," the controller shouted, while the archer flusteredly muttered, "We didn't run into this kind of intensity during our training earlier. What do we do?" The controller turned to look at the group's sole hope. "We can only count on the team leader. How's President Gong Ting over there? Hasn't he finished gathering power yet?" Not far away, buffed by the skills of his two teammates, he slowly drew his sword amid the critical situation and said, "It's enough." With that, the young man rocketed forward like a missile, striking the flower monster's body directly. Next he bellowed, splitting blade piercer burst. As that voice rang out, a cataclysmic explosion erupted right where the sword pierced in, blowing the flower monster's body directly into countless pieces. His teammates behind him witnessed this and cheered ecstatically. "The president is awesome, you can't fault the president. The president is simply the greatest." Simultaneously, the monitoring robot scurried over to announce, "Congratulations to Gong Ting's team on successfully clearing the D-rank demon lair. Time elapsed 35 minutes. Hearing that time, the group grew even more pumped. "Haha, we cleared a D-rank demon lair in just half an hour. Nobody's ever beating this record. We successfully made it through within an hour, plus the lair bonus is 3, making our total score 150 points. An absolute score, an unprecedented perfect score record in history. Let's go check out our results outside." Gong Cheng spoke as he walked. Even in the lowest-tier D-rank demon lairs, others required at least an hour to clear them. During this time, anyone leaving the demon lair besides us must be a bunch of losers who gave up. Some people clutched their heads and groaned, "Monsters, don't kill me." Their buddy reassured them, "Calm down, we left the demon lair ages ago." A female student clutched her body, shivering uncontrollably. "That was too terrifying. Those monsters were way too terrifying." Right at that moment, Gong Cheng's gaze drifted toward a group in the distance. He wore an extremely dangerous, contemptuous smile as he judged. Si Chen and his bunch sure enough retreated early too. Suddenly he shouted, "Isn't that Si Chen? Why couldn't you guys finish the exam? Weren't you acting all cool earlier?" Right then someone called out to him, "Gong Cheng, get back here. The vice president is here," exchanging greetings. Cavendish walked over from afar, clapping his hands. "Splendid. Today I truly witnessed a very stellar performance." He slowly advanced toward the group. Gong Cheng sighed in awe. "This is the man standing at the pinnacle of global power. He's walking over here. He's heading toward us." Gong Ting extended his hand in a greeting gesture, but unfortunately for him, Cavendish didn't care. He brushed right past them with total indifference. Cavendish began chatting with Si Chen, truly unexpected, clearing a D-rank demon lair in just 21 minutes. Even a seasoned professional guild would struggle to pull that off. Truly marvelous. Hearing that, Gong Cheng screamed in horror. "What? Those 4 losers not only cleared a D-rank demon lair, but they did it in just 21 minutes. Si Chen's team cheered excitedly. "Greetings, Vice President." Si Chen silently assessed, "Cavendish, Vice President of the World Guild Alliance, practically the second most powerful person in the world. Why did he come here too?" He spoke up, "You're Si Chen, right? This trip wasn't in vain." "Oh right." The Gong family young master performed quite decently as well. Young as he is, leading a team to clear a D-rank demon lair. Guild Master Gong Lin is truly a great mentor, like father like son. Gong Lin responded, "The vice president flatters me." Then he frowned and glanced toward Gong Ting. While the vice president turned around and walked away. "Time is getting late, I should head back as well." People whispered among themselves, "Principal, you old fox, you really hit the jackpot. These are 2 once-in-a-millennium stars." Gong Xuan spoke up. "Then next I will announce the evaluation results for both teams. Since 2 cases of maximum scores appeared in this evaluation, I declare both of your teams tied for first place. All members in each team are qualified to join the Imperial Guild." Ma Long was ecstatic. "The Imperial Guild, we actually made it into the Imperial Guild," Xiangzhu agreed. "Yeah." The crowd cheered, graduating and no longer worrying about food and rent, soaring straight to the heavens in one step. He continued, "Furthermore, the 2 team leaders Gong Ting and Si Chen will be awarded key management positions within the Imperial Guild and will equally split the 1 million MVP prize." The expressions on Gong Ting and Si Chen's faces instantly froze. He pondered internally, "Only 500,000? I promised Qing Zhai I'd pay back 1 million within a month. Does this mean I have to force a delay? I can only figure out a way to quickly earn another 500,000. Over here, Gong Ting suddenly spoke up. First place can only belong to one person and only needs one person. I want a solo duel with you. His expression was dead serious. Hearing that, everyone looked startled, turning their heads back to stare at Gong Ting. Even the vice president's entourage, who were about to leave, couldn't resist turning around to watch the drama unfold. Gong Xuan muttered, "What nonsense are you spouting? The evaluation is over. The most sensible solution is a tie for first place. Besides, Si Chen isn't going to agree to a duel." However, contrary to what he thought, the protagonist suddenly stepped forward and stated, "If I win, the full 1 million belongs to me." Gong Xuan choked on his drink upon hearing that. Gong Ting frowned, "If you can beat me, take it all." Cavendish expressed interest. "How amusing, the show isn't over yet." Si Chen stepped close and pressed, "Spit it out, how do you want to fight?" Speaking of Qing Zhai, he was also extremely surprised by the results Si Chen achieved. "I figured you had the chops to take first, but I never expected you to shatter records and claim a perfect score. Headlines everywhere are buzzing about you right now. Looks like I made a very smart and far-sighted choice." Qing Zhai smiled. "That 1.5 million, you don't need to pay it back. Consider it my seed investment in you." He spoke while gazing at the protagonist ahead. Meanwhile, after a few moments of contemplation, Si Chen resolutely stated, "No, a debt that needs to be paid must be paid. I came here today to tell you two things. First is the repayment deadline. Please grant me a 1-week extension. Since the graduation exam produced a tie for first, I received 500,000 less than expected. I will undergo a separate supplementary assessment with the other guy. It will take place a week from now in a wild demon lair outside the school." Hearing this, Qing Zhai couldn't help shrieking in shock. "What? The two of you students are planning to enter a wild demon lair outside the school? You haven't gone through guild training yet, that's way too dangerous." Responding to those words, Si Chen remained calm. "It's fine, you don't need to worry. After a week I'll win the supplementary assessment and claim the remaining 500,000. Furthermore, I'll also give you all the raw materials collected in the demon cave as interest for extending the loan by another week." The more he listened to the protagonist, the more sweat naturally beaded on Qing Zhai's forehead. He couldn't help reevaluating Si Chen in his heart. He isn't scared at all about entering a wild demon cave. Instead, he's only thinking about repaying debts and interest. He's truly extraordinary. Unaware of what was going on inside his head, the protagonist on the opposite side continued, "Second request. Besides that, there's one more thing I need you for today, an even more important one." His request was withheld by the author. But whatever Si Chen said, it caused Qing Zhai to leap straight to his feet in absolute astonishment. Time quickly passed. On the afternoon of June 17 at Kingshui High School in Shangsheng County, his younger sister Si Yun had just finished school and stretched happily, finally finished the last exam. Next up is summer break. Saying that, she suddenly noticed the time displayed on her phone screen. "Oh right, today is also my brother's graduation exam day." She recalled 4 years ago when a cheerful Si Chen proudly showed her his admission notice to the National Awakened University. "Xiao Yun, elemental potential was detected in my body. I've been accepted by the National Awakened University." Opposite him, she had been overjoyed for her brother. "Doesn't that mean you'll be just like mom and dad, about to become an awakened person?" Si Chen nodded eagerly. "Yeah, I can join a powerful guild and make lots of money so you can live a better life. Furthermore, who knows, maybe I can even track down what happened to our missing parents." Little Si Yun excitedly echoed her brother. "Yeah, my brother is amazing. My brother is the best and will definitely become a super powerful awakened person." Not long ago, she still remembered Si Chen's depressed look when he failed to awaken time and time again. Then Si Chen had flashed a smile, trying to reassure her. "It's fine, looks like I'll just have to keep working harder." Returning to reality, she continued thinking. After entering the Awakened University, her brother had always been the hardest working among his peers, yet he ended up being the only one unable to awaken. Watching everyone around him awaken one by one, he must have felt so lonely, only he never showed it in front of her. Just as she thought of this, her close friend Zhu Tong suddenly rushed over to greet her. "Hey Xiao Yun, have you heard? 2 graduating geniuses appeared at the National Awakened University this year. They both led their teams to achieve perfect scores. The vice president of the Guild Alliance personally met with them and gave them high praise. It even made the news. Shangsheng County is really on the map this time. Saying that, the girl seemed to remember something and reminded her. Oh right, doesn't your brother go to that school too? Si Yun's expression turned somewhat awkward, not knowing how to reply, when suddenly another male voice rang out. Good afternoon, Xiao Yun. I've already booked a private room on the top floor of the Zeifeng building. You're probably free at 8 p.m. tonight, right? This handsome pink-haired guy was Jin Daxon, also a student at Kingshui High School. His invitation made her close friend Zhu Tong blush bright red, whispering, Hey Xiao Yun, since when did you get close to the school's heartthrob? However, contrary to what they expected, this girl Si Yun suddenly turned and bolted away. Leaving the other two stunned, her best friend cried out in shock, Hey, why are you walking so fast? All of Si Yun's reactions stemmed from her sympathy for her older brother. Friends all around were getting perfect scores on their graduation exams and making the news, while her brother still hadn't awakened. Just thinking about it broke her heart. She had to get home quickly and cook a huge meal to comfort him. Time quickly passed, arriving at the night of June 17. Inside the rented apartment, just as she had thought that morning, little Si Yun had prepared an extravagant feast, leaving even the protagonist somewhat surprised. Xiao Yun, when did you cook a table full of food like this? This sukiyaki hot pot smells amazing. Across from him, Si Yun still wore a deeply gloomy expression, not even wanting to reply. Right at that moment, the television news broadcast sounded. Next is the evening news bulletin. This morning, the National Awakened University of Dongtan Country successfully concluded its practical graduation exam. Guild Alliance Vice President Carl Cavendish personally attended to interact cordially with the students. Over here, seeing her brother still eating happily, little Si Yun became even more convinced of her own thoughts. As expected, he's just putting on a brave face. Failing the graduation exam is a massive blow to anyone, yet he isn't showing it at all. The news voice continued. According to reports, this year's exam saw an extremely rare double champion case. Two genius students led their teams to achieve perfect scores. Vice President Carl spoke very highly of this exam during the media briefing and specifically singled out one of them for praise. The student who led his team to a perfect score is student Si Chen. The moment that name was called, Si Yun seemed to snap awake, spinning around sharply. Her face showed clear disbelief. A perfect score, student Si Chen. In another twist, contrasting with the joyful atmosphere at Si Chen's home, Gong Ting was currently facing punishment from his father, Gong Lin. His cold voice rang out. I set up the stage for you, and all the right people were there. Yet the result is that you bombed the performance. You didn't win, no, you lost to a complete nobody. From now on, you no longer have free reign. The makeup assessment a week from now has already been arranged by me. If you can't get it done, I'll do it for you. No matter what methods are used, that brat must become a member of our Gong family, he said with an icy expression. The broadcast continued. The president stated that Si Chen's performance was very impressive and hoped Dongtan Country would continue to nurture more outstanding talents. Si Yun exclaimed in surprise, Huh, brother, was the Si Chen they just mentioned on TVU? Si Chen asked between bites, what's wrong? Suddenly her spoon slipped from her hand, shattering instantly upon hitting the floor. Outside, thunder rumbled fiercely across the dark sky. The young girl panicked inside. Ji, her own biological brother, not only led his team to a perfect score on the graduation exam, but was even commended by the Guild Alliance vice president. The atmosphere fell silent, everything growing awkward. Then Si Yun burst into happy tears. My silly brother. She looked at him proudly, her eyes full of admiration. You're truly out of this world. Facing her was Si Chen's bewildered expression. June 17, 2027, the night of the practical graduation exam. Cavendish ate as he remarked, as expected, Dongtan Country's Wagyu specialty is the absolute freshest. How are things progressing on your end? His voice was directed at the person sitting opposite him. Ling Wu reported, here are all the compiled reports so far. Over the past year, it hasn't left behind a single trace. It's possible it has already discovered us. Cavendish replied, thanks for your hard work, you should eat your meat first. Suddenly Ling Wu continued, there's one more thing. Recently I've also noticed a suspicious individual. Not long ago he had direct contact with you. It's that guy whose abilities skyrocketed in an extremely short period of time. her tone emphasized. It's genuinely too abnormal. Meanwhile, inside the demon tower on the first floor, after grinding for over half a month, he seemed to have wiped out all the magical beasts on this floor. Si Chen had completely adapted to fighting in an environment with 10 times gravity. After the graduation exam battle, his electric assassin profession had gained a star. Turns out frequently using a specific profession can increase its mastery level. In other words, the 4 professions currently in his possession hadn't reached their limits yet. The star Si Chen earned was added to the assassin's most crucial stat, speed. Right now, his speed stat should have reached the level of an A-rank assassin. System Speed Multiplier 4, 740. Even so, he still couldn't strike this floor's lord quite like before. Before Si Chen lay countless waiting monsters, their bodies radiating intimidating power. A monster let out an angry roar and lunged toward him. Si Chen blazed with power, retaliating with the electric assassin skill, Flash God. His lightning bolt shot out, forcing it to turn back and look. The ability of this Lion King Lord was bizarre. Whenever he found an opening to attack it, it would vanish in the blink of an eye, then reappear beside the lioness farthest away from Si Chen. They would quickly adjust positions based on the situation, but the formation remained permanently fixed. There were always 2 lionesses responsible for close combat with him and 2 others observing from afar, awaiting orders. As for the Lion King, it forever maintained the maximum distance from Si Chen, being a lord, yet refusing to make a move personally. What on earth was this Lion King's profession? The leopard cub kept charging toward him. Si Chen quickly generated a lightning bolt to retaliate. The beast took the full force of the blow and was heavily injured. Si Chen muttered while fighting, again with this trick. Every time he tried to kill a lioness, it would vanish instantly, only to reappear beside the Lion King. The moment he stopped, another lioness would lunge forward to bait his attack. Si Chen entered enhancement mode, unleashing his full capabilities. He soared into the air, throwing punches wildly in every direction. They maintained a flawless formation with seamless coordination. The beasts kept slashing with their claws in non-stop attack, then executed the next step, vanishing, followed by emerging from a piercing spatial ring, and finally flying in to injure Si Chen before attacking. He found himself trapped in a difficult stalemate, repeating endlessly, waging an endless war of attrition against Si Chen. Si Chen glared at them with cold eyes, breathing heavily. This guy is completely toying with me. Suddenly Si Chen's eyes widened as if realizing something. Wait, why on earth was he trying to match speed with them? Si Chen began shifting his skills and changing professions. If you guys don't want to fight me head-on, then why shouldn't I use a mage profession to deal with you? Profession change complete. Skeleton Ice King. Si Chen's body floated gently in midair. Ice Mage, Ice Skeleton. At the same time, a terrifying blizzard explosion occurred, causing the ferocious beasts to scramble away in panic. The scene grew increasingly chaotic with terrifying power descending from the sky. Si Chen muttered silently while fighting. Mages are weak in close combat but excel at long-range suppression and crowd control. The beasts turned their heads back for a split second, only to be startled by bolts of light crashing down from the sky. Finally, the ground seemed blanketed by the terrifying magic he unleashed. Suddenly, some beasts seized the opportunity to leap out of the barrier to escape, but they stopped blankly upon seeing they were surrounded on all sides. Once they were all driven into Si Chen's attack range, the beasts began to panic, letting out earth-shaking roars. Si Chen hovered above, smoothly generating ice mage power to condense a gigantic ice explosion bomb. Then he hurled down all the gathered power. Finally, the entire space was blanketed in a blinding flash of light, obscuring all vision. The ferocious beasts from moments ago were now frozen solid. Mechanical sounds chimed repeatedly. Rakshasa Purgatory profession completed. Si Chen's firm voice echoed across the first floor of the demon tower. His eyes flashed brightly with lingering hatred as he declared, "Time to end this." Finally, Si Chen unleashed a world-shaking technique. Warrior Triphase Heavy Calamity, Overweight version. It's over, the ground was left with nothing but ruins. The bodies of the beasts began melting in an instant, then vanished into the piercing cold of winter. Si Chen slowly descended to the ground, reverting to his original state. Spiritual energy enveloped his body. Si Chen leveled up to 24, obtaining Mirage Spirit Beast Bone times 4, Mirage Spirit Beast Heart times 1. Si Chen could still devour the magical beast from just now. He suddenly reached out his hand, creating a source of light. He asked curiously, "Now tell me, what on earth is your profession?" Smoke began to dissipate in the brightly lit space. Si Chen was slowly subduing the soul of that ferocious beast. He clenched his fist tightly, carrying away all its remaining essence. The info screen quickly popped up. Phantom Spirit Master King Star Beast Tamer. Beast Capture Spirit Pact can forcibly establish memories with beast types possessing a certain probability to recruit it as one's own pet beast. The greater one's own intimidation force, the higher the success rate, and if the master sacrifices themselves, the pet beast will also sacrifice itself. Beast Capture Spirit Orbit Elixir consumes mental strength to teleport right beside the pet beast or summon the pet beast to one's side. He was surprised. Beast Tamer, this class is a first for me. No wonder it didn't directly engage him in battle. It turned out its own stats weren't prominent enough, so it could only rely on its pet beast to deal damage. This spatial penetration ability is extremely useful. Si Chen's eyes turned thoughtful. Furthermore, it can forcibly form PCTS with beasts, but it requires intimidation force. Looks like getting this pet beast requires taking a heavier-handed approach. He quickly noticed the environment undergoing changes. Is this the origin of the first floor of the demon magic? So desolate, what on earth happened here? Suddenly a crack appeared before Si Chen. The door to the second floor finally appeared. A pair of vicious eyes surfaced at the same time. Si Chen quickly sensed something odd and turned his head back to look. He heard sounds coming from the pile of dry bones. A tiny ferocious beast was being extremely guarded against Si Chen. He frowned. There's actually a little lion left over. Looks like this is the very last one. The Lion King was killed by me, yet it didn't dissipate. This proves it wasn't the Lion King's pet beast. It has star-type chains on its body. Was it locked up here by the Phantom Lion King? Then Si Chen lunged forward with lightning enveloping his entire body. The little lion was dumbfounded by the sight, its jaw dropping open. It turned out Si Chen was freeing it from the pile of dry bones. He spoke up, then I'll set you free. This place is probably your hometown. Comrades dead, homeland destroyed. I'm all too familiar with this feeling. Although it's very lonely, at least you have to live well. I've got to head to the next floor now. Suddenly the system's voice unexpectedly rang out, reminding him. You have received a Beast Clan pact request as the other party actively initiated the pact request. Si Chen was instinctively startled, turning his head back to look at the little lion. The system's voice continued. Pact available. Baby Lion King requests to form a pact with you. Do you accept? Si Chen's voice slowly rang out. You want to follow me? The baby lion replied with its unique vocalization. Si Chen proceeded to explain, next I'm going to conquer the entire demon tower floor by floor. As we climb higher, the demon beasts will become more ferocious. There might be injuries, even loss of life. Have you really thought this through? It responded to Si Chen with an intense, raging momentum. Si Chen slowly closed his eyes and answered, I understand. Si Chen's eyes snapped open, deciding to accept the pact. The system announced, Baby Lion King pact complete, passive skill activated. Moments later, Si Chen smiled and said, all right, then come along with me. While I'm fighting, you must protect yourself. Then he stepped into a space burning with fiery red. Si Chen immediately felt a surge of tension. Before him lay a gloomy space carrying a heavy sense of pressure. Si Chen mentally evaluated, so hot, feels like melting at any second. I wonder what we'll run into on this floor. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth, engulfing all vision. Si Chen's eyes were drawn to it, making him turn his head to look. Suddenly, a large hole appeared on his body. Si Chen's eyes turned dazed, not understanding what had happened. Then Si Chen abruptly woke up, returning to his room. He hadn't even seen anything before getting one shot. What kind of terrifying power is this? His eyes narrowed. What kind of monster is this second floor boss? Right at that moment, Si Yun's voice rang out from outside. Go outside and eat breakfast. Highly appetizing food was laid out on the table. Si Chen cheered excitedly. This breakfast is so lavish. The young girl instructed, remember to wash the dishes in the sink after eating. Also, in 500,000 wait half an hour you need to hang out the laundry. He wondered, Xiao Yun, why do you want to go out so early? Isn't it summer break? Si Yun replied. Well, I'm going to do a summer part-time job. Si Chen looked blankly. Didn't I tell you just to leave? Money matters to me? The young girl turned her head back and smiled, answering, with such an awesome big brother, your sister doesn't want to fall behind either. Besides, isn't summer break super boring anyway? I'm heading out. Remember to wash the dishes and hang the laundry. Afterwards, Si Chen washed all the dishes clean, and even started hanging the laundry out under the sun. Si Chen muttered to himself, Xiao Yun is always like that. Tenacious and steadfast in living no matter what. Clearly just an underage kid. Yet in front of her, I'm the one being taken care of. Once school affairs are over, I'll go deal with the Wrath Demon King. For a very long time, I won't be able to stay by Xiao Yun's side. Xiao Yun is the only one I'm worried about. Suddenly he realized something. That's right. Si Chen closed his eyes and thought, maybe this can work. Suddenly, a barrier opened behind him, and the baby lion tumbled out accordingly. Si Chen dropped his jaw and turned back to look. Actually managed to summon a pet beast out from the Dream Demon Tower. Moments later, it began thrashing everything around the room. He muttered to himself, if it's like this when I'm away, I can let it stay with Xiao Yun. When the kid is in danger, I can sense it and instantly rush to her side. Xiao Yun has loved playing with cats and dogs since she was little, so swapping to a baby lion will surely be accepted. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang outside. He stepped out to open the door with hesitation. He looked toward the baby lion and thought, will she accept it? As the twilight gradually blanketed the city, the house's surveillance camera was accidentally smashed. A person covered in blood trembled their voice. Don't come over. He screamed in terror, you, what on earth? But then he was attacked relentlessly. His eyes bulged wide with confusion. In the end, his pupils merely reflected the shape of the monster. What kind of monster is this? In a dark corner of the neighborhood, an unlucky soul was targeted by the monster. Shifting scenes, Si Yun was slowly walking down the road back home. The young girl sighed in exhaustion, finally off work. People buying bubble tea during summer break are so crowded, standing all day is exhausting to death. Si Yun wondered, I wonder if Big Brother will like this flavor. Her tiny figure appeared lonely amidst the vast space. Suddenly something urged Si Yun to stop in her track. The young girl turned back, startled as a mysterious voice rang out, I've finally arrived. Afterward, we witnessed a young guy step out, his voice ringing out with supreme confidence. I've waited for you for a very long time, Xiao Yun. It turned out to be Kim Dahyam, a student from Clearwater High School. This character had appeared previously. He strode forward with overwhelming confidence and continued, you ran away way too fast at school last time. I didn't even get to hear your invitation. But it's fine, I've booked the entire top floor of Purple Peak Tower for tonight. Hearing those words, Si Yun's expression instantly froze, clearly extremely annoyed. She stared straight at him and asked coldly, where did you get my home address? The young guy maintained his casual demeanor and replied, my dad is the director of the city hospital. Finding a little info like that is nothing difficult. By this point, Si Yun was visibly enraged. She stepped forward one step, her tone resolute and icy cold. We do not belong to the same world. Please don't seek me out anymore. But the young guy also started losing his cool. Slightly irritated, he grabbed her hand and said, do you know how much effort it took to book the entire top floor of Purple Peak Tower? I've invited a lot of people. Do you want me to stand them up and become a laughingstock? Without hesitating for even a second, Si Yun retaliated with a sharp and confident tone. What reason do I have to care whether you become a laughingstock or not? Besides, do you know that sneaking around outside other people's homes is a terrifying action? The young guy's expression instantly darkened. With his self-esteem heavily wounded, he gritted his teeth. Terrifying, do you know who you're talking to? His face twisted with anger, his voice turning increasingly cold. Just because I kinda like you doesn't mean you get to talk to me that way. Anger surging, he threatened, you have no idea what I can do to you. Before he could say another word, Si Yun reacted with lightning speed. In a flash of anger, she unexpectedly headbutted him hard in the face. The sudden collision completely threw the young guy off balance. While he staggered, Si Yun glared at him and spoke coldly. You should go back to your dad's hospital to get your head checked first. The young guy clutched his face in pain, dropping the bouquet of flowers to the ground. Si Yun didn't even bother looking at him again, turning around to leave. Her voice was icy and decisive. Please stay away from me, you've completely ruined my mood today. The scene shifted to the warm indoor space at home. Walking through the door, Si Yun's mood changed completely. The anger from earlier vanished cleanly. The moment she spotted Leo, her face instantly lit up with joy. She lunged forward, embracing the baby lion warmly and happily, her voice full of excitement. Where on earth did Big Brother find such a cute creature? Si Chen smiled calmly and replied, its name is Leo, it's yours. Hearing that, Si Yun froze for a second, then her eyes went wide in shock. Wait, am I really getting to raise a baby lion? She was clearly ecstatic. Inspecting Leo a bit closer, she curiously said, hold on, I remember only adult male lions grow manes. Why is Leo so tiny yet its mane is already so huge? She started thinking about officially registering to raise it, already treating Leo as a true family member. Witnessing this, Si Chen couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and joy. Seeing her younger sister so happy, he thought to himself, looks like the two of them became best friends at first sight. no need to worry about things at home anymore. Right at that moment, Si Chen's phone rang, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. An important notification meant exclusively for him popped up on the screen. Finishing reading it, the corners of Si Chen's lips curved into a subtle smile, as if everything was finally falling into place. His gaze exuded quiet satisfaction, as though he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. After checking the message, he muttered in a low, confident voice, "Finally, everything can proceed according to plan." Next is dealing with the tiebreaker match, still 6 days left. Time skipped forward 6 days. June 24, 2157, the long-awaited tiebreaker match day. The setting moved to the city outskirts at Green Lake Forest. Gong Xiuan stepped out, his voice stern and authoritative. The two contestants participating in the tiebreaker match, listen up carefully. Let me make the rules of the exam clear. He paused briefly to ensure everyone was focused, then continued. After careful deliberation, the school has decided that this tiebreaker match will take place inside a wild dungeon located within Green Lake Forest. The words instantly made the atmosphere tenser. He continued, "Equipment surveys have confirmed this is a D-rank wild dungeon. According to the prior agreement, both contestants will compete within the same dungeon." His tone grew more serious. Inside the wild dungeon is entirely uncharted territory. The danger level far surpasses standard school exam dungeons. He added, 3 high-ranking members from major Easternia guilds have been appointed as accompanying judges. They will enter the dungeon with the 2 contestants. Their mission is to ensure safety and score your performance in real time. The 3 judges were introduced. The first was Ivan, representing the Imperial Guild, his aura exuding strength and authority. The second was Tai Yingjiu from Divine Eye Guild, whose sharp gaze showed insight and intelligence. The third was Sato Yuta from Silverwind Guild, carrying a steady and experienced demeanor. Gong Xiuan concluded with a decisive declaration. The final score will be decided entirely by what the judges witness. The whole situation was being coldly calculated by Gong Lin in his mind. His mindset was sharp, precise, and purposeful, as though every chess piece had been placed in position beforehand. 3 judges: perform well, handle your part properly, clean, leave no loose ends. Right then, the principal turned to the vice president and asked, "Vice President, your schedule in Easternia concluded 2 days ago, didn't it?" The question carried a hint of curiosity, wondering why someone of his status was still lingering here. The vice president answered without hesitation, his voice full of excitement and anticipation. "Why ask that? Is there anything more interesting than what's about to happen right here? It's been many years since I last witnessed 2 true geniuses clash head-on. I am definitely not missing this." Shortly after, Gong Xiuan stepped up, making a loud, authoritative announcement. "I declare the 2157 Combat Graduation Exam of National Awakened University. The tiebreaker match between Si Chen and Gong Lin officially begins." Both contestants stepped forward simultaneously, stepping into the parallel teleportation gate without a shred of hesitation. The moment they stepped across, the environment changed entirely. The 3 high-ranking judges also followed closely behind. Stepping inside, Tai Yingjiu looked around and remarked, "Dead trees stretching to the horizon, looks like a flower dungeon." The air inside was bizarre and suffocating, with an abnormal silence blanketing everywhere. The moment Si Chen walked in, an unusual event occurred. A system window popped up before him, accompanied by a warning message: "High-risk monster detected." Seeing that, even Si Chen revealed obvious astonishment. He muttered, his voice slightly uneasy, "This is the first time I've seen Demon Heart issue a warning like this." Si Chen was extremely surprised because this was the first time his demon core had emitted such an emergency warning signal. But strangely enough, the warning signal vanished quickly, leaving behind a terrifyingly quiet atmosphere inside the cave. Si Chen looked around the dark lair, wondering if a high-tier monster truly existed in a place like this. Gong Ting walked in front with a long sword at his waist. Both remained completely silent to maintain the highest level of vigilance. The judges walked behind. Someone spoke up to remind them that the rock layer was too thick, requesting the supervisors not to lose track of the contestants. Small rocks unexpectedly shifted on the ground, signaling that something wanted to crawl out from the earth. Suddenly, a giant toxic ant appeared, blocking the path. That was the toxic ant, also known as the D-rank Flora sniper. Reacting extremely fast, Gong Ting instantly drew his glowing sword, preparing for battle. Right after that, he lunged forward to attack. Sato Yuta from Silverwind looked rather impressed by Gong Ting's reaction speed, and reminded them that monsters in wild demon lairs were far more dangerous than those at school. The toxic ant didn't hesitate, immediately spitting streams of corrosive venom toward Gong Ting. Seeing that, Gong Ting swung his sword continuously, blocking the entirety of this venomous fluid. The moment he closed in, a precise slash from him severed the monster's venom gland, instantly neutralizing its long-range attack capability. Without stopping, Gong Ting spun around and poured all his strength into the next blow. The sword pierced through the monster's hard shell, driving straight into a fatal weak spot. The special skill of the nuclear warrior profession called Blazing Penetrating Sword was activated, creating a violent explosion right inside the venomous ant's body. A loud explosion echoed through the cave. The monster was completely incinerated in the blink of an eye right before the judge's eyes. Taeyu from the God Eye Guild immediately awarded Gong Ting a perfect 10 points for combat response because he handled the ambush so quickly. The judge, who was smoking, also awarded another 10 points for combat mindset upon seeing Gong Ting target the opponent's venom gland directly. Sato Ryota smiled with satisfaction and continued giving 10 points for finishing power after that decisive final slash. Everyone had to admit that from his combat positioning down to the finishing blow, every action of Gong Ting was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, far surpassing the level of a regular student. However, when Sato Ryota looked over at Si Chen, he began to feel that something was very strange. While Gong Ting had just finished fighting, Si Chen was leisurely walking around as if on a stroll, causing the panel of judges to assume his performance was a total failure. Even Gong Ting stopped and turned to look at Si Chen with a puzzled gaze at that calm attitude. At the operations center, everyone was intently watching every move of Si Chen via the large screen. Carl Cavendish smiled and turned to ask the principal, "What do you think Si Chen is really looking for in this dangerous cave?" The principal replied, "Si Chen is looking for the ants inside the cave." Si Chen stood among the tangled tree roots and silently calculated how to rack up a huge number of points in a short amount of time. His eyes suddenly turned gold. Si Chen smiled confidently and whispered, "Found you." Bolts of lightning began sparking around his body. After that, Si Chen unleashed an attack onto the ground. An extremely powerful surge of electricity erupted, turning Si Chen into the center of a lightning storm amidst the horde of monsters. That source of power wiped out the surrounding venomous ants, causing the entire ground to shake violently. The panel of judges panicked and cried out when they saw Si Chen plunge deep into the monster nest. They assumed this reckless action would put everyone in grave danger. Gong Ting looked toward the golden flash with a look of intense shock. Doubts about Si Chen's true identity began to surface in his mind. With the lightning assassin profession, Si Chen activated the skill Flash God, transforming his body into a streak of golden light and moving at incredible speed. The golden lightning bolts slashed through the monster horde like a beam of light, so fast they couldn't even react in time. A mass of venomous ants were sliced in half in the blink of an eye. Green venom splattered all over the cave walls. Si Chen continuously appeared and vanished among the monsters. Everywhere he passed left piles of scattered monster corpses. He ended his attack sequence with a powerful landing, leaving a long streak of light cutting through the darkness. Amidst the D-rank monster corpses and venom splattered everywhere, Si Chen leisurely wrapped up his breathtaking performance. The judges were completely dumbfounded. Sato Ryota's jaw dropped in disbelief at what had just happened before his eyes. They couldn't believe that someone reported to be merely E-rank could so easily wipe out such a powerful pack of D-rank monsters. In a secluded corner, Sato Ryota and the smoking judge whispered to each other. Even though Si Chen had just displayed extremely impressive strength, they still tried to find reasons to give him low scores, claiming his combat style was too simple or his actions too dangerous. Gong Ting also silently watched the protagonist. Cavendish started laughing heartily. Haha, the old man's prediction was spot on after all. To get to watch such a thrilling showdown right at the start of the assessment is truly fascinating. I wonder how Gong Ting will react next. Hearing him say that, Gong Lin's hand instinctively clenched into a tight fist out of anger. Suddenly, the monitoring screen began to experience heavy static before losing signal entirely. The red text "signal lost" popped up, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone looked bewildered. They couldn't understand why the system malfunctioned at such a crucial moment. At the control center at 4 p.m., alarms blared continuously. Technicians frantically operated the consoles trying to restore the glitching system. The screen kept flashing warnings of abnormal signals, the dungeon's danger level suddenly spiking to an undetermined rating, while the signal strength plummeted to 0. Beads of sweat rolled down the technician's face as he realized with horror that the situation was slipping out of control. He panicked and yelled, "What on earth is happening to this dungeon when all the data has turned into total chaos?" The gate leading into the cave suddenly became unstable, turning into a blue energy vortex that engulfed the entire entrance. In the blink of an eye, the cave entrance vanished completely. "It's gone!" Before them lay only a pitch-black stone wall. Inside the cave, Si Chen sensed a strange presence. Pink musical notes began appearing around him, causing Si Chen to grow vigilant and whisper, "This is what?" From deep within the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes gradually emerged, accompanied by an oppressive voice. Si Chen instantly recognized that voice. It was the voice of a demon king. At 4 p.m., outside the demon's lair dungeon, the monitoring system suddenly reported abnormal signals. Right before everyone's eyes, the cave entrance vanished without a trace. Everyone was completely clueless as to what was happening. Gong Xuan panicked, sweat streaming down his face. He shouted for his subordinates to immediately request reinforcements from higher-ups, as he had a hunch something extremely dangerous was happening inside the lair. Meanwhile, inside, strange pink musical notes began floating everywhere. Si Chen stood amidst the thick fog and felt a deeply unusual pressure. Gong Ting also realized something was wrong. He frowned and looked around vigilantly, filled with doubt. Taiyu turned to ask those nearby, "Did you guys hear any sound?" Sato nodded in confirmation. "Yes, something feels very strange." A rhythmic, thumping heartbeat echoed heavily inside Si Chen's head. At first he thought it was music, but then he realized with horror that it was the voice of the Wrath Demon King. Si Chen couldn't understand why Wrath's voice was appearing in this dungeon. According to his memories, Wrath shouldn't have appeared for another 3 years. The demonic core inside Si Chen's body continued emitting rapid red warnings, signaling danger approaching very closely. Suddenly Si Chen paused. He felt something trailing right behind him. Heavy footsteps echoed through the chilly fog. Terrifying, cackling laughter reverberated throughout the cave. A hazy dark shadow gradually emerged from behind the thick fog. Taiyu and Sato also detected the anomaly. They squinted through the mist, trying to make out the entity approaching them. A pair of pink eyes suddenly glowed brightly in the dark, accompanied by the slow yet oppressive footsteps of a bizarre creature. A gigantic mantis slowly materialized amidst eerie black spider silk. Its body was covered in sharp spikes and possessed an extremely evil appearance. Its mouth emitted a creepy laugh. It looked down on the group with contemptuous eyes, then spoke coldly. "Hee hee, humans, you've walked right into my trap." Sato couldn't believe his ears. He angrily shouted, "What the hell is this? What are you talking about?" A monster that could speak human language was beyond imagination. Everyone immediately realized its extreme danger level. A monster that can speak human language, it must definitely be C rank or above. How could something like that appear in a D-rank dungeon? Realizing the extreme danger, Sato immediately lunged forward to attack. He asserted that this type of monster was way too dangerous for the candidates. Gripping a pink energy axe in his hand, he shouted for everyone to step back. But in the blink of an eye, a sharp cut appeared on Sato's arm. A slash sound echoed as blood splattered everywhere when his arm and axe were cleanly severed off. The mantis moved too fast, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. Sato and the others stood frozen in horror at the brutal scene that had just unfolded. The mantis continued charging at terrifying speed. It spoke coldly, "All of you must." Its sharp scythe pierced straight through Gong Ting's chest, bright red blood spraying outward. A fatal attack so fast no one could react. The monster brought its terrifying face close and finished its sentence, "Die right here." Gong Ting gritted his teeth against the agonizing pain. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained fiercely determined. Even with his chest pierced, he swung his flaming sword fiercely forward, hacking off the monster's claw. The mantis showed clear shock seeing someone with a pierced heart still having enough strength to launch such a fierce counterattack. Gong Ting followed up with a powerful kick, blasting the monster far away to free himself. The monster was pushed back, sliding a long distance across the ground before regaining its balance. Gong Ting clutched his bleeding wound and looked at Si Chen, saying, "Si Chen, he struck me first." His eyes blazed with fire. He arrogantly declared, "According to priority rules, that monster belongs to me alone. You are not allowed to interfere." Si Chen silently looked at Gong Ting with a serious expression. He understood that Gong Ting's determination could not be swayed. Si Chen's eyes turned green as he activated his analytical skill to check the opponent's true strength. Initially, the system displayed Gong Ting at middle C rank, while the monster was at upper C rank. The danger level of the monster had noticeably escalated. Taeyu panicked upon seeing Gong Ting's severe injury. "Lord Gong Ting, you need medical treatment right now. I suggest stopping the test and evacuating immediately. This monster is too dangerous even for you." Gong Ting responded coldly with a single word, "No." He placed his burning hand directly onto the wound piercing his chest. Flames surged violently right in front of Si Chen. Si Chen instantly understood the action, using high temperature to stop the bleeding. This was an extremely dangerous method but highly effective. Black smoke rose from the charred flesh. Gong Ting roared with absolute determination. "I reject your suggestion. This battle must go on." The mantis showed no fear either, charging forward to face Gong Ting's next flaming attack head-on. Gong Ting swung his flaming sword and leaped high into the air. His eyes filled with killing intent as he prepared to unleash the decisive blow. Outside the cave, Lin Wuju stood looking at the entrance that had mysteriously vanished. He explained that this phenomenon wasn't rare and proved that the fiends inside this dungeon possessed extreme intelligence. With a cold expression, Lin Wuju added that the dungeon intentionally opened its entrance to lure humans in, then shut it to trap them like prey. Gong Xiuwen panicked and asked, "Is there any other way to open the door because Gong Ting is still trapped inside?" Lin Wuju stated firmly that there was only one way to open a path out, and that was to eliminate the dungeon's lord. Hearing this, Gong Xiuwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought that in a D-rank dungeon the strongest lord would only be C-rank, so it shouldn't be too hard to take down. But Lin Wuju immediately crushed that hope. He revealed that the titled D-rank dungeon was merely a camouflage for the monster lurking inside. Lin Wuju's expression turned grave. He suggested that this place was likely behind the string of mysterious disappearances of awakened individuals lately. Sweat covering his face, Taeyu trembled as she realized they were facing an extremely dangerous dungeon. The grim truth was finally laid bare when Lin Wuju concluded, "This is actually a deadly B-rank dungeon." The giant mantis screeched, its eyes glowing with a threatening pink-purple hue. Clashing sounds echoed non-stop as Gong Ting and the monster plunged into each other in a dance of death. Gong Ting retreated after a barrage of attacks. The sword in his hand radiated a brilliant golden glow, dispelling the dungeon's darkness. The monster growled, swinging its two sharp scythes as it lunged forward with terrifying speed. Gong Ting evaded the attack with a leap into the air. As an experienced combatant, he grasped the rhythm of the battle exceptionally well. The violent impact shattered the ground, embedding the mantis's scythe deep into the stone floor. "Opening, I've got you." Seeing the opponent exposed, Gong Ting swung his sword for the finish. A sharp sword arc cut across, sending the mantis's head flying alongside a splatter of green blood. The head rolled across the ground, a relatively easy victory for Gong Ting. The battle temporarily paused, the atmosphere in the cave grew silent. Everyone was still stunned by what Gong Ting had just demonstrated. Taeyu looked in amazement at the monster's head, unable to believe Gong Ting had truly taken down the mantis all by himself. Si Chen looked toward Gong Ting pensively. He acknowledged that Gong Ting's strength truly shouldn't be underestimated. Behind them, Judge Ivan used green energy to heal Sato. Hey, can you hear me? You should be waking up by now." Sato groaned and thanked Ivan for arriving just in time. Yet when he looked down at the communication wristband on his arm, Sato suddenly froze in shock. The screen flashed a glaring red X indicating signal loss. He panicked upon realizing they had been cut off from the outside world. Taeyu heard this and hurriedly checked her device, realizing hers was the same. All signals were blocked and the GPS compass was completely broken. A soft sound drew their attention. Looking down at their feet, they saw the drone cameras were completely useless too. The judge's discussion caught Gong Ting's attention. He didn't understand what was going on either. Right at that moment, the headless corpse of the Lord suddenly emitted dry cracking sounds and slowly stood up. A dark purple aura shrouded its body. Gong Ting had no idea the monster was still alive and had appeared right behind him. But before the monster could strike Gong Ting down, Si Chen abruptly lunged forward, unleashing golden energy sword arcs that chopped the monster into tiny pieces. The system displayed a notification: obtained 2,000 experience points. While Gong Ting was still recovering from his shock, he confusedly asked, "I cut its head off already, why could it still move?" Si Chen kept a cold expression as he explained, "That thing was never the Lord to begin with, it has been hypnotized the whole time, that's why it kept fighting even after death." He stared straight at the group of hunters and warned, "All of you get out of here immediately because the next person to be hypnotized might just be you." Gong Ting broke into a cold sweat, staring intently at Si Chen, wanting to know how Si Chen could possibly have known that. Sato angrily claimed that Si Chen was talking nonsense and insisted there was only a single C-rank lord in this cave. Sato continued asserting that the monster must be at least upper C-rank, definitely the dungeon lord. Suddenly Si Chen's ears rang with annoying static noise. The system continuously flashed red warnings about an extremely dangerous entity nearby. Pink-purple sonic waves began to spread, enveloping the entire cave space. Taeyu was the first to be affected, her eyes turning pink as she completely lost consciousness. Judges Ivan and Sato didn't escape the attack either. Si Chen quickly pulled out his earpieces and put them on to protect himself. Looking at the expanding energy rings, he spoke in a low voice. "That sonic wave, I'd recognize it anywhere." Memories of his past life flooded data hauntingly. In his past life, Wrath had used this exact frequency. That sonic wave could hypnotize and slaughter millions of ordinary people worldwide. Even Si Yun had died in that tragedy. And the exact same thing was happening again in this cave. But according to the script of his past life, it wasn't time for Wrath to appear yet. Taeyu and the others quietly walked along in a bizarre rhythm, stepping deeper into the darkness of the dungeon. Si Chen calmly followed behind, his eyes filled with vigilance. Si Chen concluded that this cave's lord definitely had a connection to Wrath. The group stepped into a chamber filled with gloomy eggs and spider webs. Si Chen figured it was time to face the master of this place directly. The long shadows of the hunters stretched across the cave walls under the eerie purple light, signaling that a brutal battle was about to begin. The deeper they went into the cave, the more frequent and continuous the system's red warnings became, signaling an extremely dangerous creature nearby. Before them lay a gloomy lair filled with glowing monster eggs, where a mysterious entity reigned from above alongside a swarm of giant snakes. The group silently walked past white bones and shattered old gear, testaments to the tragic fate of hunters who had stepped foot here before. Gazing into the void, Si Chen thought to himself, the alpha frequency used for hypnosis, just like Wrath. Good thing he had prepared the anti-beta frequency track just in case he met him again. Si Chen anxiously looked at his teammates who were under mind control. These people had no defense against hypnosis. They could die at any second. Si Chen knew he had to end this quickly. From high above, a mysterious white-robed entity began to speak with a greedy tone upon seeing the abundance of nutrients. It looked down upon the group of hunters as if they were premium, ultra-fresh goods. Creepy whispers echoed throughout the cave. The monster had no idea that Si Chen was completely unhypnotized and was looking at it with the eyes of death. Gong Ting's childhood memories were finally revealed as he panted heavily amidst the blood-stained training ground, his small hand still clutching the shattered wooden sword tightly enough to cut into his flesh and skin, blood streaming down the 8-year-old's arm and dripping onto the cold stone floor. Up on the high steps, Gong Lin watched quietly without a shred of a father's emotion in his eyes, bearing only the absolute coldness of a ruler as he calmly declared, "Very well, you won again today." Gong Ting was covered in injuries from head to toe, yet Gong Lin didn't even bother giving the boy a single glance. He slowly continued, "The winner gets to go inside for dinner, while the loser kneels right there until sunrise." The bitterly cold darkness enveloped the Gong family's training ground, accompanied by the painful growling of an empty stomach. Right at that moment, a loaf of bread unexpectedly appeared in front of Gong Cheng. Gong Ting's face was covered in bruises, but his gaze remained fierce. "Eat it!" Gong Cheng startled in panic. "If Dad sees this, Big Brother is going to get punished." Gong Ting frowned. "Shut up, just eat it." Not long after, indoors, bam! A horrific slap landed straight across Gong Ting's face, sending him crashing down onto the stone floor. Gong Ting knelt on the floor, his face caked in blood after the brutal beating. Standing before him was still Gong Lin, his father, and also the ghost that haunted his entire life, towering in the middle of the dark room to slowly ask, "Do you know why the Gong family stands above everyone else?" Without waiting for Gong Ting to answer, Gong Lin proudly answered himself, "Because I have never lost. The winner is the one who sets the rules, while the loser can only bow and obey." The atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy, yet Gong Ting merely raised his head with a challenging gaze. "If I defeat you, then from now on the rules will be written by me, right?" The room fell silent. Gong Lin let out a cold laugh, a smile that was both contemptuous and terrifying. The fragments of memories continued to surface like a nightmare, with wooden sword pieces scattered across the floor. Time flew by quickly. At this point, the battle between father and son was underway, though Gong Lin had someone else fight in his place instead. Gong Ting's body was covered in injuries, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth after hundreds of grueling battles. He gritted his teeth and asked his father, "When I challenged you, why did you let the King Squad step in?" Gong Lin smiled sinisterly, reiterating, "True strength doesn't lie in one's hands but in the power standing behind them. This world is unfair, justice does not exist, and mercy does not exist. One must win at all costs. Even if it means abandoning family, betraying comrades, or burying every dream, one must stand above all else. Winning is the sole value that exists in this world." And ever since that day, those teachings seem to be deeply etched into Gong Ting's very blood and flesh. Returning to the present, the Overlord loomed amidst dense black tentacles and giant egg cocoons clinging to the cave walls. Si Chen immediately realized the issue. This monster was using alpha waves to hypnotize everyone inside the dungeon, exactly like the previous one, though luckily he had prepared a beta frequency track to counter that mental influence. But the rest of them hadn't. The moment the Overlord gave the order, all of them would instantly turn into murderous puppets. Stray golden sparks began dancing around Si Chen's arm as the electric glow tore through the darkness, his fist clenching tight. "I have to finish this right now." But right as Si Chen prepared to lunge forward, a blood-drenched hand grabbed his shoulder abruptly, making him jump and turn back. It was Gong Ting, with blood still flowing from his chest. Gong Ting had stabbed himself to stay awake and resist the hypnosis. Even Si Chen was momentarily stunned by this action. Panting heavily, Gong Ting maintained a terrifyingly sharp gaze. "I have my own way of avoiding mind control," he warned. "If you act recklessly and expose our position, everyone here dies." Gong Ting slowly pointed toward the giant cocoons shivering slightly around the cave. "Inside those are dozens of dormant C-rank monsters. Just a tiny explosion, just one misdirected strike, and all those monsters wake up together." Gong Ting systematically analyzed the Overlord's death trap. The monster deliberately made this place look like a low-tier dungeon to lure awakeners in, then sucked them dry of energy bit by bit. Gong Ting concluded, "Sooner or later that entity will come looking for us on its own." He proposed they hide, wait for it to approach, and finish it off in one single blow, an extremely reckless plan but also their sole survival chance. Si Chen began looking at Gong Ting with new eyes, never expecting this reckless fighter to remain so calm and calculated. Yet Si Chen merely stared coldly at the Overlord floating in the dark, slowly answering, "That plan won't work because the Overlord doesn't even need to make a move." The words barely left his mouth when the boss began using sound to manipulate the rest, Si Chen lowering his voice. "The second it thinks it, everyone under mind control will instantly butcher us." Meanwhile, the remaining hunters had fallen into complete hypnosis, their eyes vacant and saliva dripping from their mouths like mindless wrecks. Even worse, Tai Yingjiao was holding a gun to her own head with her finger resting on the trigger, ready to pull it anytime upon the Overlord's command. Even the strong men weren't spared from the control, with Ivan choking himself in agony as his face turned purple from lack of air. Si Chen sprang into action before tragedy struck, moving at blazing speeds to deliver precise knockouts and free everyone from hypnosis. This action also caught the Overlord's attention, tipping it off that he wasn't hypnotized. Instantly, the Overlord grew furious, outraged that someone was snatching its meal. At the Overlord's command, the giant cocoons around the chamber began cracking open. Cracking noises echoed everywhere, signaling a fresh wave of assault. Terrifying praying mantises crawled out from their shells, boasting blade-like arms and glowing pink eyes full of killing intent. The Overlord roared the attack order. 7 C-rank blade arm mantises, wildly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Gong Ting swallowed the pain from his chest wound, realizing it was time for the final resort. He looked at Si Chen with a resolute gaze, asking for only one favor: help me get the 3 of them out of the dungeon while I stay behind to hold them off. Si Chen silently watched Gong Ting, seemingly quite surprised by this teammate's sacrifice. Gong Ting stated, "I know I can't take on all the C-rank monsters by myself, but I believe I can buy enough time for everyone to escape." The mantises screeched horribly, swarming toward the 2 conscious hunters simultaneously. Metal clashing echoed violently as Gong Ting plunged alone into the monster swarm, keenly aware that he was the reason everyone ended up in this hellish fight. Amidst the flurry of razor-sharp attacks, Gong Ting's golden-orange sword kept slashing fiercely. Panting heavily with blood and sweat dripping down his face, Gong Ting refused to back down, believing he had to clean up the mess he caused. Witnessing this, Si Chen smiled faintly, finally admitting he had misjudged Gong Ting. Right then, the system initiated its transformation as golden lightning erupted over Si Chen's body, thunder rolling around him and exerting massive pressure across the cavern. Ahead stood an army of monsters, their screeches sounding like 1,000 blades scraping against eardrums. The cavern air grew thick with a suffocating, heavy killing intent, and right at the center stood the white-robed Overlord amidst the darkness. Yet Si Chen's eyes held no panic, declaring he would take down this Overlord. But Gong Ting immediately stepped in to stop him. "Don't do anything rash." Staring fixedly at the Overlord Rasa Inferno, his voice shook with fear. "We can't beat this thing. I can clearly see it's completely out of our league, definitely reaching a rank." Gazing at his downed comrades, Gong Ting demanded once more that Si Chen get everyone out of here, as it was their only remaining option. Si Chen stood motionless, his silhouette exuding an eerie resolve as he slowly answered, "True, this monster's a nightmare, I won't deny that, but the dungeon gates are completely sealed. Otherwise, the Imperial Guild would have broken in long ago." Gong Ting froze, his face turning pale with shock, unable to believe their only retreat had been utterly cut off. Si Chen kept a terrifyingly calm expression, staring straight ahead. Right now, Si Chen couldn't see the monster's level, and if Rasa Inferno really reached A rank, the situation vastly exceeded normal combat capabilities. Si Chen linked this entity's strength directly to the Phantom Lion King from the deep floors of the Demon Tower. A mantis screeched piercingly, hurtling straight toward them at terrifying speed. Si Chen raised his hand lightning fast to block it, a dry metallic clang echoing as golden electricity stopped the monster's blade cold. Another beast lunged at Si Chen from a different angle, claws targeting his head directly. Gong Ting yelled in panic, "Watch out." Instantly, Gong Ting rushed forward, teaming up flawlessly with Si Chen to take down both monsters. Yet the insect swarm kept screeching madly, charging forward endlessly like a tidal wave. Gong Ting grew desperate as monster numbers swelled, knowing it was only a matter of time before they were swallowed whole. A massive bolt of lightning began gathering in Si Chen's palm, illuminating a corner of the cavern. He finally unleashed his true skill, electric blade activated. Golden lightning bolts shot out from Si Chen's position, sweeping across the surrounding monsters. Each lightning arc carried terrifying might, piercing the fierce thunderswords through the monsters and detonating their bodies as green fluids splattered under scorching thermal output. Right after, Si Chen utilized Flash God, turning his body into a golden streak moving at unimaginable speed and leaving blurry afterimages behind. Consecutive explosions thundered across the battlefield, shredding monsters instantly wherever Si Chen appeared. Witnessing this, Gong Ting was left speechless, stammering in disbelief because this defied all logic for a normal assassin. In everyone's eyes, assassins inherently had low base strength stats and became liabilities against hordes. Yet Si Chen proved the exact opposite, landing every strike precisely into the monster's fatal weak spots with pinpoint accuracy. He used elite-level speed and technique to completely bridge the strength gap. Si Chen was staging an overwhelming massacre right before his teammates' eyes. Gong Ting's eyes widened as he tried tracking Si Chen's lightning-fast movements, realizing he was witnessing a completely different tier of combat. Monsters were wiped out in droves amidst flashing golden arcs webbing the space, easily reaching a rank potency. Spotting a glimmer of hope, Gong Ting tightened his grip on his sword hilt. A bold thought taking root in his mind as he began feeling they actually had a shot at turning the tables. The Overlord spoke up, sounding heavily annoyed by the stubborn resistance of these two mortals. A purple-pink energy erupted violently as the Overlord triggered its ultimate reinforcement skill, enhancement, across all 7 monsters. Their strength and stamina stats skyrocketed instantly, body shells thickening and hardening remarkably. Enhanced, the beasts grew larger and more ferocious, quickly surrounding Si Chen in a lethal pressure ring. The Overlord coldly ordered its underlings, "Hack him to pieces," its fury blanketing the cave. Against the buffed beasts, Si Chen didn't waver, golden arcs surging fiercer around him. Gearing up for a counterattack, a massive strike carrying purple energy slammed into the ground where Si Chen stood, but he accelerated, using a giant mantis claw as a stepping stone to reach its head. Launching himself midair, he rained attacks down upon the mantis's head, leaving golden light trails reminiscent of dazzling thunder ribbons. Down below, Gong Ting channeled all his strength into his sword for the decisive blow, silently calling out to Si Chen to hold on a bit longer. Si Chen concentrated to the absolute limit, eyes blazing with lightning amidst the suffocating tension as thunder roars grew deafening. His slashes sped beyond mortal sight, sharp explosions chaining together as the 7 beasts dropped one by one under the wrath of golden lightning. Overwhelmed by numbers, a beast closed in fast behind Si Chen. But before it could strike, Si Chen vanished, reappearing like a ghost directly behind it with 0 reaction time. A thunder-infused slash came down hard, power exploding wildly once more. The monster roared madly as if trying to swallow its opponent, launching a counter-strike. The attack knocked Si Chen backward, but wasn't enough to injure him. Sliding across the ground, Si Chen steadied himself, taking a short breath as he realized things grew deadlier with the monsters scaled to B-rank power. Their shells steel-hard and shielding vital spots, prompting him to break their defense fast. Just then, Gong Ting's voice rang from behind, a battlefield thank you signaling his preparation was complete. The cave lit up brightly from a massive fire energy burst erupting from Gong Ting, who traded all defense for maximum offense to unleash his strongest strike after Si Chen's stalwart. At 5:30 p.m. in Si Chen's apartment, Zhu Dong, Si Yun's classmate, arrived with drinks. "Sorry to keep you waiting, shopping took longer than expected." Si Yun waved it off, "No worries, big brother's not back home yet anyway." Zhu Dong looked slightly surprised. Sitting down at the table, Zhu Dong asked curiously, "Did Si Chen hear the news about you getting into the Academy of Arts?" Si Yun shook her head. "Not yet, but I told him we've got something huge to talk about today. Let's just eat first, he's gonna be late anyway." Just as they were about to dig in, Si Yun noticed the garlic sauce jar was completely empty. Slipping on a coat, she told Zhu Dong, "Wait here, Leo and I will run grab some and I'll pick up snacks to celebrate properly tonight." Stopping by the convenience store, Si Yun strolled out into the twilight holding her shopping bag. Walking in the sunset, she smiled and patted Leo. "You're a very good little angel." Leo was busy chewing on snacks in the bag, explaining why they heard no noise when leaving. Si Yun coddled Leo on the walk, promising more cookies next time while enjoying the peace, totally oblivious. Lurking in a building's blind spot, a figure watched her closely with a prying, dangerous gaze. 2 sketchy guys stood smoking, one confirming to his buddy, "Target acquired." Pulling out Si Yun's photo for confirmation, the other asked, "Should we move in and grab her right now?" The leader ordered, "Stay cool and tail her. Once she clears the surveillance zone, we make our move and keep it clean." Footsteps tracked silently behind Si Yun, combat boot soles echoing menacingly down the empty alley. But Si Chen's sister wasn't naive, having already noticed a tail ever since stepping out of the store, wondering what they wanted. The 2 strangers kept silently tailing behind, maintaining a fixed yet oppressive distance. Leo in the bag also began growling with a threatening warning. Si Yun whispered, "It seems the little guy can also sense the killing intent aimed at us." She clutched her coat tighter and instructed Leo, Just hide safely inside, absolutely don't crawl out in a situation like this. Si Yun's eyes suddenly turned worried. Looks like we're in for a gamble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Gong Ting channeled all his energy, activating his maximum power state to unleash his ultimate finishing blow. Extreme Blaze Rift, the nuclear warrior's most powerful technique, was unleashed. Gong Ting roared, "I swear I'll blow this A-rank overlord away." No matter how powerful it was, the massive raging flames from Gong Ting's sword swept across, clashing powerfully with the monster's dark energy. A violent explosion erupted instantly. Blinding light enveloped a vast combat zone. All monsters caught in the path of the attack vanished into ash and dust. The direct destructive attack struck the center of the Overlord, giving the monster no time to evade. A pillar of fire engulfed the Overlord, its heat seemingly wanting to scorch everything around it. A thunderous explosion echoed, the shockwave from the ultimate creating an extremely terrifying sight. Gong Ting collapsed from exhaustion, plunging his sword into the ground to keep himself from falling. All of his stamina, mental control, and elemental capacity were completely depleted after that strike. Gong Ting panted heavily, looking blearily toward the ruins, believing that everything had finally ended and the monster had been eliminated. The dust gradually cleared, revealing a desolate scene with monster corpses scattered all around. Gong Ting wheezed out confirmation of his victory. Yet from amidst the hazy mist, a cold voice rang out mockingly, "Is that all the power you've got?" Si Chen watched from afar with a surprised expression. While Gong Ting stood in shock realizing the monster was still alive, the rank boss slowly emerged from the smoke, completely unscathed. It looked down on Gong Ting with contempt, mocking humanity's disappointing weakness. Gong Ting was stunned. He had poured all his strength into the attack, yet it was completely ineffective. The monster still stood tall, without a single scratch after Gong Ting's final attack. Si Chen stared intently at the entity before him, already beginning to formulate his own calculations for his next move. Si Chen quickly realized, right before being struck, the monster had managed to drain the energy from the surrounding demon eggs to create an impenetrable protective layer. Gong Ting panted desperately in despair, looking at his sword which had run out of fiery energy. He wondered if this was truly the end. Right at that moment, Si Chen casually walked up behind Gong Ting and offered an unexpected proposal. "Let's make a deal." Si Chen said he would yield the first-place glory to Gong Ting, in exchange for the entire $1 million cash prize belonging to him. Instantly, the system began notifying that Si Chen was transitioning his profession to a new class. Si Chen's hand tightened around the sword, radiating a purple magical aura. He prepared to make his move while reminding him of a prerequisite condition. Si Chen officially revealed himself in his powerful level 24 Inferno Jakasa form. He coldly warned Gong Ting, "Don't you dare breathe a word to anyone about what you're about to witness." Gong Ting froze, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. The concept of a dual-class user. Pink-purple spiritual energies began being pulled out from the corpses of thousands of scattered monsters across the battlefield. Everything was sucked backward toward the center where Si Chen stood. The system announced, Si Chen has activated the ultimate skill collapse of the Stella Warrior class. All the stamina and strength of the Fallen were devoured, causing his stats to skyrocket crazily. Gong Ting was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure radiating from the person he had always looked down upon. Even the A-rank overlord began to feel uneasy. Si Chen took a deep breath. Monstrous fangs became visible as his body finished completely assimilating the power from the monster corpses. With glowing red demonic horns and cold blue murderous eyes, Si Chen officially entered battle in his Inferno Jakasa form. He coldly affirmed to Gong Ting, "This overlord monster, I will finish it off myself." The Soul Reaper mage began using its skill. A wave of terrifying pressure spread across the space. Glowing red eyes beneath the cloak uttered a ghostly whisper. A green energy orb exploded, creating a series of shockwaves that seemed to choke everything around it. Gong Ting collapsed, clutching his head in agony. He hadn't expected the monster to use this skill. To avoid being hypnotized, he bit down hard on his sword blade, using the pain to keep himself awake. Contrasting with his teammates' struggle, Si Chen stood firm. His cold blue eyes remained unwavering against the mental attack. The Soul Reaper mage was stunned. Its glowing red eyes widened in shock. It couldn't fathom why an ordinary human could resist its skill. Si Chen slowly stepped forward, the sound of his boots echoed steadily across the ground. The monster panicked and screamed, Why doesn't hypnosis work on you?" Refusing to accept defeat, the Soul Reaper mage began channeling energy to unleash a finishing blow. It poured all its magic into a finishing move called Sonic Hell. Red sonic rings exploded from the barrier, sweeping everything in their path with terrifying destructive force. But Si Chen remained calm, while Gong Ting had to struggle with all his might just to stay standing. Affected by the attack, numerous wounds appeared on Gong Ting's body, blood continuously gushing out, looking terrifying. Red rays of light emanated from the Soul Reaper mage's body as if wanting to devour the space. It believed this strike would crush all enemies. But when the smoke cleared, it revealed Si Chen's confident face with sharp fangs and a cold smile. He looked even more like a monster than his opponent. The sound of Si Chen's footsteps continued steadily across the barren earth. Every sound was a blade piercing the wizard's confidence. The Soul Reaper mage truly panicked. It couldn't believe its eyes seeing Si Chen unharmed by the Sonic Hell skill. "This is impossible, why can't I hurt you?" The Soul Reaper mage screamed in despair as its authority was trampled upon. "Tear him to pieces for me, crush him into 100 pieces." In fear, the Soul Reaper mage summoned giant black snakes to charge at Si Chen. Si Chen didn't flinch, he spun around and swung his weapon. A blade arc carrying cold purple flames tore through space. A giant snake head was sliced off, black blood splattering everywhere. The giant snake writhed on the ground in agony and quickly lost its combat capability. Right at that moment, the Soul Reaper mage continued commanding the giant snakes to charge forward. Si Chen danced among the monster horde like a grim reaper. Every sharp slash tore the monsters into multiple pieces, turning them into piles of minced flesh with blood staining the entire space. Si Chen gathered momentum and leaped high into the air, lunging straight toward the Soul Reaper mage's protective orb. Realizing what Si Chen intended to do, the Soul Reaper mage dismissed it as futile, believing its defense system was impenetrable. Responding to that confidence, Si Chen leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful slash accompanied by a mocking question. "Really?" He activated the skill Ocean Collapse. All energy from the surrounding corpses was drained dry, pushing Si Chen's strength to its maximum level. A direct slash came crashing down. The barrier shattered like glass before Si Chen's terrifying power. The monster stared in shock as its defense was smashed to pieces. To this moment it still couldn't understand why Si Chen was so strong. Gong Ting from afar was left speechless. He was terrified to see Si Chen shatter the boss's defense with a single blow. Who on earth is he? Si Chen didn't give his opponent time to counterattack. His fist flared with energy once again, preparing for the finishing strike. Right after the skill triple cataclysm crushing mode was activated, Si Chen's punch pierced straight through the monster's body. A heaven-shaking explosion echoed as the monster's body slammed down onto the ground. "No, impossible!" The smoke slowly cleared, revealing the Soul Reaper mage's body reduced to a tattered corpse groaning in despair amidst the ruins. Si Chen stepped forward coldly. His eyes had turned a fierce, murderous red. He stepped on his enemy and ordered, "Speak, what is your connection to Wrath?" The Soul Reaper mage trembled upon hearing that name. It shocked it back. How do you know the name of the Wrath Demon King?" Si Chen's gaze turned even more terrifying. He repeated his demand decisively. "Answer me now." The wizard laughed crazily in its dying throes. "If I knew where Wrath was, I would have gone to break his seal to save him instead of lying here." "Break the seal?" Si Chen was surprised upon hearing this information. He hadn't expected someone as powerful as the Wrath Demon King to be sealed away by some mysterious force. Despite its body slowly melting into wisps of black smoke, the Soul Reaper mage continued laughing mockingly in front of Si Chen. "Just wait, Lord Wrath will return soon." It screamed its final threat as its body slowly vanished. The Soul Reaper mage declared that the Demon King would lead an army of fiends back to slaughter all these useless humans. Creepy laughter echoed across the cave. Si Chen stood silently amidst the ruined battlefield. After defeating the Soul Reaper mage, Si Chen's gluttony skill began activating. A mass of energy was sucked tightly into his palm. The devouring status bar gradually filled up. The notification "Devouring process complete" appeared. Si Chen had successfully snatched away the power of the Soul Reaper mage, a ghost attribute mage with terrifying stats and skill. A radiant golden light surrounded Si Chen. He officially leveled up to 25 while acquiring precious items from the corpse of the ancient entity just eliminated. Holding the new skill card in his hand, Si Chen pondered deeply over what he had just heard. Turns out the Wrath Demon King had existed in this world long before being sealed away by some mysterious force. There were secrets about the past and the Demon Kings that even someone as strong as him had never heard of before. Suddenly Si Chen sensed a presence. Gong Ting endured the pain, holding his bleeding wound with one hand. He looked at Si Chen with a gaze full of awe mixed with terror, unable to believe he had just witnessed an awakened user with multiple professions. Gong Ting admitted his defeat and acknowledged that Si Chen's strength was on an entirely different level from his own. Grateful for having his life saved, Gong Ting promised to keep the secret of Si Chen's true strength until his dying breath. Si Chen remained silent without replying, his gaze remaining cold as if deep in thought. Coughing fits made Gong Ting wince in agony. Blood spilled from the corners of his teeth. His body had reached its limit after enduring the attacks from the Soul Reaper mage. Si Chen looked from afar and offered reassurance. The boss has been eliminated, the dungeon exit must be open by now. Hang in there a bit longer, guild personnel will be coming in soon. But just as he was about to leave, a bolt of lightning flashed across Si Chen's mind. His eyes abruptly glowed with a purple light, signaling a horrifying event unfolding elsewhere. A horrifying vision appeared in Si Chen's eyes, as clear as if it were happening right in front of him. Amidst the hazy purple fog, a mysterious middle-aged man wearing a gray suit appeared. He radiated an oppressive aura with black tentacles surrounding his body. Si Chen blurted out in shock, "Si Yun." An extreme sense of unease surged as he realized his only younger sister was in danger. The mysterious sunglasses-wearing figure revealed himself with piercing, glowing green eyes. His pitch-black tentacles were extending, preparing to devour the pitiful prey. Si Yun was holding tightly onto the lion Leo in extreme fear. The tentacles had tightly wrapped around them, putting both of their lives in grave danger. Late in the afternoon on June 24, Zai Yun was on her way home through the small streets of the city. Ever since stepping out of the convenience store, she had felt suspicious shadows tracking her every step. Two punks were sneaking right behind her. Hidden safely inside her backpack, baby Leo also sensed that hostility and let out a low, protective growl. Feeling the backpack shift, Zai Yun asked her pet if it sensed any danger. Instead of panicking, she gently secured the bag and told her little friend to hide tightly inside. Without a hint of fear, Zai Yun turned back with a brave and determined look. Truthfully, she almost felt glad they were tailing her, as her tedious evening had just gotten a lot more interesting. She immediately tapped into her survival instincts. When being followed, rule number 1 was to head toward crowds. Darting down a flight of stairs, she headed straight into the bustling market. Around dusk, the row of local restaurants was exceptionally crowded. Capitalizing on the chaos of the dinner rush, she quickly slipped into the massive crowd, blending naturally among shoppers and diners to shake her tail. Behind her, the punks quickly lost track. The beanie-wearing thug aggressively shoved people aside, frantically trying to push through the dense crowd. But Zai Yun's evasion skills were top-notch. The exact moment they got distracted by the crowd and looked away, she vanished without a trace. The two punks stood dazed in the middle of the street in shock, panicking as they scanned around for any trace of her. Meanwhile, Zai Yun darted quickly into a deserted alley to take cover. She let out a sigh of relief upon confirming that the terrifying stalkers had disappeared. Just when Zai Yun thought she had broken free, a heavy footstep echoed right in front of her. She froze, startled to see a shady older man with slicked-back white hair standing on the steps of her apartment building. Casually taking a puff of a cigarette, he grumbled mockingly that he had been waiting forever because the building door was locked. Her heart skipped a beat as she realized this was a set-up trap. Terrified, Zai Yun stepped back, demanding to know who they were and how they knew precisely where she lived. Before she could get an answer, the two punks from earlier caught up and blocked her escape route, cackling about how fast she could run. Realizing she was completely cornered, Zai Yun scrambled for a way out, bolting down the hallway while the hunters cackled maniacally at her futile resistance. But these guys weren't ordinary street thugs, they were awakeners. Suddenly, a stream of ice magic fired out, freezing her feet solidly to the ground. The sudden momentum caused her to crash face first onto the pavement, sending her backpack flying away. Her legs were completely frozen as a hand covered in deep blue frost reached in close. The beanie-wearing thug stood towering over her head, drooling like a lunatic. He mocked her, asking if she was tired yet, and told her to take a quick rest before continuing to serve him. Right as her stalker moved to touch her, Zai Yun screamed in panic. But before that scum could lay a finger on her, a massive, powerful paw slammed straight into his face, sending him flying backward to crash hard onto the pavement. Much to the shock of the white-haired leader, a loud thud shook the ground, and stepping out right in front of a trembling Zai Yun was a majestic, giant white lion. Zai Yun stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at this legendary glowing beast. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized this legendary predator was none other than her little Leo. The punk clutched his bleeding face, screaming in absolute terror. Sobbing and shouting at his buddy, he ranted about how the client who hired them never mentioned a giant, ferocious lion. Leo let out a roaring boom that shook the entire alley. Completely terrified, the stalker panicked, frantically channeling golden lightning into his fist in a desperate final bid for self-defense. But maintaining that giant, legendary form was too much for a baby beast. Right after its heroic entrance, Leo's energy bottomed out and it instantly dropped its transformation, shrinking back into an adorable little cub before toppling backward, completely dazed. Seeing her tiny bodyguard pass out from exhaustion, Zai Yun panicked, instantly scooping the little champion into her arms to check if it was all right after burning through all its energy. Watching the legendary lion instantly shrink down into a helpless cub, the white-haired leader stared with utter disappointment, sneering and muttering that he thought the beast was going to be something special. With a cold finger snap, he decided to wrap this game up and flexed his own terrifying Awakener powers. Thorny roots pierced through the concrete floor, blanketing the tight alley as he sneered that the cub couldn't even hold its form for 10 seconds. Massive vines coiled and wrapped tightly around Zai Yun, trapping her inside a cage of sharp thorns. Clasping a dazed Leo against her chest, she desperately warned him to stay away. But her warnings meant nothing to a seasoned killer. Coiling the sharp, thorny branches closer to her face, the leader coldly told her not to waste his time. He delivered a terrifying ultimatum: hand over the beast willingly or get ripped apart for it. Just as the leader tightened the trap, Leo's eyes lit up and the legendary pact skill activated. Stellar Warp. Consuming mental control, a massive portal ripped open, and in a flash of pink light, Si Chen teleported right to Leo's location and delivered a devastating kick straight to the leader's face. The immense kinetic impact from the warped kick sent the thug flying backward like a ragdoll, smashing through metal trash cans in the alley. Si Chen calmly turned to his sister, apologizing for being late, offhandedly explaining that dungeon work took longer than expected before asking if she and Leo were all right. The hooded punk was completely baffled, wondering where this freakishly strong monster of a guy suddenly crawled out from. Still shaken, his younger sister stammered out an explanation, warning her brother that she had no clue how they tracked her down and that all of them were high-tier Awakeners. But Si Chen merely turned back with a reassuring smile, telling her to take a deep breath because her big brother was here now. Meanwhile, the leader climbed out from the wreckage. Seeing his plan instantly derailed, he flew into a rage for letting his guard down even for a second. With thorny roots coiling tightly around his body, he screamed that Si Chen had just made the biggest mistake of his life, vowing to bring both their heads back to the client and triple his bonus. But our young man didn't even flinch, clenching his fists as golden lightning started crackling violently around his knuckles. Si Chen calmly told his sister to stand behind him and stay put, promising this wouldn't take long. Si Chen recalled his childhood. One day, he was getting beaten to a pulp in a dusty alley. The ringleader of the assault was his own cousin, yelling at him to know his place. The thugs pinned young Si Chen down onto the filthy floor, aiming to crush his spirit. But the bullies hadn't factored in his younger sister. A young Zai Yun suddenly burst into the alley holding a large metal pipe, ordering the thugs to take their hands off her brother. The arrogant orange-haired cousin showed zero fear, laughing off the notion of a tiny little girl trying to play hero. Seeing the group shift their focus to his sister, Si Chen shrieked in panic, desperately telling his cousin not to take a single step toward her. He desperately reminded the bully of his solemn promise never to lay a hand on Zai Yun. The haughty cousin just chuckled, openly admitting he had lied. He proudly boasted that today was the day he finally taught his obnoxious family members a lesson in humility. But while the ringleader was busy monologuing, he made a fatal error. Seizing the distraction, young Si Chen spotted a heavy brick on the ground, grabbed it, and smashed it hard across the face of the thug, pinning him down, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Young Si Chen was furious now, raising the bloody brick. He lunged straight toward his cousin. The arrogant orange-haired ringleader's face turned pale as he watched Si Chen charge with pure killing intent. Si Chen delivered a brutal brick smash straight across his cousin's face for breaking his word, sending him crashing down onto the concrete pavement. Bleeding and crying on the floor, the defeated cousin screamed in terror, calling Si Chen an absolute lunatic. Catching his breath, young Si Chen tossed the weapon aside and gently told a trembling Zai Yun that everything was fine and she didn't need to be scared. Right now, Si Chen told Zai Yun to stay in a safe spot, and calmly assured his sister that he would handle this in a moment. Eager for their prey, the stalkers lunged straight at him, ready to kill. Clutching baby Leo, Zai Yun panicked, frantically warning that he was facing 3 extremely dangerous and unhinged awakeners, believing her brother stood zero chance against all of them at once. The hooded punk lunged forward, swinging a giant, lightning-charged fist. He yelled at Si Chen, mocking him for just standing there without even attempting to defend himself. But before the guy realized what hit him, Si Chen retaliated with a single, mighty punch that sent him crashing headfirst into the concrete wall. Watching her big brother effortlessly take down a high-tier awakener with one hand, Zai Yun was left completely speechless. Right at that moment, the bleeding beanie-wearing thug leaped forward, rushing crazily with a glowing magic dagger. Without breaking a sweat, Si Chen gently caught the punk's wrist midair, before landing a savage knee strike straight to his face. The immense kinetic impact threw the punk backward, rolling him into a pile of alley trash cans. Instantly, a thorny wooden root burst through the concrete toward him. But with lightning reflexes, Si Chen casually tilted his head to dodge the surprise strike. The heavy vine completely missed its target, slamming hard into the brick wall behind him. Seeing his underlings easily taken down, the white-haired leader completely lost his mind, screaming in rage that a punk in a school uniform dared to turn them into a joke. Tapping into plant magic, the boss summoned a swarm of glowing wooden spikes, madly swearing he'd turn Si Chen into a human pincushion. Si Chen kept his cool and utilized his divine agility, gracefully weaving and dodging through the storm of razor-sharp vines without a single scratch. In a single fluid motion, Si Chen vaulted right through a gap in the defense, closing the distance instantly. The white-haired boss panicked, screaming that this was impossible and freaking out over how someone could move like that. Watching him dominate the fight, Zai Yun suddenly realized, nearly forgetting that her big brother didn't just barely pass his graduation combat exam, but had absolutely obliterated the other contenders. Si Chen cocked back his fist and landed a crushing blow straight to the leader's jaw, proving to the group that he operated on a completely different tier of power. The tremendous kinetic force sent the boss flying backward like a rocket, slamming hard into the alley wall. And just like that, the boss passed out, bleeding and completely defeated on the ground. Over by the trash pile, the beanie-wearing punk remained entirely unresponsive. Beside him, the hooded boss slumped against the wall, knocked out cold. The entire threat had been neutralized in under a minute. Casually dusting off his clothes, Si Chen turned to his sister and told her to take baby Leo home to safety. He reassured her with a smile, promising he'd quickly drop these clowns off at the local precinct and meet her back at the apartment before she even realized it. Still slightly dazed by the spectacle but feeling entirely safe, Zai Yun hugged her fluffy pet tightly and happily agreed to head home first. Hours later, under the dim light of a crescent moon, the battered white-haired leader slowly began to regain consciousness. Groaning in agony, the boss tried opening his blood-matted eyes, but confusion quickly curdled into terror. He realized he and his 2 underlings had been disarmed and tied back-to-back around a concrete pillar, with Si Chen staring straight down at them. The leader instantly panicked, frantically demanding to know where they were and why they were dragged to this remote spot, while the beanie-wearing punk whimpered that his cracked skull felt like it was splitting in two. Entirely unfazed by the whining, Si Chen coldly asked if they belonged to the Black Mountain Guild. Knowing they never lifted a finger without getting paid up front, he bluntly demanded to know who was bankrolling the kidnapping attempt on his sister. The beaten boss just flashed a bloody sneer, refusing to talk. He arrogantly explained that betrayal meant a death sentence in their line of work, so he had zero intention of squealing. Si Chen didn't even blink, Realizing they wanted to play hardball, he calmly sighed, deciding they could take the hard route. Suddenly, dark energy swirled around him as the system initiated a class transformation sequence. The system confirmed the transition was complete, revealing Si Chen's terrifying level 25 Phantom Sorcerer class. Equipped with dark psychological manipulation spells like Soul Rest, Enigma, and Ripple Hell, he was about to show these mercenaries a level of mental torture they would never forget. Interrogating his captives, Si Chen wasted no time and triggered his newly acquired Phantom Sorcerer magic to forcefully invade the white-haired leader's mind. Under the weight of the hypnosis spell, the mercenaries' mental defense barriers began fracturing. Before anyone could process it, a thorny root sprouted from the concrete right beside them. Terrified, the beanie-wearing punk screamed in panic, demanding to know what was happening to his boss. Unmoved by the screaming, Si Chen released Soul Rest Enigma and targeted the legs first. In the blink of an eye, a sharp vine pierced straight through the leader's thigh, staining the pavement red. Next, Si Chen calmly marked the hands as the subsequent target. Another thorny branch shot upward, impaling the mercenary's palm to ensure he could never threaten anyone ever again, making it explicitly clear that this suffering was exactly what they deserved for daring to touch his sister. Witnessing his companion get ravaged so easily, the beanie-wearing thug lost the last of his courage, screaming in terror before the overwhelming power standing in front of him. With a cold gaze, Si Chen declared that it was finally the survivor's turn, and the surrounding tree roots coiled in closer, ready to repeat the torture. The threat shattered the mercenary's willpower instantly. Sobbing and begging for mercy, he confessed everything, babbling that the mastermind behind the kidnapping was the son of the #1 hospital's director. Desperate to save his own life, the thug screamed out the client's name, Jin Duoxin. At 5 p.m. that afternoon, at a luxurious rooftop pool party on top of the Purple Peak Tower, Jin Duoxin was lounging and relaxing, completely unaware that the mercenaries he hired had sold him out. His wealthy friends started teasing him, mocking how a legendary school heartthrob got rejected twice by an underclass girl. Jin Duoxin fumed in silent rage, swearing that she had made him look like a fool in front of everyone, and vowing to himself that she would regret every single second of it tonight. Frustrated by the endless mocking, he snapped at a girl trying to follow him and stormed off toward the restrooms to clear his head. While he was at the urinal, the bathroom lights began flickering and buzzing, instantly drawing his attention. Growling in frustration, he cursed his bad luck, complaining that even the building's electrical system was conspiring against him tonight. Suddenly, a shadow materialized. Jin Duoxin turned around and saw Si Chen standing right behind him. Our guy calmly demanded confirmation of whether he was indeed Jin Duoxin. Down at the monitoring room, security guards were gossiping about how the rich kids had booked the entire top floor and shut off all security cameras for a private party. One of the guards leaned in close, whispering a dark rumor that many of the girls up there didn't come willingly, but were lured into a trap. Horrified by this revelation, the other guard could hardly believe his ears. The informant confirmed it, explaining that not long ago, a female student had taken her own life after being abused at one of these parties, but the wealthy parents had buried the scandal under a mountain of hush money. He warned his colleague never to be fooled by their expensive clothes and pretty faces, because behind closed doors, these spoiled heirs were no different from beasts. Meanwhile, back in the restroom, Jin Duoxin panicked and demanded to know who this intruder was, threatening to call the security and have him thrown out immediately. Instead of answering, Si Chen calmly pulled out his phone and made a call. Jin Duoxin froze in sheer terror as he watched his own phone ring. With an incoming call from the contact Blackie the mercenary. Holding the mercenary's phone, Si Chen stared coldly at him, confirming that Jin Duoxin was indeed the one who ordered the attack on his younger sister. Terrified, Jin Duoxin demanded to know what happened to Blackie. But his answer came as Si Chen effortlessly crushed the phone to pieces amidst crackling static lightning. Overwhelmed by horror, the spoiled heir stumbled backward, screaming for the monster in front of him to stay away and desperately begging to know who he was facing. In a split second, Si Chen flung Jin Duoxin straight through the restroom's glass window. Shards of glass rained down like a storm as the spoiled heir plummeted toward the pool deck below. Bloody and bruised on the hard pavement, Jin Duoxin went wild, screaming for help. and begging anyone to save him. He looked toward the pool only to witness a chilling sight. All of his party guests were floating face down in the water or lying unconscious. Si Chen stepped out onto the pool deck, shrouded in a terrifying dark aura. Desperate to escape, Jin Duoxin scrambled backward on his hands and knees, cursing in a panic. Looking up into the glowing eyes of his stalker, he screamed, demanding to know who he was, what he had done to deserve this, and why he was being hunted. Playing his final card, he boastfully shouted about the high status of his father, the director of the primary hospital. He yelled that if Si Chen dared lay a single finger on him, his father would use all his power and influence to bury him. Tired of the empty threats, Si Chen ordered Jin Duoxin to shut up, instantly seizing control of the air's mind through hypnosis. Under the spell, Jin Duoxin dropped to his knees. Si Chen looked down at his puppet and coldly commanded him to pick up a sharp piece of glass. Jin Duoxin's hand automatically reached down, grasping the razor-sharp shard. Pure evil clearly didn't just lurk inside dungeon depths. Instead, it walked among ordinary humans every single day. Jin Duoxin and his friends had committed unspeakable crimes against a helpless schoolgirl. These spoiled brats used their endless wealth to cover up their crimes, driving the poor girl to take her own life in despair. When the tragedy struck, they simply used their family's power and influence to ensure not a single accusation could stick to them. Jin Duoxin had even faked the autopsy report to frame it as a tragic accident, bragging that the world belonged to those with money. This exact monster was the one who had paid a massive fortune to mercenaries, ordering them to ruin Si Yun's life at all costs. But this time, Jin Duoxin had made the fatal mistake of targeting the wrong person's sister. Clenching the razor-sharp glass under hypnotic control, he slowly brought the shard toward his own throat. Si Chen swore to hunt down and eliminate every threat to his sister, even if it meant playing judge, jury, and executioner. Even if he had to walk through the darkest abysses of the world, he would never hesitate. Si Chen then ordered his puppet to end it all. Earlier, right after the brutal tiebreaker battle inside the wild wilderness dungeon, a victorious Si Chen stood above his injured opponent, Gong Ting. He calmly told him that the dungeon master was dead and the exit was clear, urging him to hold on until the rescue team arrived. Gong Ting promised that as soon as he got out, he would tell everyone the truth, that Si Chen was the one who saved all of their lives. However, there was no time to celebrate. Si Chen's senses suddenly spiked, and through his mental link with his pet Leo, he caught sight of a terrifying scene. The terrifying mercenary Blackie was closing in on his younger sister, Si Yun. Realizing she was in danger, Si Chen quickly activated his Stella Tamer skill, Stellar Warp, expending all his mental energy to teleport and vanish from the dungeon instantly. Gong Ting stood staring at the empty space in absolute astonishment. He realized Si Chen wasn't just a dual-class user, but was actually operating multiple classes simultaneously, leaving him wondering just how many more secrets his opponent was hiding. Not long after, heavy footsteps echoed through the tunnels. As director Gong Xuan rushed into the cave with emergency medical staff, frantically ordering them to save the students. The rescue team rushed into the crater to reach Gong Ting. While they used restorative magic to staunch his bleeding, Gong Xuan stepped forward to check on his condition. Looking at his heavily injured student, Gong Xuan wiped sweat from his brow, nodding that the dungeon boss possessed terrifying B-rank strength, and telling Gong Ting that surviving an encounter with such a monster was an absolute miracle. Meanwhile, other medics tended to the survivors, confirming Sato Ryota was stable and cleansed. Physically safe though traumatized, Jasmine could only mumble deliriously about the psychological nightmares she had just endured. Gong Xuan then noticed Si Chen was missing. When search teams found no trace of him, the director assumed the boy had panicked and fled, ordering his subordinates to comb the area. Furious, Gong Xuan blamed the entire disaster on the inspection agency's incompetence. He angrily declared that Gong Ting's injuries were their fault and promised to fire every inspector the moment they returned. On the other hand, Gong Ting's cunning father, Gong Lin, looked at the bloody scene and sneered. He immediately began spinning a fake narrative, framing the event as a tragic monster outbreak that the judges simply couldn't handle. Gong Lin intended to tell the world that his heroic son had stepped up to save everyone when all hope was lost. Tormented by this false credit, Gong Ting tried to speak up and admit that Si Chen was the one who actually killed the boss. But his father cut him off immediately by squeezing hard on his newly bandaged shoulder wound, causing excruciating pain as he whispered a threat, telling Gong Ting that he would take the credit. while nearby witnesses kept silent out of fear. He coldly ordered his son to clean up the scene, declaring that tomorrow's graduation ceremony would be where Gong Ting stepped into the spotlight as the Academy's greatest hero. That evening at the rented apartment, the atmosphere was much more cheerful. Over a hot meal, Zhu Tong enthusiastically congratulated Si Yun for passing her exams and getting accepted into the prestigious Central International Academy of Arts. Zhu Tong was overjoyed for her best friend, cheering that Si Yun was finally pursuing her dreams and on her way to becoming a world-class artist. Meanwhile, Si Chen casually sipped his soda with a calm, expressionless face. Noticing her older brother's lack of enthusiasm, a pouting Si Yun asked why he looked as bored as if he had known she would pass all along. Si Chen quickly smiled and assured her he was truly happy for her, though the truth was he remembered that in his past life she had received her acceptance letter on this exact day. Zhu Tong admitted she was very envious, as studying in the elite city of Sanhaven was a rare opportunity ordinary people could only dream of. However, Si Yun worried about Sanhaven being so far away and the living expenses being high. Seeing her hesitate, Si Chen stepped in and told her to completely forget about money or any other worries. Setting his soda bottle down on the table, he calmly announced that right after graduation, he would be working in Sanhaven right by her side. This news completely shocked both girls. They jumped up, demanding to know how he got hired by a guild in Sanhaven since those elite groups only hired the very best. Thrilled by the news, Si Yun cheered that they could move to Sanhaven together, while Zhu Tong lamented her envy, joking that she would have to study hard to join them later. Watching his sister celebrate, Si Chen smiled warmly and secretly promised himself that in this lifetime, she would never have to sacrifice her dreams for anyone ever again. That night, Si Chen took a quiet bath to wash away the day's fatigue. He reflected on his victories. The stalkers targeting his sister were gone and the stressful graduation exam had finally come to an end. Best of all, his secret deal with Gong Ting was playing out perfectly. By letting his rival take the credit, Si Chen would receive the $1 million cash prize tomorrow, exactly what he needed to clear his family's debt. Relaxing in his room, he knew he couldn't rest easy just yet. He thought about the Demon King, Wrath, realizing that since the Overlord was sealed right as it entered the human world, the timeline had completely shifted. His original 3-year countdown before the apocalypse was now shaky. If he knew where the seal was, he would shatter it himself to end the threat early, making tracking down Wrath a top priority so he could get to Sanhaven sooner. But before fighting a Demon King, Si Chen knew he needed a strong ally he could trust. Luckily, tomorrow's graduation ceremony was the perfect place to recruit the exact person he needed. Meanwhile, in a quiet tea room, Student Union Vice President Ling Wu met with Carl Cavendish, the Vice President of the World Guild Alliance. She reported that a dangerous rogue awakener known as the Glutton had been spotted in Everfield District, which immediately caught Carl's interest. Ling Wu explained that she had rushed to the scene but found the security footage completely wiped clean. The only clues left behind were fresh bloodstains and claw marks on the ground, matching the killer's signature habit of eliminating and devouring his victims. She warned Carl that this killer specifically targeted elite awakeners with rare, powerful abilities, and the victims' ranks had been escalating with each attack. This meant the killer was stealing their power and evolving rapidly by devouring increasingly strong targets. Ling Wu cautioned that the Glutton never stopped once he targeted a region, and she felt another attack was imminent. Carl just chuckled, finding the monster's timing quite interesting. Sliding a new dossier across the table, Ling Wu added that the Glutton's most recent attack took place in a low-income residential alley. Notably, the exact location of the murder was less than 100 meters away from Si Chen's apartment. Although there was no picture of the Glutton, Ling Yu knew that Si Chen's power had grown at an unbelievable rate. But before she could finish, Carl smirked, suggesting that the Glutton who had devoured that power was actually none other than Si Chen. At the academy, Principal Yuan Long's assistant asked why he was missing the graduation ceremony of the very students he helped nurture. Yuan Long smiled and explained that he simply wanted to give his students a safe place to grow up while they were still fragile, but now they had truly matured. With that, he released the birds out the window, saying it was time for them to find their own paths in life. However, he noticed one stubborn bird lingering in the cage, making him wonder where it truly wanted to go. At the spacious graduation hall, Ma Long and Xiang Zuo stared in shock at the gigantic venue, realizing the academy had spared no expense to welcome major guild leaders. Ma Long wondered how Si Chen and Gong Ting had fared in the secret trial, and while the twins discussed the academy's strict rules, Ma Long proudly boasted that Lu Shang had surely crushed the competition. But suddenly, Gong Ting's brother, Gong Chang, told Ma Long to shut his mouth and stop sucking up to Si Chen. He laughed and asserted that Si Chen stood no chance of winning, insisting that his younger brother Gong Ting would undoubtedly be the champion. Irritated by that arrogance, the group began exchanging thumbs-down gestures and petty insults back and forth. Behind the scenes of the grand ceremony, Gong Lin looked around and noted that every major guild in the country had sent representatives. Because the entire leadership of the prestigious Imperial Guild was in attendance, the crowd outside buzzed with excitement just to catch a glimpse of these legendary figures. Soon after, Imperial Guild co-founder Guan Yuan and Titan founder Ming made a grand entrance to greet the elite guests, prompting Gong Lin to quietly plot for the upcoming council election. He intended to use this very ceremony to sway undecided council members and break his vote deadlock. By doing so, Gong Lin was determined to finally claim the coveted chairman's seat for himself. He assured his son Gong Ting that Carl, vice president of the World Guild Alliance, would personally present him with the championship trophy, marking the beginning of their ascent to the peak. However, he strictly warned Gong Ting not to mess this up, ordering him to go out there, deliver a flawless speech, and show the world who he was. Choking under his father's intense pressure, Gong Ting kept silent while clenching his fists so hard his suit became wrinkled. Right then, the host stepped onto the main stage to kick off the highly anticipated 2157 National Awakened University graduation ceremony. When she announced that the final evaluation had officially concluded, Ma Long and the twins in the crowd instantly lit up with excitement. Now that all the powerful council members and school officials were settled in their seats, the historic ceremony officially began. The entire auditorium erupted into thunderous applause. But while Gong Ting sat in tense silence, Si Chen calmly watched the proceedings unfold. Next, the announcer took the stage to officially announce the results of this year's grueling evaluation. She dramatically pointed toward the glittering gold trophy waiting on stage for the ultimate champion. Then she introduced the special guest, inviting Carl Cavendish, vice president of the Global Guild Alliance, to step forward. Under the bright stage lights and warm applause, Carl stepped up, ready to personally announce the winner of the grand prize. He began by thanking the Imperial Guild for the invitation, stating it was an honor to witness Easternia's next generation of elite talent. Then, he quickly grabbed everyone's attention by hinting that an extremely unexpected event had occurred during the final exam, leaving Ma Long and the twins completely startled. He dropped a bombshell, revealing that the low-tier dungeon supposedly downgraded and assigned to the test was actually a disguised, high-hazard B-rank dungeon. This shocking news sent a wave of panic rippling through the crowd, with people whispering that even professional teams struggled with B-rank threats, wondering how students could possibly survive. Carl continued to explain that when all hope seemed lost, one heroic student utilized sheer skill and flawless technique to pull off the impossible. He revealed that this lone warrior had single-handedly defeated the B-rank dungeon boss and brought his entire team back safely. As Si Chen and Gong Ting listened calmly from the crowd, Carl prepared to call out the name of their generation's strongest graduating student. He raised his hand and officially crowned Gong Ting as the uncontested champion of the year. Confetti rained down as a solemn Gong Ting stood up to accept the warm applause of the crowd. Meanwhile, Ma Long and Xiang Zuo lost their minds, fully convinced the results had been rigged to force Si Chen to lose. Seeing this, Gong Chang immediately started gloating, rubbing salt in their wounds and bragging that his brother was born different. The surrounding students stood stunned, muttering that clearing a B-rank dungeon solo was in a completely different league from their own struggles. The crowd continued to go wild, bathing Gong Ting in praise for his power and legendary looks. As Gong Ting slowly climbed the stage step, Si Chen calmly and quietly watched him from his seat. Flashing back, Gong Ting instantly remembered their secret deal in the dark cave, where Si Chen offered him the #1 spot in exchange for the entire $1 million prize. He clearly recalled Si Chen's sole condition, which was never to tell a soul about his hidden demonic class transformation. Back in the present, Si Chen watched quietly, curious to see how his rival would handle the stolen spotlight. But standing before the massive crowd, Gong Ting remained haunted by his father's harsh warning to deliver a flawless speech and show everyone his true worth. The host then warmly welcomed Gong Ting to the microphone for his champion's speech. The crowd instantly adored him, praising his calm and poised demeanor, calling him a true hero in the making. They whispered that he was the worthy heir of the prestigious Gong family with an unlimited future, which made Gong Lin smile with proud approval. Looking down at his notes, he bitterly wondered if this stolen glory was truly worth his self-respect. He began by acknowledging that the vice president was entirely right about the heroic feats of surviving a hopeless battle, rescuing the team, and defeating the boss. But then he dropped a bombshell and revealed the truth. Not a single one of those legendary exploits was his because in reality they all belonged to Si Chen.